The credit belongs to the man who was actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again. Because there is no effort without error and shortcoming. But who does actually strive to do the deeds? Who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat.
Spartans! What is your profession?
What is going on, my Edmore peeps? It's R.P.L coming at you with another live. Everybody's doing well, everybody's doing good. Coming at you with another Saturday night hangout with your homeboy himself, R.P.L. Hope everybody's doing well, everybody's doing good. A lot of stuff going on this week. Some stuff I couldn't cover because other stuff going on, but I will. You know, one thing about me, man, I always got something going on. I've always got something going on. I am never a dull person. But we're gonna talk about some stuff today. I think Mr. Z, I don't know if he's still on or not, but Mr. Z had a live. I listened to a little bit of it, not too much because I had to get off of work because of some bullshit going on the job. But I will say this: BGS is right. The red pill talking points has reached escape velocity because we was talking red pill at the job. We were talking red pill talking points at the job, and some of these talking points, I don't talk red pill at the job, but it's just like these guys at the job were just talking all these talking points that they seen online. And it was just like verbatim, body count, shaming language, sign language. They were saying all that shit. I was like, ooh. This stuff is getting mainstream. No one of these chicks don't like this shit because guys are starting to finally wake the fuck up. They are not taking this bullshit anymore. They're not. They're not taking this bullshit, and I'm glad. I'm happy that man is starting to value themselves, starting to know their worth. This shit is amazing. Because now you ain't got to sit there and suffer through bullshit. Like, oh, she's just a woman. Nah, the woman that needs to be around you needs to be somewhat of have exceptional character about herself. And she just can't be around you just because she has some pussy lips. Oh no. She has to have something about in her head, in her mind, for you even to be a friend with her. let alone your woman, your right arm. She's got to have. You need to be a friend of. Be a friend. She has to have something about her, and I love it. I love it. And they were saying everything too. Like I said, they were saying body count. They were talking about like pretty much all the stuff that we say around here, man. And I just sat back and just like, mm-hmm. Ooh, oh, it makes me happy. It gives me a little joy. Almost want to cry. Almost want to shed a tear. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. Hey, I love it, man. This shit is going mainstream. Guys starting to more value themselves more. They're gonna put themselves first. They're not gonna sit there like I'm not gonna die with this community. They don't give a fuck about me. Fuck all that shit. And that's what we need, man. That's what we need. More men caring about themselves. More men stop this whole I have to sacrifice my own happiness to try to make this community better. When in turn, when you do that, the community just shits on you. It still shits on you. Now I'm not buzzed tonight. I did have a steak, y'all. I did had me a ribeye too, boy. I found a ribeye that's on sale. So, I gotta get that. I got some garlic butter. Put that garlic butter on that ribeye steak. Cooked it up real nice. Got a little sear to it. Got a little crust. Got me a little sea salt and some peppercorn on the sides and stuff. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It was good. It was good. I love me some steak, especially with a sweet potato. Steak, sweet potatoes, and green beans. You got me, baby. Now that's what I had. A steak, medium, green beans, and a sweet potato with a little bit of brown sugar in there, and some and a little bit of butter in there. You mix that motherfucker up. Yes, sir. You talking about a good meal right there, boy. I'm trying to tell you. Yeah. All right, let's see what we got in here before I start my shit. All right, we got AL. He says, salute Art Immore. D. Scott. Yeah. Got Daniel Sports Highlights. Appreciate you. Gio Game. Appreciate you, bro. We got Snowman Multimedia. Congratulations, Snowman, for beating this cancer. He told the story last week. D. Scott said they got the Birdman hand rub. Yeah, baby, I got the Birdman. Ooh, it's going down. Everybody on this red pill talking one shit. AL said you just had you tickle. Yeah, it had me tickle me. I was happy as a motherfucker. You couldn't tell me nothing, AL. Tony Davis laughing. Sluka said, may your health keep getting better. Peace, prosperity, family. Oh, that's it. Snowman? Yeah. Good health, man. Good health. Spainman said, you sound buzzed. D. Scott says, meat drunk. Wow, really, D. Scott? Meat drunk? Pause, nigga. Pause. Hey, yo, talking about I burnt that. I ain't burnt no steak. That shit was medium rare. It had a nice little crust on it. It was good, bro. You be burning steaks. That's your problem. You be burning steaks. You got that shit. Got your coal set too high. That's your problem. Yeah. Hero the Apocalypse, appreciate you. Mel Logic, what's up? Amen. What's going on? But like I said, a lot of stuff to probably talk about this week. We just dropped a couple of good ones. this week. Let's see. Mrs. E was doing a lot. I listened to a little bit of it, not a lot, so I don't have like a really uh thing to say. But maybe he'll come up there and talk about it. Charles Faulkner is still running from your boy, as we all know. Charles Faulkner is still running from your boy in Madden. I don't know what's wrong with him. Um, he says that he's the officer of the goddamn law, but he can't command no damn goddamn defense. So maybe Officer Faulkner will play your boy in Madden. Maybe we get to see that. Who knows? I'm gonna have to bring my PlayStation 5 in here. But it is what it is. But I'm just talking shit. I'm just talking shit. But like I said, it's good to see red pill talking points are beyond just the space. A lot of men are starting to see this stuff. A lot of men are, hell, shit. Even teenagers are starting to see this stuff. So it's going to put more pressure on the women to perform better if they want the outcomes that they want. If they want these outcomes, they're going to have to compete because men are just getting tired of it. They're getting tired of being shamed, bullied, whatever the case may be. We're just getting tired of it. And if women are not coming to the table of being honest to us about what it is that's going on, instead of just feeding us fucking propaganda, then we're going to fucking leave. Either we're just going to be grass eaters or we're going to go across the seas and go find the women out there, aka passport bros. Or we're just going to just say, you know what, I don't care what color my woman is. I just want the right woman for me. And that's going to leave a lot of black women out. Sorry, it is what it is. It's what it is. You cannot escape your poodle that you're going to get so you can die alone. You can't. But anyway, guys, I'm going to go ahead and drop this link. We are going to have a good show tonight. Have a great show. Let's see. And like I said, I've always, these shows that I do on Saturday Night Hangout, these shows are not for me. These shows are for you, the manosphere, because I know how important the Coliseum was for you guys. And I keep it alive as much as I possibly can in its entirety. So if you guys do support what I do on Saturdays and support this channel and trying to keep this manosphere Saturday Hangouts alive, please donate at least $1 to the stream to make it worth it. Anything more than that is on you, but at least $1 to let me know that you guys are appreciative of what I do here. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and drop this StreamYard link. We can go ahead and start this this content up. And we're going to be up here rolling, my friend. Rolling. What you call say? He said he hears it in his barbershop now. Yeah, that's good. Barbershop was one of the one places where men can actually talk unfiltered. But
yep.
So since women got in there, men have kind of stayed back. But once the women leave, the men will talk like men and start talking about their issues and shit. So
yeah.
It just depends on if there are women around. If they'll get back to their old selves.
Being from the south side of Chicago, I'd go. There's a barbershop that I frequented, and we would be talking sports all morning long. And when women show up, all that talk died. And at age 15, I realized why. I didn't say anything then, but I realized why. And then when the women left, from picking up their sons or their husbands or whatever, it'll crank back up again.
Because women have sensitive ears, and then you say something off color, then it's going to offend them.
Oh, yeah. How are you doing, Art?
I'm doing good, man. I'm just enjoying my week. A lot of stuff had to get done, but I got it done.
Man, I've been a dancing fool for the past 2 weeks.
Yes, you should be.
Since I got the news.
As you should be.
What's up, meat burner?
Oh, here we go.
And
Nah, you were supposed to laugh at my joke, not get offended.
Oh, I ain't offended because my steak was good as a motherfucker.
Look, so you say, man, I don't know how to cook no damn meat. Boy, I'm from the Lone Star State. We specialize in that. Cut the shit.
Man, everything big and with
you,
even that
man,
burner.
you cut the shit, AL. No, I'm just kidding. How you doing, AL? You doing all right?
Yeah, I'm swell. What's good? What's good, small man?
Dancing
Burnt,
Like
like
two weeks.
burnt that shit. That's
like
what
I
you
told
better
Art,
say.
and like I tell people, I've been dancing like a motherfucker the last 2 weeks, to the point where Jody and I have plans on the 1 year anniversary of my surgery date, which is April 4th. We are going to take a few days and go up to my hometown so I can feed her food. Lots of it.
Okay.
We're gonna go up to Chicago and just make a day or a couple days out of it. So I want to,
Yeah. You had talked about this a while back when this day would come.
yeah,
You said you was gonna take
yeah.
us there. So yeah,
I,
congratulations.
I said this would be one of the things I do. You know, I had you included, AL, ask me, what are you going to do when you get past the cancer, when you get past the surgery? And one of the things I mentioned, I'm going to take my wife up to Chicago, show her some of my favorite joints that I used to frequent and eat, and we're going to eat there. So
Take it to get a Chicago deep dish style pizza, man.
that's our
Shoot, I love
first,
that service.
that's our first stop.
Already.
That's our first stop, is for me to get her some Chicago style deep dish pizza. She always wanted to try it. And I said, baby, I know just the place where we can be us and people won't care, about skin color or anything, because we'll be like right in the depth of the city. And it's like to a point, we're having fun again because we were so stressed out about my health and about money and everything. And I threw my GoFundMe out in the chat. I'll throw it up back here in the private chat because I won't stay long tonight. But I got you guys to thank for part of this, because when I was in the hospital, I would tune in to you guys, and it would help get me through. And like I told y'all, if it weren't for Sonia, my daughter Cheyenne, and my wife Jody, I wouldn't be here. Because when I fell with blood clots in my lungs 2 Junes ago, Sonia rode to the rescue and called 911, and then Jody took the call. And if I start crying, people just gonna have to forgive me, but I owe them everything. And that's why I love how R.P.L is taking off like a Paul Konerko home run.
Oh, it has.
Or let me use AL's reference, since he's in Houston, like a Yordan Alvarez home run to dead center field.
No, it has, and it's good that we've seen it because, like I said, seeing men use these talking points and actually believe in them is what this space was supposed to do. It's supposed to wake
Yes.
men up. It was supposed to wake men up, talk about the issues. It's to be the one space that men can actually talk about the issues, and we have succeeded in giving men that opportunity
Yep.
to flesh out their grievances, so that way they can go out into the real world and give it to the people outside of this space
Not
in
only
totality.
to wake men up, but lift them up, because we have been torn down not by our own attrition or our own doing for so long. We were dragged into tearing other men down because of circumstances that may happen that may be happening in our lives, things that may be going on with our families. And like you said, our men are finally waking the fuck up.
Yeah,
Men are finally waking the fuck up, and I love it.
as
And
they should.
it's like I said when I told my story. By 2010, when I was in the hospital for 3 weeks with type 2 diabetes, and I was dating a black woman at the time, and I got no form of contact from her. Not a text message, not a call to the hospital, not a call to my cell phone, nothing. After I got well and got out of there, I basically had two choices: get out or get the hell out. So I acted on my dad's words inside my heart, and I chose option C. I got the fuck out.
Yeah, you should have.
I got the fuck out. Because a man can only take so much. Agreed?
No, you're right. I agree with you 100%.
A man can only take so much. And sometimes when I let me find it. You know what men are finally, and I stress the word finally saying. Let me find it. There we go. They're finally saying this.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore!
And that's that.
Yeah.
I like the one that Kevin Sanders used to play. We don't play games. We don't play games. Oh no. Oh no. We don't play games. We don't play games. Oh no. Oh no. Classic.
Let me invoke a cartoon sound.
You got a lot of background audio.
I'm gonna be right back. I gotta switch Bluetooth.
All right.
Okay. You know what I'm talking? You know what they're finally? You know what we're finally saying with this space that you're keeping alive?
I'm the juggernaut, bitch!
We are setting a standard and a boundary.
That we are.
That is the most important thing that we could do. We are setting a standard and we're setting a boundary.
Mm-hmm. It took me until I was 46 to finally not only learn my boundaries, but set them and keep to them. And that happened the day I met Jody. Matter of fact, to go one step further, it happened the day I married Jody in 2019. Boy, you should see some of the looks I still get to this day.
And you should say fuck them. I mean, seriously.
That's all we do.
I mean, like, if people can't respect your boundaries, then they don't respect you.
Exactly.
Point blank, period. Because if my boundary is here and you keep going over it, and I'm telling you, don't go over here,
right?
Or else there's going to be an issue, then obviously you don't give a fuck about what I'm talking about. You don't give a fuck about me. You don't give a fuck about offending me. You don't give a fuck about, going a step too far with me. And so why the fuck should I even care about your ass?
Why should we give a shit? Do you know how many times black men have set boundaries and black women don't give a fuck and they cross them anyway?
They're the true habitual line stepper.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me say this for all the folks in the cheap seats at the old fabulous forum. We're done moving our goalposts. They are right in the center of the end zone where they're supposed to be, and you ain't moving them anymore.
Right.
Like I said,
I'm the juggernaut, bitch!
Not moving those motherfucking goalposts. Not one more motherfucking inch ain't earth on this.
Now one more motherfucking again. No. We're done.
I told y'all like what I did with my ex. When she thought I was just gonna accept the fact that she was gonna get herself some food, her daughter food, but then I had to go find something else.
And you had to go find something else. Yep,
been there. Keep in mind that whenever I go over their house, I'm like, hey, y'all want something? I'm gonna get something. I need to get something to eat.
Yes.
So guess what I did? I turned that. When I found out she did that, I turned that car around. She got mad at me. I said, I don't give a fuck. if whenever I come over your house and I go get food, I always ask, are you guys want anything? The simple fact that you went out there and got food for yourself and your daughter and did not even consider me,
Right.
fuck you. I'm gone. I'm gonna stay home and I'm gonna chill on my damn self. Think about
Yep.
the mistake that you just made.
Yep. I've had to do that several times. I've had to do that
Well,
several
bro,
times.
she didn't see not zero, absolutely zero fault in what the fuck she did. Trust me. Well, you better you go home and be fair. Ain't nothing to think about. I'm right, you wrong. Just how that mindset works. Trust me.
Well, guess what?
You did right. You did right. I know you did.
But guess what? Then what you do?
Mm-hmm.
You hold them to that standard. You have to hold. You have to hold yourself because one of the main things that can help you hold people to a standard is you hold the standard yourself.
Yes.
If you say I'm not going to accept this, then that should be it. You shouldn't have to. You should be like, well, I'm just going to accept this some of the time. No, you have to be 100% 10 toes down on your boundary. If
And
you
on
have if you have to say, if you do this, I'm gone. There's no coming back from it. And she does it. Guess what? She loses you.
adios.
She loses you. Don't be like a sometimey motherfucker.
Let me echo the words of the late great George Carlin. Adios, motherfucker.
Don't be a sometimey motherfucker. Sometimes
Then
motherfuckers that you are not respected because
there.
every time someone passes over your boundary, you still forgive them.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you have to leave. You have to remove yourself. You have to tell people once you step this boundary, I'm gonna punch you in your face. If you don't punch them in the face, they think you're full of bullshit. That's why I tell them all the time. If you say something, mean it.
I
If
dated a young
you say
lady.
you gonna do something, mean that shit, and mean it to the fullest degree to where people gonna be like, "Oh shit, he really did mean that shit."
I dated a young lady when I was 20 who knew I loved sports. She knew I was a sports junkie. She would invite me to her place on Sunday and she said, I want you to come watch football with me. I'm like, bet, I can do that. Wrong. I had to sneak away with her pastor father to watch football. And this was 1992. And y'all know my favorite team's the 49ers. And the Niners were experiencing a renaissance. And I'm missing football games. I'm like, fuck this shit. So she invited me over one day. Her father got to me before I got in the house and said, I want you to come around the back. I came around the back, snuck in the back door. We watched football. We watched football games. And she had the nerve to get pissed at me. And she said, well, you're not going to talk to me today? No, because you know I love football. You said you watch it with me. And every time I try to watch football, you have me doing something else.
Yeah.
And she called me. She says, are you going to watch this was a time of Super Bowl 27 with the Cowboys and the Bills. Are you going to watch the Super Bowl with me? Fuck no. I went to my friend's place, who she was cheating on me with, as I found out later. I went to my friend's place. We talked it out. Daryl and I hugged it out and said, we don't need that bitch anymore. Full house, full of pizza for Super Bowl 27. Like, I'm good. So she rang my phone, at my parents' house about 8,000 times. Mm. Are you going to talk to her today? Fuck no, I'm not talking to her today. Dad would pick up the phone, hear her voice. He would look at me. I would shake my head no, and he said, he's not here, and hang up the phone. But like you said, our boundaries.
You gotta set them.
Not only are we setting them, we are starting to keep them. We are starting to keep them.
You have to, man. You have to.
And especially now in the 21st century, when Black women are using the phrase by any means necessary to try to get and keep a man, not my ass.
Yeah. Hey, I already said, like, if a woman's gotta be exceptional for me to accept her now.
Right.
She has to be exceptional because I'm willing to let you go off of anything at this point. Because I've seen too much bullshit.
Yes.
Y'all not gonna fool me. You can't. You ain't gonna sit there talking about like, oh, we need to take a break. That means you fucking somebody. That means you want to fuck somebody, or you got plans to fuck somebody. So I'm just gonna be like, nah, we ain't on a break. I'm just gonna leave your ass right there, and I'm not coming back. Don't act like you're gonna put me off on the side. Fuck that. I've seen too much shit.
The bitch I was with in 2015, oddly enough, her name was Jody. We got an apartment together in LaPorte, Indiana. I signed the lease. I put the down payment in. I put the down payment for all the utilities. And I'm there, thinking, okay, we're gonna be all right. Had a couch there, had a little bed there, a little air mattress. And I begged this bitch to stay with me one night while I was listening to a baseball game. And she said, no, I'm going back to the other house. That was my final clue that she was fucking not one, but two other guys.
Yeah, they always got one in the pocket.
You know the kicker? She wouldn't fuck me.
Oh, she ain't fucking me. Her ass let me go out.
there's the knuckleball that didn't knuckle. Thank you, BGS Ibmore, for that. There's the knuckleball that didn't knuckle. So I'm like, you know what? Fuck this. I snuck away and hid at a hotel for 3 weeks. Like,
was it her place or your place?
Legally, it was mine.
Bruh.
Oh, I would have kicked her out. She need to get out. There ain't no way you can be living with me and you ain't gonna be fucking me. Oh hell no.
You know what? She wasn't gonna get the hell out, so I got the hell out.
No, I would have got the damn. If it was me, if it was me, what I would have done was like, all right, listen. How long did she live there? First of all, let me ask that.
That I don't know because it was
Indiana doesn't have those laws to begin with. Art, I know what you're asking for.
No, they don't. And
so guess what? She got 30 days to get her shit out.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Art, just go on and give them the Cliff Notes version of how you gonna fuck any victim. You just go say,
you got 30 days, motherfucker. You got 30 fucking days.
Well, there's a very important. What's up, PK Angel? Oh, there's a very important.
Brian?
Well, there's a very important caveat to what was going on. I was also being abused.
Oh damn!
Physically, emotionally, and financially. Because, all right, let me get this off my chest. All the sponsors that she got when I was covering LaPorte High School for football and basketball, I split with her. I didn't know. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. Honestly, I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. I didn't, because I was just so excited. I had some luck in getting some advertisers. There were like 2 levels of paperwork I didn't do. My fault, my mistake. And then one night she hit me. And I nearly retaliated. And I knew if I had retaliated, I'd have lost everything. Because they'd have believed her, not me. To the point where I went to the LaPorte Police Department, LaPorte City Police Department, LaPorte, Indiana. You know, they laughed me out of that place.
Wow.
They're like, how tall are you? 6'5". How tall is she? About 5'4". I don't have to tell you the rest of that story.
Yeah, I know. See, that's the problem. Because if you do retaliate, your ass is going down.
Exactly.
Yeah, being a 6'5" black man. Was she black as well? Or?
No.
Yeah, you were fucked. Yeah.
I was screwed either way. So it came to a simple choice. I got the hell out.
Yeah, that's why Donovan Sharp says when your white girlfriend acts a certain type of way,
I got the hell away.
Yeah.
Because if I didn't, either way, if I retaliated or didn't, my ass was going to jail. So
I still would have filed eviction papers on her ass and told her that she has a certain amount of time to leave.
You don't have to do that. Not here.
I didn't think about. I will tell you, gentlemen, at that time in 2015 and early 2016, I didn't think about any of that. I just thought about getting the fuck away.
No, I mean that's understandable.
Yeah,
but she still needs to go.
Right. I went and hid in a hotel up in Michigan City for a month, and I'm so happy. There was one main sponsor I got for my coverage of Marquette Catholic, And the day I needed a place, they came through. The athletic director gave me the payment. I cashed the check, and I bought a hotel room for a month and hid. And I made sure I parked in the back so she wouldn't find me. And I made sure she didn't get a hold of me by phone. I blocked her number. I blocked her everywhere, social media and everywhere.
So I want to ask you a couple of questions, if that's all right.
Yes,
Uh,
sir.
so don't take this the wrong way. The
No, no,
questions are
no.
not to disrespect you in any
You're,
way
you're
or
fine.
assume anything.
Yeah.
But there are two things I'd like to know. The first thing is like, uh, are you used to physical confrontation in general?
No.
Gotcha. So that may have played a part in
Yeah.
why you did what you did. And
Mm-hmm.
then the second thing is just out of curiosity, why did you decide instead of putting her out, or were you just? Well, I'll ask that next. I'll follow it up with one more question.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of putting her out, why did you decide to leave?
I wasn't thinking about putting her out at the time. I was just so confused. Matter of fact, I was battered because she
He was
would hit
tired.
me, then she would put me down, and then she would try to lift me back up. My emotions were worse than strained.
He was
Gotcha.
emotionally and physically tired.
I
And
was emotionally, physically, and mentally exhausted.
and so he just had to get away
Hey,
just to have peace.
PK, here's the kicker. The guy who I started my company with, and I have been friends with for some 20 years, asked me to come pick him up. And I had just got done with the game in LaPorte, afternoon game, and I had to do a night game in Michigan City for Marquette Catholic. He begged me to come pick him up so he could do that. I actually got that wrong. He wanted me to pick him up to do the LaPorte game with me. And he's all the way in Chicago. I'm already at the school with my 2-hour time limit to set everything up and go. I told him everything that was going on with me and Miss Dials. I told him everything that was going on, thinking he would listen to me. And it turns out he was fucking her.
Yeah, that happens.
That's really sad. I'm sorry I grieve for you, bud, man. That's some terrible shit that you had to experience.
Yeah.
Happens to a lot of men. You're not the only person with a story that's similar to that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, I would go into it, but it's a little bit too personal, so I don't feel like it's proper for me to touch on really. But I
Man,
think
go
those
whatever.
types of situations are especially horrible.
Yeah.
And so I think that men, in a lot of ways, they experience these traumas and they don't know how to, in some cases, react to them if they were not acclimatized in a certain sort of uh, I can safely assume a couple of things about your life.
Mm-hmm.
And these are just baseline assumptions. Number one,
Yeah.
I don't think that you grew up in the hood. It's hard to believe.
I grew up on the south side of Chicago, but it wasn't bad until I'd say when I got into high school and I went to a Catholic grammar school and a public high school. If that tells you anything.
Okay, so you did. So I'm surprised you didn't get in any fights or anything like that. But nonetheless,
Came close. Let me say that. Came close because I got bullied a lot. But the one thing I learned from my dad is to keep going. They didn't graduate. I did.
and then the second thing is that um, I would say that you probably have a predisposition when it comes to women, at least insofar as it comes to
Yep.
physical violence.
Yep.
So
Yep.
you're one of those types of people where you see a woman and you're like, okay, well, I can't, I don't want to, and I can't.
You would be right on target. Fastball right down the middle. Strike 3 called. And it kind of hurts that it took me until that relationship to see and know that men go through it too.
I
But
mean, everybody has their awakening point, man. Everybody has
yeah,
their awakening point. So
that was mine. That was I had two of them. Was
You must
dating
be like an
someone,
Xer, right?
huh?
You're probably an Xer.
Born in 72.
Yeah.
yeah, he's actually.
Tell
Born in
your damn exes. What's it to you, kid?
Well, I'm a baby in comparison, right? So
Yeah.
I mean, it's just
Born in,
We
the
know.
yeah.
yeah,
I turned 50. I happily turned 51 this year.
gotcha.
I spent age 50 kicking the shit out of pancreatic cancer,
Nice,
which I got the news that I did.
nice.
Yeah,
Congrats.
yeah. 2 weeks ago, Wednesday, got the news that I'm in remission. So hey, fellas, we won one. Now we're gonna
Yeah.
win a few more with this space.
We already stay winning.
Yeah, but you would be right. I can honestly say I got too much of my dad in me because he had that steely calm when things would stress him out, and when he did get stressed out, he turned into the Incredible Hulk and would launch a cuss fit. But the calm, I can honestly tell you, I got from pops. I got
I
that from
respect that. I
I
mean,
got
it's
that
just there's a
from.
time and place. I think that, especially in today's day and age, over the last like 40 years, with some of the egregious actions of women, like the story that you described,
Hmm.
there's a time and a place for number one. There's a time and a place for everything, and number two, if a woman is willing to do things like that, sometimes the expression of violence itself will actually um and this is going to sound messed up, get some act right, or
Yeah.
make her
Yes.
make yeah.
I'm still
You,
looking
you
for
ain't
that
get.
clip. I'm still looking for that. There's a clip where a woman was saying exactly that, where she said like she doesn't want a man to physically hit her, but just like at least grab her and shake her ass a little bit. And she said,
Mhm.
and that would make her like she that in a way
Man,
it's like a
that's a waste of
sexual
time.
dance. That's yeah. Have you ever heard a woman say, "I need a man to put me in that place"? They feel like
You know what?
that's
You
a
know
man
what, Miss
putting him in
Dial.
that place.
You know what, Miss Dials. Used to tell me. I would tell her all the time. As mad as I can get at you, I would never take it out on you. Immediately, her response was, I told her I can't get mad. I don't have that nature. It would take something to really piss me off.
At that moment, you fucked up.
You're right.
Because at that moment, in
I gave
her
her a
mind,
huge red button.
yep,
Then it had easy on it.
Yep.
I gave her a red button. She pushed the
You
shit
gave her
out
a
of.
green light.
Yeah, I
yeah,
did that. I did. I gave her both of. I mentioned the red button because of the Staples commercial.
Uh,
I gave her a big ass green light. Didn't realize at the time how bad I fucked up. Know it now.
or like I could treat this motherfucker anyway. He's still gonna stay here.
Hmm.
Dead.
it's like they need to, and this isn't for all women, but I would say in today's society, the vast majority, and this extends to all races at this point
Yep.
here in America, I would say that, you don't necessarily have to enact violence upon them, but you have to at least show that you're willing to. Because if you don't, they'll take advantage of that.
Yeah.
That's the saying I used to say in the space too when it comes to women. It's like if your girl makes you mad, you put her against the wall and you put a hole right next to the wall and you leave to just
Hmm.
give their impression that that could be your damn face. But because I'm
Yeah.
nice today, I'm gonna leave right now. So that way you get yourself together. Then you come back and then she will look at that and be like, oh shit. Okay, that's a levy I should not cross again.
Well, I'm glad I got the hell away when I did.
You did the
Well,
right thing. I mean,
yeah,
for the situation, you did
I
the right
didn't
thing. I
think
mean,
any of the and I don't understand PK the questions you were asking me, and I didn't think about any of them at the time. I didn't because I had two thoughts: fight or flight. I get the hell away. I keep everything that I've worked for. I fight, and my ass is in a jumpsuit, and neither of them are my color. Well, I can't say that now because blue is one of my colors because my wife loves the Indianapolis Colts. So
I don't know, man. They actually getting, pretty rainbow flag out here, man. In most prisons they got blue, they got red, they got
yeah,
green, they got
Oh,
orange, bro.
did you hear about the inmate that got the women pregnant?
no,
There's been a tons of situations like that,
I've
but
I've
not
heard a few
recently.
of
What are
those
you talking about?
stories. I've
Oh,
heard a
there
few of
was a
those.
story that recently, I think it's in UK. I was seeing it in a video this week. There was a guy who had like killed a whole bunch of people. He was going to trial for it, so he transitioned to a woman, and so they put him in a woman's prison, and
Oh
he got
wow,
like two women pregnant. And
epic.
so now they're saying that he should be in the men's prison now. And guess what he did? Guess what the guy did? He transitioned back to a man.
That'll make you choke.
I was like, really, really? So I guess that all that they are who they believe they are ain't all that true, is it? Oh, that shit was
Where
fucking.
is Dennis Green when you need him?
That shit was fucking.
They are who we thought they were.
Oh, I'm
Yep.
dying over here. Oh my god, that's hilarious.
So
Like I said, where's Dennis Green when you need him? But they are who we thought they were.
that shit was funny as hell to me. I was like,
Yeah,
that's
it
what
was.
y'all get. That's what y'all get.
I mean, like, so here's something that's crazy and that people don't often talk about when it comes to prisons, man. And this happens across most prisons, believe it or not, is that a lot of times, a lot of the what do you call them? CO, what are they called when they police the prison? What's that called? There's a word for it. I can't remember. But those people,
Correctional officer.
A CEO, a corrections officer.
okay, well, yeah, we'll go with that.
All right.
A lot of those
That's what
people,
he is.
I believe you. That's why we'll go with it. What I'm saying is, so a lot of times
No,
those
that's
women
it.
will end up
We'll
getting
stop with
down
that.
with the inmates, man. They'll
Yeah.
end up doing that, and it happens all across the United States. These stories don't break, but it happens quite frequently.
Mm-hmm. And Giogami, if a woman even threatens to call the cops, then you should leave.
Yeah, you got to go.
Because there's
That's
going
the
to be a
beat
point in
of
time where she said,
That's
like,
what
that.
if you don't leave,
that's
I'm going
what
to call the
Ms.
cops.
That's what Ms. Dials did to me. She told me I needed to get my stuff up or she'll call the cops.
I don't even play like that.
Yeah.
I mean, like you get one chance on that. Well,
Mhm.
two technically. You get the
Nah,
first warning, and if
nah,
you
you don't get a
actually
warning. Nah,
you get
fuck
a
that.
warning.
Nah, I
I mean,
don't.
because people can play, and so
Yeah.
I make
Let the
sure
ass
to
find
tell
out.
them.
Let the ass find out.
Well, yeah, I don't. I mean, like people will play and say all types of crazy shit, right? We say crazy shit to each other on here. So the thing is like I know people will make jokes.
Mm-hmm.
Women make jokes too. They try to sometimes, and it's just not funny. They don't always land. So the thing is like I'm gonna tell you once, don't play like that, and if you do it again, I'm out. And I say it pretty clearly, and I make it pretty
Yeah.
clear I'm serious.
The
Well,
reason
that's
why I say I don't give them a chance because that gives them a chance to try to, because you already know that has came out of their mouth before, and so for me
mm-hmm.
it's like
Mm-hmm.
you should know that as a black man, you calling the police on him, there's a good chance I could die, and so you playing around with that. I would never say someone like, man, I gotta kill your ass. Like I would never say that to a motherfucker because I know there's implications behind that.
Yep. Yep.
So if a woman is actually playing around like that, why would I want her around me?
That's what Ms. Dials did to me. I'm not calling her by her first name because the only Jody I know is the beautiful woman that I married. That's
Good
what Ms.
job.
Dials did to me. She said, "Come get your shit, or I'm calling the cops." So I drove from Glenview, Illinois, to LaPorte, Indiana, and then this bitch had the nerve to look at me and say, "I hope you understand why I'm doing this."
Hmm?
Well, I had nowhere to go. Fortunately,
Wait, hold on. She kicked you out of your place?
she gave me the boot.
Out of your place.
Out of my place.
You were paying the bills, bro. What? You actually you
No,
whipped for that?
At the time, I felt I didn't have a choice.
Wow,
you,
bruh.
you had a choice. You just didn't exercise it.
I didn't know what my choices were. Like I
You
said,
should have let her call the cops.
at the
Nah,
time,
when
there
she
was
said
so
that,
much going on. There was so much going on at the time. I didn't think about any of it, and I will say it honestly. I didn't think about any of it. All I thought was,
getting away.
yes,
That's
I
all.
feel you.
I mean,
I
I wouldn't have done it, but I mean,
there was
I
so much.
understand. I understand.
Yeah, there was so much I was thinking of at the time. And when a man gets abused, thought processes are out the window because
He
mine
get away.
came down to two choices: get the hell away or go to jail.
He
Yeah,
just
I
want-
don't know, man. I'm different, you know. I don't know.
No, I mean,
I
I'm
know
saying,
I'm different. I'm
but
not.
Yeah.
I mean, he was in a situation where he was so tired that he just wanted to get away. He just
I
say,
was-
sometimes, man, we would just say, you know what, fuck it. I don't give a fuck if I get a late fee or this or that, blah, blah, blah. I just want to get away. I just want this shit to be done with.
Also at that point in time, I hadn't slept well either.
I feel you.
I think
I don't know.
within the 3 days prior, I had gotten a grand total of 6 hours of sleep, and most of that was in my car.
I can't speak from any sort of experience because I've never been through anything similar to that in that sense. So I'm just saying what I think I would. I'm just, speculating on what I think I would do based on my
Yeah.
characteristics as a
Yeah,
person.
yeah.
So
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
like, dude, like I can't imagine. Like I would probably be in jail. I'm not going. I'm not going. Like you got to get your shit and get the fuck out, or I'll help you get out.
One
You
of the
know?
two.
The first night that she hit me in the new place, we were. Give me a moment. We were painting the room, and I was doing exactly what she told me. Okay, she was like, "Make sure you hit all the corners." Was hitting all the corners, no problem. And then I turned on a baseball game. It was the Cubs and the Mets in the National League Championship Series because I wanted to listen to something that would, keep me going. Because I was physically tired, I was emotionally tired, and I thought, okay, things are coming back around. Wrong. She turned the station, and I got fed up. I told her, look,
Did you join the slap a hole tribe or?
I nearly turned into Frank Thomas.
I don't know who that is, but
That's a
Big Hurt.
The Big Hurt. One of my favorite baseball slogans. What's your sport, PK? Do you watch any?
I don't
He
do
don't
it.
watch
I don't do
sports.
any
Oh, okay.
sports. Yeah.
I nearly turned into a linebacker. How about that?
Sounds good.
I nearly turned into Lawrence Taylor and tackled the bitch. But the only thought process was, if I tackle her, my ass is grass. And my ass is also in orange. I just went and calmly turned the station back to ESPN radio. And before I could turn around, the radio was coming at me.
Oh yeah, that bitch would have been gone then.
Yeah. I mean, there are certain things.
No, not that. No, fuck that.
No. I was saying there are certain things that justify, like, you don't have to get the fuck out. You done really fucked up.
Yeah.
And if you don't get the fuck out, it's linebacker time in this bitch.
Well, like I said, given where I was and who I was seeing, I wasn't taking that chance. I said, you know what? And she threw the radio at me. I caught it, gently put it down, and then she followed it up. And I looked at her. I said, you know what? I will keep my word that as mad as I can get at you, I won't take it out on you. But since you hit me, I'm leaving.
Oh, no.
So I grabbed my jacket, which she ruined. It was a varsity jacket that had my company logo on it. And she pushed me into a wall that was freshly painted.
You know what?
Are you better than me? I would have brought her upstairs,
You know what?
pushed her down the stairs, and then called the EMS and be like, "Hey, man, my wife fell down the stairs. I don't know."
Right.
This
Or
is
your girlfriend. Sorry, your
this
girlfriend.
is where I say, guys, about the standard part, because this was an escalation of events that happened.
Yeah,
to where she
it
thought
was.
that she did little stuff to piss you off, and you didn't react, and so she did more, and then she did more, and then she do more, and then it
It's
got to
like
the point
PK.
where it got physical to the
It's like
point.
PK correct. It's like PK correctly said. I gave her the green light.
Yeah.
I gave her the green light. Did I know it at the time? No.
Well, that was me, but
Well, I know it.
Yeah, yeah,
Well,
you
I know
said
it
that.
now. But I
yeah,
got my jacket, I got my keys, and I walked out the door. And she chased me and said, "We're going to talk about this." I didn't lay a
Says
finger
who?
on her. I didn't lay a finger on her. I just got in my car and drove.
yeah.
I got.
Once the first thing I see as far as like physical violence, because even my ex, as soon as she started like trying to put her fingers in my face, what are you gonna do? I said, you know what,
Mhm,
I'm done. Because
mhm.
I'm not gonna go down this path with you because it's gonna end up bad for me.
I took heed and got the hell away, and I stayed away for like 3 full days. I got a hotel in Chicago because the guy I was staying with at the time, I did rough him up, but he kept pushing my buttons also. And I went to his place, thought I'd be able to crash. Nope. He came in talking shit, so I gave him a clothesline from hell and walked off.
Yeah.
I
Well,
got tired. I got tired of being taken advantage of. I got tired of being hit because he my old roommate was, to say the least, stupid and weird. And I would tell him, he had this Napoleon complex. I
You
tell him,
sure
look,
do.
don't put your hands on me because I didn't threaten you. I didn't put my hands on you. But since you put your hands on me, if you don't want me to retaliate, you won't do it again. And one night his brother came in. They got in a fight. I couldn't sleep, and I had to drive to Triton, Indiana for basketball state tournament games.
Brian, can I ask you something?
Yes.
How much you weigh, bruh?
Right now, 235,
How much did you weigh back then?
360.
Bruh. You know
Definitely.
your size is actually an intimidating factor for people. So you can actually use that to your advantage, or you could be a devil or you could be an angel. I would say walk the line, walk the tightrope.
Yeah. Yeah.
Your
He's
size, uh-huh.
he's the gentle giant, man.
It's like I said, I got a lot
Well,
from
that's what I'm
Pops.
saying. Like at your size, you ain't even gotta fight.
Right. I got a lot from Pops about being calm and being focused. But
You could just throw
that
out
one night,
idle threats and people will be shook if you
uh,
if you
that's,
say it in the right way.
I told the old roommate, like, put your hands on me again and I'll drop you with a stone cold stunner. He didn't believe me. So I
Well,
kept my
you
word.
6'5", grab him by the shirt, yoke
Yeah,
him up, or
like I said,
then tell him. Make sure you get close to the face. Then tell him. See
I,
if he does something. If he does something, then you give him the stone cold soda. Like I said, man, you 6'5", bro. You ain't no small. You not like my size. So I mean, like it's gonna
right.
be different for you. You would intimidate me. 6'5".
Where do you, PK, where do you live?
I stay in Indiana.
What part?
I stay in Fort Wayne.
Fort Wayne. Fort Wayne. Home
Yep.
of the Mastodons, IPFW Mastodons.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm toward Cincinnati in southern Indiana.
Oh,
There's
okay.
a there's an off chance I may be covering the combine this coming week up at Lucas Oil. See what happens. But yeah, man, I'm so happy to have met the person I've met, and we're making plans. That's why I put the GoFundMe up in the back chat. We're making plans to take our asses west. I mean, for a while, the plan was to go back to North Carolina, but then Jody and I started talking, and she said, there's something pulling me out west to Arizona. And I started thinking about it. And I'm like, Arizona, new territory, new broadcast clients. And finally, one night I woke her up and I said, babe, fuck it. Let's go to Arizona. And she says, what part? I said, I got to have a little bit of the city because I'm a city boy. And she immediately looked at me and she said, what part? Phoenix or Tucson?
Bro, y'all got cities in Indiana?
a,
Bro, pause. Like I didn't know.
sign of,
It's news to me.
a sign of Indianapolis.
Like Like, yeah, that's the only city I know of. Like,
But
okay.
yeah, when she when and she's understood me, and I said, "Baby, let's go to Phoenix. Let's go to the Phoenix area. Phoenix, Chandler, Tempe." So we're making plans to get the fuck up out of here.
Why?
Like,
Can I ask you why?
hold on to your seats.
I got you.
Mhm.
I posted this was the last straw. I posted my GoFundMe on my Facebook page. And as Jody came to me, the mistake I made was I put a time limit behind it of 100 days. Father-in-law found it and bitched at Jody.
I don't understand. So what does that have to do with you moving the hairs on?
He's fixing up the house that we're living in,
Mhm.
and he had heard us talk about moving. He didn't think we were serious.
Oh, too bad for him.
So when he found that and Jody came to me, I said, "Baby, you know what? That's it. There's nothing for us here. The in-laws basically have turned against us because of the way they treat Jody and me, and they do it to me with their with their silence. They have absolutely no balls to come to me or talk to me about anything that concerns them about me. I mean, Jody told me that they like me because of the way that I treat her with respect, and we're goofing around and we're laughing and all that kind of stuff, which I think has triggered a jealousy bug. Part one. Part two, because I'm through cancer, they think I'm just physically well to go back to work.
Yeah, y'all. One thing I noticed about living up here, man, is y'all Northerners are different, bro.
Mm,
Y'all kind of different because y'all have this sort of like, how do I put this?
say it real, man.
Puritanical work ethic. Like it seems like you motherfuckers, not you, but in general in this
Mhm.
area, like y'all just really want people to work even when they sick type shit.
That's what
We
this.
don't do that. We don't really do a whole lot of like it happens down south, but not to the same degree as up here, bro. Like people are pressing you about like staying on top of, doing work, and it's just crazy.
Here's one. Here's one of the things that really got to me. Um,
I got a neighbor who is a disabled military veteran, and people ask him about what he's doing. I'm like, bruh.
I can't get disability for nothing. I cannot get disability. Her father-in-law seems to think that because I have beaten cancer, that I'm physically well enough to go back to work. Never mind the fatigue. Never mind the fact I got a few bowel issues I'm still tackling. Never mind the fact, well, I mentioned the fatigue already. Never mind the fact that I can only sit up in spurts here in my office. Never mind any of that. Never mind any of that. She explained it to Jody explained it to me tonight. He has a heart attack and aneurysm, and then he's right back at the skating rink working.
Man, yeah. So
Jody,
yeah, there's a guy that I work with right now who actually I don't know him. He's just someone who works at the same place that I work at, sort of type of
right,
thing.
right.
And this motherfucker went in, had heart surgery, but
Mhm.
then has to wear a fucking vest with a defibrillator on it. And this motherfucker is still working. And I'm like, bruh, like if
I've
you
seen that.
fucking
I've
have an
seen that.
Yeah,
issue,
Bro. Hey,
Yeah,
you are
really.
putting other people at
at
risk.
Risk,
risk.
yeah.
Thank you.
I've
I, I
seen it.
I got suckered by my brother-in-law because I'm guessing my mother and father-in-law complained to him that I wasn't working, that I was sleeping all the time, and I had just come off oral chemotherapy, and I'm still dealing with the last bit of fuzz from that. So I'm guessing they went to him and said, "You convince him to get a job." Man, do you know this motherfucker came to me and used the phrase, "I know you would do anything for Jody." I nearly turned into Mike Tyson that afternoon.
Like, yeah, what of it?
I nearly turned into a combination of Lawrence Taylor, Mike Tyson, and any other hard-hitting linebacker, Ray Lewis, I could think of.
I'm a confrontational type of person when people get to talking wild. I actually ask people. I'm mindful of who I do that with, because like I said, I'm not stupid. I'm not out here trying to
Right.
pick fights with people who are 6'5", 300 something pounds. I ain't stupid, you know. But if someone says that and they within my general categories of where I think I can get with physically, like
Mhm.
I ask them, like, what the fuck do you mean by that? What you trying to
Yeah.
say?
Yeah. I like I said, except for Jody and my children, I know I'm outnumbered. So I'm like, okay, you know what? Fuck this. I'll do it, but if something flares up, I'm gone. No explanation, no nothing. After the first, and it was a hotel job too, front desk. After the first day at the hotel, I brought a chair up to the desk because my left side flared up. That's where I had the cancer, and that's where the tumor was.
Makes perfect sense.
My left side flared up. I said, you know what? I got to sit down, and I don't want to sit out in the lounge area when I'm supposed to be at the front desk. Like, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do this. One of the bitches there at the hotel took my chair away when I went to the bathroom.
No.
Man, I gotta say, good evening to everyone.
Good evening, good evening, good evening.
I gotta tell you that the big difference about America and a lot of other countries is that Americans like to see you work and suffer for what you're working for. But if you go to any other country, bro, the people at the cashiers, at the whatever the Trader Joe's version of in Peru, France,
Yeah.
Morocco,
Mhm.
they have a little stool. And they'll be sitting there. They'll ring you up. They'll move the stuff down the beltway. This just at the grocery store, right?
Yeah.
And they'll get it to the bagger. The bagger will have something that they'll be able to sit on or stand on, like a little stepping stool or something like that, because they know you're gonna jump to attention, because they know they want to keep their employees happy. It's a sad thing when they can be like, "Well, I mean, this guy's cancer. He'll bounce back from this. He doesn't need additional help. He's good.
I mean,
He's strong."
because even
God
like,
damn, that's what they were thinking.
Because
Yeah.
I know even in like at certain jobs they'll say like, okay, you have to accommodate the person if they're working. If they're going through something, at least give them a chair or you do something to accommodate the best you can with the job they have.
Well,
for you to just someone has to come off cancer and just have to sit out there and stand like everybody else is working. I'm like, nah, fuck that.
And I told them I told TJ when I did my interview, I told her, look, I'm battling pancreatic cancer right now, so I'm going to get fatigued. I cannot stand for long periods of time. There would be points where I would be asked if I could, sit down for a couple of minutes. And she said, sure, you can steal a couple of minutes.
That's where you have to get. Man,
disrespectful.
That's where you have to get like a doctor's note to say
Nah,
that this
fuck
person.
all that.
No.
I got one, but I got one, but I did it for me, and my care at the time was with the Duke Hospital in Durham, North Carolina.
And it's one of the best cancer research centers in the country.
Not after they told my wife prepare me for a casket because they couldn't operate on a tumor.
Get the fuck out of here.
Fuck them. Folks, I am dead serious when I say this. November 29th, 2021, we left a few days early. Drove down to Durham, North Carolina, enjoyed football that weekend, got a hotel, crashed a couple of days, and then the morning of the 29th, that Monday, drove into Duke Hospital. Excuse me. I'm trying not to cry. Drove into Duke Hospital. They did a scan on me. And they basically said nothing has changed. They threw the option of an operation. And I'm like, fuck yeah, let's do this shit. They looked my wife in the eyes and told her, get your affairs in order.
They probably
And
they probably looked at your insurance and said, "Oh, it won't cover this." I'm telling you, they probably could have operated on that.
I look, I know that because I was crying all the way back on the drive back from Durham. And then the in-laws kept piling on. I was tired, I was fatigued, and I would do my morning show and I'd go to sleep because I was bushed.
Yeah.
And
that's what happens, man.
I get no, except for Jody and my children and my grandchildren, my children through marriage, no support whatsoever. None. I mean, mother-in-law would come up and are you sleeping again? Yes, because I'm beat. I think there was one morning I fell out of bed. I was so weak I couldn't get up. Well, this is post-surgery. I couldn't get up.
Yeah.
I had to text my daughter, and she came flying in, and she helped me get back in bed. There are days when I do my morning show, and I know I got a ton of editing to do. More now since my show is going to be on a station via replay in Atlanta. Then I know I have a lot of editing to do. But now, if I'm tired, I go to sleep. But after that, after that incident right there, where they looked my wife in the eyes and told her to get her affairs in order, and told me that the tumor was inoperable, cried all the way back. Thank God we made contact with Franciscan Healthcare in Columbus, which is where we were living at the time. Dr. Raghunath made a phone call, and 48 hours later, Dr. Attila Nakib said, come see me in Indianapolis. We did. He drew some diagrams, and he looked me in the eye, and we said, we'll get this motherfucker.
So I'm gonna give you a thing that you may or may not have spoke to the doctor about, but it's important to know.
Mm-hmm.
There are a couple of things that pancreatic cancer can do to you that you ought to probably check in with your doctor about. And it's some of your other, just basically in general, your other organs could have actually suffered some negative effects because of the cancer.
Because there's a lot of glands that get affected by it because the pancreas produces a lot of that. I mean,
there were some organs also removed. It was a long, what they call it, a Whipple. It was a long surgery.
Yeah, they got to redirect a lot of stuff like that.
Long surgery because the pancreas is gone, the spleen is gone.
Yeah.
And there are 3 other organs. My daughter and my wife got 2, and I was too messed up and too tired.
Like bile ducts and stuff like that.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of stuff that goes into, like, you're basically a different type of human being now.
I can't eat the one thing I joke about with Jody, I can't eat everything in sight now.
Yeah.
Because it weighs
cheeseburger might fuck you up for like 2 days.
Listen, man.
Yeah.
I've cheated with junk food, and I've paid for it.
Yeah.
I've paid for. I think also now I've discovered I'm lactose intolerant.
I mean, most black people are.
I've discovered
after the age of like 6 or so, we're just not supposed to have as much milk. I mean, you can have it, but like it's not that much. I mean, especially without the bile ducts and everything.
Yeah.
It's a wrap.
Yeah, Jody and I talked about it today, and we both were like, I think I'm lactose intolerant. And I think I am too. Because I had some ice cream earlier and went right through me.
Yeah.
I had some milk with some donuts earlier. Zip.
You know what you do? You get the best ice cream that you could find and have like 2 or 3 scoops. Don't waste your time on like the cheap shit.
Right.
Best ice cream and get like, you know what I mean? Like, make those bites, make it worth it.
Make it worth it. Exactly.
Because don't take whole bites, take quarter bites.
Hey, first of all, fuck y'all. I'm gonna take a whole bite. Fuck that.
Shut up, Park. No.
Hey, look, that's the reason why I have 2-ply.
You stupid.
I mean, look,
but at the same time, I know I'm changing my eating habits, and Jody's helping me change my eating habits.
You're figuring it out. You're
Yeah,
figuring it out.
we're
Like,
figuring it out. I go to
there's,
Starbucks now. I go to Starbucks now and sit through the day. I don't have coffee. I have tea.
Yeah,
I
that's
have
what
I have
you
I
have a
have
different
to,
life
I
now.
have to give up. I had to give up coffee, and part of it part of me was glad. The other part pissed me off
Because it doesn't matter
because
man, coffee and a cigarette is like the best thing in the world.
Yeah, but
man,
don't do,
It is
but
like
don't do, yeah, but
like
because of
it is
his,
one of the because
don't do
all right,
that,
there's
don't
a
do that, don't do that, Jules.
go ahead.
Jules,
No,
Don't
Jules,
do that, don't do that, Jules.
Jules, Jules, let me-
Brian, don't do drugs.
I'm
my
not.
I'm
I'm not.
telling you, one of my favorite memories when I was 21,
Yeah.
I was in an exchange program in southern France, and I was sitting in this cafe,
Mm-hmm.
and it was overlooking the Pyrenees, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I had a big cup of black coffee, and they make coffee really good
Yes.
outside of America. Like you think
Right.
like
Is it
pretty
the
much
shit
Europe
coffee?
on down to to South Africa, they make
Mhm.
coffee perfectly. And I
Yeah.
was sitting there looking at the mountains, had my coffee, had these like weird French cigarettes, and I was having a couple of drags, sipping the coffee. And the waitress came up, was like, "Would you like another one?" I was like,
You say it's weird, like
"One
goddamn.
more."
What did it have? Like, what was it like?
It
Crumpled up
was
or something? Like, what was going
no,
on with
it was just like it
it?
was like a perfect moment with
You
like a
stupid
great
piece
cup
of
of coffee. Like
Yeah.
most people in America just drink shit that tastes like Sanka, just
Mm.
freeze dried crap, and you just throw a bunch of sugar in it to make it not taste like crap. Like get a good cup of coffee or like a good whiskey, you know what I mean? Like that type of stuff.
Yep.
It's very valuable. Like it adds something to it.
You know what? You
when I
know what
was
could
in
add the
Durham,
same effect, Jules?
What's up?
Watch your woman cook dinner for you
That is true. That is true.
while you
What-
drinking your coffee. Like, yeah, go ahead, fix that, baby.
Yeah.
you
Well,
know,
normally,
uh,
for me, it's normally breakfast.
yeah, it's
Give it a little
you
smack
know,
in the butt and just like
you know
thank you. I
something.
love you shaking those eggs up.
You know something. I wasn't until 2017. I wasn't a hot coffee drinker.
Mm.
I drank iced coffee like a motherfucker. Thank
I
you,
can see that.
Dunkin' Donuts, because I was in Chicago.
Did it the right way.
Yeah, I was in Chicago. I went by Dunkin' Donuts at the train station in 95th Street, and they waved me in because they know I'm a sucker for donuts.
Mm.
They gave me a free donut, and they said, "Would you like to try some iced coffee?" No, thank you. I don't drink coffee. And just as I'm about to walk out, I hear we could put chocolate in it and make it a mocha.
Mm-hmm. That's how they get you.
You could do what? We could put chocolate in it. Give me a big one. What the fuck did I do that for?
It was good though.
It was
good.
Hey, it not only was it good, by the time I reached 55th Street, it was gone.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Escaping sugar is the best thing you could do when it comes to like anything that you're gonna drink, especially drink. Like I wound up getting I got away from sugar in my coffee. I'd use like ginger and cinnamon because it gives you that same tingle on your tongue that you don't realize, and it gives you a good flavor to it. Because a lot of coffees are bitter,
right?
But if you get that just right, you won't get that extra spike for like insulin and all this other stuff that'll like mess you up.
I've had to, and me being a type 2 diabetic, which is the next thing I was going to defeat.
Yeah,
I've had to be careful.
I'm envious of people who can't taste and can taste very well. My shit is super mid. Like I mean, like it's super mid. Like if I drink or eat something, it's like I can kind of taste this okay, but it's like I don't have an extreme sense. Like my senses in terms of like taste and smell are just shot, bro. They're not that good.
Man,
but you just have to like retrain them and like enjoy the thing, make the things that are good for you really good, right? Like because
wait a minute, when we moved into this house here in Scipio, you know the first thing my father-in-law got me for a birthday present, a coffee maker.
There you go. You can still make tea in it. You can make.
I know that. I know that now. So I brew a lot of tea.
Yeah.
He bought me a coffee. He got me a coffee maker,
You
And
can get
on
loose
top
leaf
of that,
teas that are fantastic, though.
say again.
You can get loose leaf teas that are
Yes.
fantastic,
Yes.
and they'll taste better than anything you could. They'll taste like the richest version of anything you've ever tasted.
All
Oh
right,
yeah.
but let's check. Let's check. I need to check for
I'm telling you,
posterity.
man. You could,
Cold tea, or hot tea? Go.
Both. I go both.
you
And
could,
That's
yeah, you could do
illegal. That's
either, but I
illegal.
like.
That's illegal too.
Hot tea for the winter, cold tea during the summer.
for
I mean, I
me,
like a hot
for
tea,
me being
but
a
I like it.
broadcaster, I do both.
Yeah,
That's
but
illegal.
you-
Choose. You got to make a choice. Gun to your head.
I can't.
You
I
got
mean,
to
it's
make a
really
choice.
hot
Gun to your
tea,
head.
and then
I will
you
make.
can
I
make a
will tell
picture
you.
of
Yo,
PK,
this is
I
a
will
weird.
tell you.
You know what? This is a weird ass. This is a weird. You were talking about tea and coffee.
PK, I will tell you why. I will tell you why I can't make a choice. I have a pattern that I use on game night when I have
Holding
to
your
do a game.
family hostage. Gun to your head. All and everyone.
Mix
No,
them
I
together.
mean-
Hot or cold.
Mix them together, and I throw the motherfucker out. That's what I do.
I mean, one of the things that
Quit
the
fucking with
broader-
me, PK.
Lukewarm.
One of the things that the broader manosphere stuff has is a lot of guys who have a lot of interests. I mean,
Yeah.
a lot of guys know shit about like, wine and tea and coffee and
Right.
stuff like that. Because
Right.
those things do make up a huge amount of like agriculture, production,
Mhm.
marketing, like sales. Like there's a lot of stuff that goes into selling those type of products.
Well, that's what we're gonna do when we get out to Arizona. Is
Yeah.
like build a greenhouse. We're gonna hunt some property. We're gonna rent a place for a year.
You
and a
could make
half.
some good wines out there.
Yeah.
Like
And-
it's a very narrow, but just because of the weather type. But
Right.
you could definitely
Right.
do it.
Well, speaking of
P-
weather,
well, PK, let me tell you why I couldn't make a choice with the teas.
no, it's the wrong answer. The only correct answer here is hot tea. I'm sorry.
Well, you gotta
hot
hit
I
it.
hate to break it.
Okay,
to you.
here's why I say both. I drink the cold tea to like get my throat wet and ready, but I have the hot tea
Pause.
during the game. When
Pause. All right, we good. We good. All right, we good.
That's just been my pattern though. But I will tell this story. One night when I was doing Marquette Catholic up in Michigan City, I had a doubleheader in two different spots. I had the boys at Fort Wayne Lures, and I had the girls up in Michigan City at home against St. Ignatius.
So hot tea, right?
Both trips.
Mm.
I mean, I had a supersized jug too, and I made sure when I drove in from LaPorte to Michigan City that it was hot and ready to go, which it was. I did the game in Fort Wayne. I had my voice. I drank my tea. Got some lunch for the ride back. I snored all the way back up to Michigan City. Tony, the athletic director, was keeping me abreast on how much time was on the clock, the clock for warm-ups and everything. And I'm thinking, okay, I'm going to race in. I'm going to get set up and I'm going to pick the game up in progress. No, we got back with plenty of time. Except when tip-off happened, I didn't have my voice.
I'm of the opinion that cold tea is just water. And people are just trying to make it out to be something else. Like,
I mean, you're supposed
like
to make
until
it cold
you
tea.
add sugar and other stuff, it's no good.
Get the loose leaf, make hot tea, and let it cool, and then put it in a vessel that you can get really cold. That's how you're really supposed to do it.
I mean this
playfully.
Playfully to PK because he's picking on me for my love of cold tea. I hate your ass right now.
I mean, it's not like.
But I understand but I do understand where you're coming from. That's just
jokes. I'm not serious.
I know. See, that's what we do here in the Manosphere. We joke around, we pick on each other, and we have fun doing it. That's just my game day pattern.
And more than that,
for
like I got
that's just my game day pattern because lately my game day pattern has been to have like nothing but hot tea. Especially when I go pregame to post. For football, that's 3.5 hours. For basketball, that's 2.5 to 3 hours, and for baseball, that's 3.5 hours.
Especially winter in the Midwest, that's brutal.
It's brutal.
That's brutal. I lived in what's the suburb? But this is a suburb above Indianapolis, and I lived there for about a year. And I wound up. Fisher something.
Fisher. Okay.
Is that
I know
it?
where that is.
Right. And I used to
Yeah.
go between there and Ohio and then Kentucky, and I would do a bunch of like construction stuff.
Yeah.
The roads are well maintained enough, but the
Yeah.
weather is brutal.
The
And
weather
then
is
all you have to do is you got to drink hot liquids or a lot of liquor just to be able to make it.
Or
through.
both.
Yeah.
Or
Why
both.
not both?
I drove.
Yeah. Or both.
Listen,
Yeah.
It's always
I
both.
drove.
But if you want to go to like this is when I was like 20 and young and good looking. But like this is when you get like
Hey, pause! Don't lie.
No.
Pause.
Man,
I would show
Jules,
Jules, you had that fugly situation going on, didn't you?
No. Look, I do okay, right? But I would show
Oh
up to these.
my
I would,
The
Lord.
lies.
man,
The
I would be
lies that are being told that no, let me stop.
bruh, I'm not lying. I would show
Hey.
up to these, like, diners,
The internet says
I show up to a diner in like Forksville, Nowheresville,
He said
Ohio, and
force.
then you get invited to a farm party, and all of a
Oh
sudden people are like,
no.
hey,
the
let's have a good
internet.
time.
The internet says if you're in the manosphere,
Yeah.
like you're an incel and you get no bitches and you're ugly,
Bullshit.
bro. I'm sorry, bro. Like
Bullshit.
disqualify immediately.
Look, I'm gonna say this: the Black Manosphere has the greatest slander team against it in the world. Like that's like there's so much slander against people here. Well, I can be like, look at Charles Faulkner's biceps.
Yes.
Just look at that, man. That dude was a physical specimen at 40 years old.
Yep.
But yeah,
and he's doing this shit.
Yeah, but he still keeps running the matter from you. I just don't understand why.
Well, he's busy right now. He got to patrol those Baltimore streets in his favorite street. With them lady boys. So
Oh boy.
Come on.
Oh boy.
Don't talk bad on me.
Oh boy. Now how did I? And I just met PK tonight, but how did I know that joke was coming?
Fine young man.
It was. I tell y'all a funny story though. When I was up here on the panel once, BGS was up. It was on Charles's channel. BGS was up. Faulkner was up. My wife had just come home from work. I didn't have my green screen up, but I always like turn my camera off on these panels. My wife, bless her heart, yelled out loud, "Hey, don't show my dirty ass house." Every guy in the chat fucking lost it. And BGS came back with the question of, does she have a little black in her or is it just me?
At night she does.
I fell out of my chair laughing.
Yeah.
But that's just how goofy my wife is and how much I love her dearly. And that's how people like to make a point misconstrue us. Because they see us and they're like, oh, he's just with her for her money or she's with him for this. And we're like, no, we actually love each other, stupid.
I mean,
Yeah,
romantic
that's
love, and this is something that people get misconstrued. And I think it's because a lot of people have extreme loyalties to race, at least in the Black manosphere and in general. Like people don't admit it to themselves. Like some people are extremely loyal to race concepts.
It's a human thing. It really is.
To some extent, it is, but there's more to it than that.
Yeah,
There's
it breaks
more to
across in different contexts.
Yeah.
So I would say that like romantic love in its truest sense, it doesn't have any borders of color constraints.
It doesn't. It really doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
Because like I mean, like I've had women. God, I remember the last time that a girl pursued me was I was at a party with a friend of mine who I did some contracting work.
Jules, what's it with you and parties?
He's just a party man. Like that's
no. I mean, it's like a house party. Friends bought a place.
Okay.
They got a nice new place out in like I guess like an up and coming sub.
He had a party.
Yeah.
No, but like this, this girl knows. I'll tell you this: like having girls who are friends who are really good at what they do is great. Like you don't want If you're gonna have girls who are friends, they gotta be productive. They gotta be like on their shit.
They gotta be
Luckily,
actual
I have
friends.
Absolutely.
No, I mean like not just friends, because like, look, I can go and eat like a sandwich with anyone, but if I got girls who are friends and they are productive in the business environment,
Right.
fantastic. But this girl, she's like dynamite in the public relations, marketing, digital content. Like she knows her shit. She's worked for big publications. Anyways, was at her party having a couple drinks. At the bonfire, chilling out, drinking whiskey. I have some whiskey on my lips. I'm talking to this girl who's right next to me. Girl's nice. And she's like, "Oh, what are you drinking?" And I was like, "Oh, just this scotch that's from whatever. I don't know. Kelly gave it to me, whatever."
Yeah.
And she's like, "Oh, let me taste it." And I was like, "All right, here's my glass." She kissed me instead of drinking from my glass. And she was like, "Oh, that tastes great."
Oh, she flirted.
You got
exactly. She was flirting with me, and
that's not a friend though.
No. This is not my friend. The friend's friend. The friend's friend. That's who I met, and then we had a nice encounter, and it was
okay.
It was a good 4 months that we were together, had a good time. She's one of these chicks who's not interested in having kids or relationship outside of
that scenario you just told me that could happen with any chick.
It could.
But what you were talking about, like the chick had to be like on her piece of kids. That's why I'm trying to say, like, okay.
No. But this girl has like a lot of stuff going that she doesn't want to ruin with like a relationship. She doesn't want the drama of a relationship, and I just said that's fine with me.
Okay.
Meanwhile, my whole thing is I'm not.
Okay, but my whole concept is like the only good female friend is a female that you don't want to fuck. She don't want to fuck you.
Oh yeah, man.
But the thing is that she looks out for you. You look out for her. And
all right, I'll give you one. I'll give you one.
She's kind of like the boys.
All right,
I'll give you one.
Where like you say like, yo,
you know what? All right, you just.
I'll give you a good one.
Hold on.
Oh, please, go ahead.
Okay.
You know, she's kind of like the boys. Like, if you're saying like, yo, you got any friends? Like, oh, okay, I'll hook you up, just like your friends would. Your friends would go out with you, try to get you some bitches. What? She's got to be one of them. Because a lot. And I had this conversation with PK before. A lot of females are only in it so they can get something out of you. Once they can't get nothing out of you, then they don't want to be friends anymore. They start making excuses why they can't hang out. And those are the females that you know for a fact they're not friends. They're just leeches.
I'm going to say this very explicitly in general.
Okay, do you mind if I jump in real quick?
Go for it.
I do have a friend that I confirmed today. I did get a contract from her. She pushes contracts to me. We've known each other since undergrad. And she pushed a contract towards me because she knows me. We've been good friends since then. We'll have like we'll go out for like a drink every few months or so. Good girl, smart girl. Like she's got credentials out the ass. Like, you think of anything in the finance world, series this, CS this, all this stuff. She puts a contract to me yesterday technically. But it's going to be worth 6 figures for me for the next year. That's a friend that I have no sexual interest in. There's friends who can provide me with sexual access. There's friends who can provide me with financial access. There's different things. Those aren't
friends.
No,
so
we're friends.
I think let me be clear when I say this, because I think that we muddy the waters.
Yeah.
When we start to talk about what a friend is, when we start to say our friend gives us ass, like, yo, dog, that's not a friend.
Yeah, but I don't sleep with my friends.
That's what you just said.
No. I said my friend provided me access to a woman who was interested in me.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
That was the first.
I misunderstood.
The second one is another friend provided me with a contract that could add to my LLC that I could earn money through.
Okay,
there's a difference. Women who are my friends, I do not.
I'll put it to you like this, Jules.
That activity.
Could you call your female friends at 3:00 in the morning and say, "Hey, I got a flat tire. Can you come get me?"
I would never call my female friends to fix
me.
Just
answer the question.
To come and get me. To come and get me. Yes. To come and get me. Yes.
And would they do that?
They would either do that or pay.
Yeah.
They would pay for me to get like a hotel in a nearby town.
All right, so let me lay this out because I wanted to earlier before you got in. I was going to say that, I'm of the opinion that female friends, in the way that we see it when it comes to gender dynamics
Mhm.
are very rare.
Yeah.
They're
Yes.
very rare. They're
I mean, not
extremely rare.
very, not extremely rare, but they
Yeah,
are rare. They are
extremely
rare.
rare.
Yes, they
Rare
are.
to the
They
point
are rare.
of we're talking about a 95 percentile range of how rare it is.
I think
That
that's
it's
I think
not
that's
it's
accurate.
not
Yeah.
it's not normal.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I don't think for most men they can conceptualize females in the friend category unless it's described as art put it in it and there also has to be it's contingent upon whether or not there's attraction uh either by way of the man or woman because
All
if
right.
there's
I'll tell you
attraction
this.
there or there's sexual interest there
Mhm.
can be no friendship.
I'll tell you
It
Right.
this.
cannot happen.
I agree with that, but I'll say this: women that I'm attracted to, I'm not gonna be friends with you. Women I am attracted to, I'm not gonna be friends with you. Right? Most of my friends who I have these arrangements with, I'm not attracted to them, and I get things out of them. So
Yeah.
I can get
Yeah.
access to
It
their
sounds like
friends who
it sounds
are
like a symbiotic relationship.
Right.
exactly. There's
Well,
reciprocity to that.
well,
They get
Yeah,
things
well.
that's
out of me
healthy. That's
too.
fine.
That's
They
a
get
healthy
things out of me
relationship.
too, which is great. Like there's a lot of things I can do for them, but there's a lot of things they can do for me too. And that's where I think I have a win when it comes to this type of stuff. And I don't have friends who are scrubs. That's a
Right.
big thing. Like, man, if you have a woman who's a friend who's a scrub, that is going to be the biggest pain in your ass in the world because she's going to be
Ooh,
begging and
interesting.
begging and begging. Like, man, when
Oh,
they
What?
talk
wait a
about
minute,
that,
Jules. Jules.
what's up,
Jules. Don't talk about TLC like that.
Ouch.
bro?
Shots
TLC was making
fired.
50K a year.
Yeah.
A lot of women in America are making like half of that. Like,
Yeah.
I'm telling you, like, these are girls who are smart, they're capable, they got the, they got. I'll put it this way: they have guys who I'm glad that I'm like I like their dude. I get along with their dude better than
Pause.
them half the time. No, they got a husband or a boyfriend or something. I'm like, they picked a good dude. They got a good situation. Like they got like advanced degrees, certifications, all that stuff. It's good to be around them. They're not an albatross. It's a big difference with that versus like a chick who just wants you to like raise them up. And I'm not gonna do
Nah,
that.
there's a difference between the chick that just wants you to pay for every meal you can't go out.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's not a
That's
friend.
that's not a friend,
That's
no,
not a friend.
and
that's
that's
a
why
remora. That's a
I tell.
remora.
Nah, it is a
See,
parasite.
Correct.
Yeah, that's a
Mhm.
remora is a type of parasite. That's what I'm saying. Like that is the worst type of thing. I like a reciprocal relationship.
Well, that's the only way. I would keep on pressing this.
All
I'm
friends should be
actually
reciprocal.
correct. I'm one of the people, or the main person, at least in this space, that basically said the only way to have a healthy relationship in the general sense is through reciprocity.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's the only way to do it. Any other dynamic of a relationship is unhealthy. All of them, every single
Yeah.
last one of them.
Yeah.
Parasitic or abusive. Or figure something else out. But yeah, you're right about that.
Yeah, because it's the worst thing you could be is be a, like what Patrice just says, be a time hoe. You're
Mm.
wasting my time.
Mhm.
Why am I here?
ARC got it too.
Why am
Yeah.
I here? Yeah, exactly.
Why am I here? Just for you to complain about me to me about your boyfriend? That's it. That's the only time you call me. I had to get on a friend about that. Like the only time he'll call me is to complain. I'm like, so I asked him like, so is this what I'm good for you? Just to complain to?
Yeah.
You don't call me to see how I'm doing. We don't call just to shoot the shit. The only time you call me is about complaining. And he had to stop for a second and think
Because
about
girls
that.
don't do that like that. They don't do that like that. They
Yeah,
want to
this is a
extract
guy.
something out of you, though.
This is a guy though.
Okay. Okay.
Oh boy.
Yeah, so
It
I mean,
happens. It happens to women too.
yeah, I mean,
It
guys,
does.
That's
guys,
true.
guys
That is
will
true.
do it to you
That's
too.
very true.
It doesn't even matter if it's a female or not. When if you're dealing with anybody, I don't care if it's a male or female, that if you have to get something out of that relationship, and they have to get something out of that relationship, in order for that to work, and so you don't feel like you're being used. Because one of the things I hate in my fucking life is feel like I am being used. I
Yeah.
hate that shit.
Yeah.
Like I
I
said, the
mean,
only way to
everyone.
express a healthy relationship is through reciprocity, man.
Yeah.
Like
Mhm.
so you have to be engaged as much as the other person is engaged. And if at any point that isn't the case, then unfortunately something's wrong there and it needs to be remedied. If it's not remedied, then the relationship will fail. There's no way. There's no way to have a healthy relationship outside of that context. Just cannot be done. If you
No.
have a dependent relationship or a codependent relationship or a parasitic relationship or any other style of relationship, they are not healthy. You're doing it wrong. You need to
Yeah.
rethink that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
Been there,
I'm
done that.
happy. I'm happy with the one that found me and I her,
And y'all are having
because
a good time. Y'all are enjoying their lives together.
man, listen, if I didn't find Jody, I just thought it was over. I was on the tip of that cliff.
I'll be right back, guys.
All right.
Right. I was on the tip of that cliff, and I was gonna step over it and not come back. And June of 2018, online, I met Jody K, who
That's
I
when the
affectionately
craziness.
call Dr. K. And we talked like up until like the day after my birthday, and I got really sick. And we still messaged each other. And the first time I called her, I was in Chesterton, Indiana, and I was doing a game, Michigan City and Chesterton football game.
Mm-hmm.
I decided, you know what, I'm going to give her something. I'm gonna give her something out of the ordinary. So I opened my phone, dialed her number, and I put the phone in my headset. And I was in the middle of a sequence, and I heard her giggle, and I was a goner.
It
I was a
treats you
goner.
good.
And I went to a break. We talked, and I said, I promise I will call you after I'm done with the game. She says, well, just have fun. I will. Man.
This magic moment.
And that's exactly what it was. September
As your
1st,
lips were close to mine.
September 1st, 2018. First time I heard her voice, and we talked. And 5 days later, she came to see me up in Michigan City. And she said, all right, look, we're going to do this shit. I'm like, let's go. And she went to a football game with me that night at Northern Illinois. And we've been at the hip since September 6th, 2018. And I wouldn't change a damn thing. And thank you, Chef Mike's Roundtable, for that big up for Jody. And she deserves it, y'all. I mean, we're going to celebrate our 5th year together this summer, 4th year married.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congrats to you and her.
And what makes me laugh, but makes me sad at the same time, Jody and I talked earlier tonight, and I flat out asked her, I said, are your parents jealous of us and how we move and how we act and all that stuff? And she says, well, my mom may be, because she wishes my dad was that way more often. I'm like, son, bitch, I should have known. Because Jody and I goof around with each other all the time.
Mm-hmm.
All the time. I mean, sometimes she'll walk by when I'm on the air, and she goes, hello, and guys will hear her and they'll say hi to her back. Sick Diggy has done that.
Oh, hi, Jody. How you been?
Either on Charles's channel or my morning show. But that's how we are. I mean, hell, she hates baseball, but I would call her and leave a play-by-play sequence for baseball, and she would just start laughing. But the one thing she did when we started living together, I remember a game between the Cardinals and the Dodgers. It was 85, and it was the NLCS Game 6. And I remember Vin Scully's call, and I'm walking by, and all I said was, here's Clark, 1 for 4. And all of a sudden, I hear Jody go, he's 1 for 5. I fell out laughing.
Hey,
who's been paying attention?
Well, hold on.
Ryan.
Let me read my cash outs real quick. I only got 3.
Please
Okay.
go ahead.
Okay.
Memphis, Ogun, appreciate you. In the apocalypse, he says. Uh, Julian says coffee fun. And Ray June, $1 holler.
All right, man. You better make sure you use that money for the coffee fund.
Oh, I got coffee brewing right now. Fuck y'all motherfuckers making me thirsty.
There you go.
I got some vanilla bean creamer.
Oh, that's
Oh,
it.
shit.
Is that your favorite?
No,
Could be
that's some
other
new,
coffee, yeah.
that's some new shit I found. I was like, oh,
Okay.
shit, I gotta pick this up.
What's your absolute favorite?
For coffee, it'll have to be either hazelnut or mocha.
Yeah.
Oh god,
Yeah.
mocha.
Something tells me we need to introduce Art to Ryan McCarthy because he's a coffee aficionado as well.
No,
Ryan,
I'm actually gonna get an espresso machine pretty soon.
Ryan and Art would be such best friends because whenever Ryan comes on to my show, he's on every Monday. The first thing we ask him, either whether he's on the show or in the chat, what's the brew today? And now that I have my truck back from my son, because he had to borrow it because his truck was out of order. I'm going to test my equipment at Starbucks again on Monday, and I got to leave at the same time that my wife does because I know she's got to take Sonya to work, my daughter. But yeah, I mean, this is a celebration for me. Hey, what's up, BGS?
Hey, folks, what's going on?
And D, I do like just having plain black coffee.
Educator.
I like my sometimes I like my coffee like I like my woman. Short, black,
Nope.
And bitter.
To the master teacher BGS.
Mm-hmm.
I threw 2 baseball references out there: the knuckleball that didn't knuckle, and Tom Neaton versus Jack Clark.
Oh, okay.
I did the Vince Scully call, and I do it often around my wife now because it's like a running joke for us. I walk by.
My favorite Vince Scully call really is with the
Kirk Gibson.
A's. No, Jose Canseco.
Is that the slam? Is that the slam?
No. He every time he came up, here comes Jose Canseco.
Jose Canseco.
He loved that name.
Yeah. There's so many names I loved him announcing, but that's the one call I do around my wife because I know she'll say something. Now it's gotten to the point I've said it so much, I'll say it again, and she'll go, "Look, Mister, I don't know why you keep getting it wrong," and I'll start laughing. You are just so wrong, and it's gotten to the point now my daughter gets in on the fun, and I'll say, "Here's Clark, 1 for 4," and Sonya will go, "Didn't Mom tell you it was 1 for 5?" I'm like, damn it! Now my daughter's getting in on this.
Excuse me, Brian.
Yes.
Speaking of daughters, how's your daughter doing? Is it Cheyenne the one who's been like?
Cheyenne is wonderful now. She's doing great. She's taking dance lessons actually.
Okay.
Has she recovered fully?
Yes.
Okay,
it's fine.
That's good.
She's taking dance lessons, and she's out in Los Angeles. The fun thing about Cheyenne, when I had my surgery, the day after, she FaceTime. She rung me through Messenger, and she looked at me. She says, "Pop, you look awful." I just started crying, and I said, "Baby, I feel good." Well, that's how Cheyenne picks on me. If she wakes me up when I'm asleep or things like that, "Pop, you look awful. Look so good yourself, kid." That's how we pick on each other. But that morning, day after surgery, she says, "Pop, you look awful," and I just started crying, like I feel worse. Her next question to me was, "Do you need me to come up there?" Like, yes. She hung up, and the next morning, she was in Indianapolis.
Okay.
That's how it's supposed to go. That's what families supposed
I mean,
to do.
she flew up to Indy, walked in because she's a travel ICU nurse.
Oh, okay.
Walked in like a boss and frightened the piss out of all the nurses in there, and I got this big smile on my face, going, "Yeah, that's my baby girl. Get it right now."
Or
But
how
yeah,
about every time at the? I remember was it like you mentioned why you were why you were in the hospital after surgery,
yeah,
and we were running rough shot on the show.
yes,
Me, Victor, and everybody, because we
yep.
were like, especially the shit I was doing because you got to understand, Victor. This is before the ads. This is before we start dropping
Yes,
the ads.
yes,
The running
yes.
gag I kept throwing was the Amber Alerts for Ben Simmons.
You know
Ben
what?
Simmons.
You had me roaring with that shit. I mean,
Does anybody want some examples of some Ben Simmons Amber Alerts?
Isn't Ben Simmons that guy on the milk carton?
That,
I think
BGS, I avoid the milk cartons because I'm lactose intolerant, so I wouldn't know. But I'm glad you don't see them on almond milk or rice milk cartons. That's a good thing.
Have you seen this player?
Yeah, we were doing that. We were doing that. He hasn't been because we show a picture, right? It was
right.
you got. It was because I'm sorry.
You can
Cole
show
put it
a
up.
picture.
Cole put it up. It said, "Have you seen this player? He hasn't been around. He hasn't been on the court
Yes,
since
Yeah.
June 20th, 2021."
21, right. And it kept going from there. Every time Sick would do an Amber Alert, I'm thinking, oh God, what's he doing? What's he doing now? And
The worst ones I did was where he's in Minnesota, where
yes,
the worst the most ridiculous ones were like when he was in Minnesota. I said what did I say? Oh right, he was like he was up in Minnesota.
mm-hmm.
He was in the studio with Morris Day, and Morris Day was in the time we're just clowning him hard for what he was wearing.
You know,
Because remember he was on the bench just looking
Yes.
like a fashion plate,
when you
not a fashion
did that
icon, a
one,
fashion plate.
Guys like him. I got the
Mhm.
funny feeling that they don't really want to play basketball. They're just so tall and they got
Yeah.
talent, so that's the only thing they can do. Because he doesn't act like he really wants to play basketball.
he
No.
didn't act like that when he came out of LSU after what some 20
Yeah.
games.
The thing is, I'm tall, and what else am I going to do with
And
this
it pays
body?
the bills.
Mhm.
And it pays the bills. So basically,
Mhm.
you don't work at it as hard as you can. There's no way you can stay playing basketball that long and not be able to shoot.
And not be able to have some semblance of a threat
Some
of a
shot.
jump shot.
Okay.
Yeah.
To
I've
have
also
some-
noticed going through Mr.
Even
sorry.
Russell Westbrook can shoot sometimes. Okay.
Sometimes.
Okay, BGS knows where I want to go. I'll be nice.
Well, the thing
It's
is,
all right.
BGS is putting that right on a T for me, okay? Because that one morning BGS came into the chat, we got on Russell Westbrook for I don't know 20 minutes.
Hold on. Tussle Westbrook. Trash.
Yeah.
Trash.
We gotta BGS. You one morning. I don't know how you're gonna do it, but you got to come on when Cole does his bronze sexual confessions because he has an alter ego now.
He's got two. What are you talking about?
He's got two alter egos.
Okay.
One involves a church. I won't give the name away. The second involves a Southern hood rat.
Well, there's a lot of
That's the
them.
best way I can describe it.
Well, he's from Houston, so he knows how to work that.
Yep. And I told him that. I told him that after
there ain't no strag like a country strag.
Right. I told him that after the first time he debuted the LJPN, LeBron James Programming Network.
Uh-huh.
The first time he debuted that character and came back, I couldn't stop laughing. And I told him I never heard a Southern Hood Rat's voice, and I lived in North Carolina twice until now. And
during what years? During what years?
You got to go a little deeper than North Carolina, man.
Yeah.
Oh, that's hood rats everywhere, man.
Nah, they're everywhere down south now.
If you want a proper hood rat, you got to go to the deep south, man.
Yeah.
So when did you live there? When did you live in North Carolina?
The first time was from 95 to 96.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you do not. Yeah, okay.
And the second time was recently from 2019 to 2021 because
who's that looking in my window?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, the Goody mom just just popped up all of a sudden.
No, Art
would know best about North Carolina specifically, but I would say I would argue like around like the 2000s, like the mid 2000s is when things really started to go. With the South really started to pop off with the hood rat culture.
Yep.
No.
I tell you what, Art. When you were talking earlier about having different
Southern hood rats, you got to go to either either Louisiana or you got to go to Tennessee, especially. There's a lot of
there's a special
hood rats in
kind of
Memphis,
Tennessee.
especially in Memphis.
What you say, AP? There's a special kind of hood rat
there's
down
a special
there.
kind of hood rat in Memphis, man.
Hey man, listen, we got a nuke already with a it's a gift wrapped just for Memphis, man. Get it out of here, bro.
You know what?
Get it out of here.
The last time I went to Memphis, I did a baseball series for a league that never popped off and didn't want to pay me after that. Well, he paid me for that week, and he asked me, "Okay, what's your negotiating figure?" I said, "You're gonna have to give me $1,000 a week because if you're talking about housing me, I gotta pay bills as well as save money." He came with a $500 figure, and I hung up the phone.
$500.
I'm like,
that ain't no
what?
pay. Okay, how you?
That doesn't pay anything.
In this economy,
it's like I think it was PK who said we need a special nuke from Memphis, Tennessee.
Oh yeah.
We need a special nuke that would just wipe out Memphis, Tennessee. Because I tell you what, some of the broadcast offers I got were from Memphis, Tennessee, and they were paltry at best.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Memphis has got the worst of a lot of different situations when it comes to a lot of different things: economics, culture. You know, from top to bottom, like infrastructure. From top to bottom, Memphis is just a shithole.
It's awful.
Which one is worse, Mississippi or Memphis?
Oh, Memphis and Louisiana got the worst hood rats.
Man, look.
New Orleans.
Hold on, wait a minute.
New Orleans, the whole state, man, from north to
south.
south.
Shreveport, Baton Rouge, all the whole entire state.
Baton Rouge.
You want to know? You don't want to know where the gold teeth came from? Louisiana.
Yeah.
Louisiana.
Get out of here.
That's why I hate
the 60s, man.
This is why I hate to ever get an assignment where I'm in the Superdome, because if that happens, I'm not leaving the Superdome for anything. I'm going.
Good
in.
answer.
I'm going in. I'm going in the booth. I'll eat in the booth. Wife is with me. We take care of business, and we get the fuck out. Period.
Hey, what's your take on New Orleans tragic mulatto mayor?
Oh God, hit him, BGS. Hit him.
If in New Orleans, that's just another day in New Orleans, man.
But no, she's in a lot of trouble. Apparently she's been cheating with somebody's husband.
That is another day in New Orleans, man.
What'd you say? What'd you say, BGS? Another day in the office.
The only difference is social media. That's the only difference. Another day in New Orleans, man.
It's like I said, if I ever call a game at the Superdome, and I have the feeling I will very soon, I tell Jody, look, I'm making sure you're strapped with a press pass along with me. You ain't got to do anything. Just sit back. I will take care of business. And as soon as we take care of business, we get the hell out of here.
Yeah, I mean, like New Orleans has some good food.
Yes, they do.
They got some good food, but short of that, it's like, I mean, maybe the food and the sports, I guess, if you're a sports fan, like, so, I mean,
that's about the only two reasons we visit New Orleans.
The food, the whatchamacallit, and if you're gay. Okay.
Listen,
they do that gay stuff there.
The only three things I would visit New Orleans.
Wait, Lady Marmalade, that was a tranny.
Oh, I didn't. I don't know anything. I don't know
Moulin Rouge and everything. Yeah,
Moulin Rouge. Yeah.
Yep, that's all Louisiana.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's where it started, man.
I better I better get an assignment where I'm
drag queens and shit.
Yeah, drag queens all start in New Orleans.
Yeah. I better get if I ever have to go to Louisiana, I better have a gig where I'm either calling a Saints game or calling a game for Tulane University, and they're in the Superdome. Well, they got their own stadium now at Tulane University. Or, God help me, I have to cover a game at Tiger Stadium in Baton Rouge, because the whole city of Baton Rouge shuts down.
Oh yeah, it is
on game night. And Jody had asked me, "Would you do a game at the Tiger Stadium?" I said, "In a heartbeat." And she said, "Well, how would you want it to go? Get in, do the job, get the fuck out."
I mean, the worst part of it is that like the infrastructure in New Orleans is dated. Number one, and number two, like you got a good portion of there, like good portions that are still underwater, even to this
Right.
day. To
Right.
this day,
To this day.
That's
And it's
which
tripping.
is
been what?
insane.
When it's been
Which
what?
is
18
insane.
years?
They're trying to force poor people to move because the gays and the gambling and the rich folks want New Orleans, so they try to
Yep.
force people out.
Yep. That's why Caesars bought the naming rights for the Superdome.
Yeah.
That is exactly because it was Mercedes Benz for the longest time.
Yeah.
It was just the Louisiana Superdome.
Yep.
And then 2005, when they repaired it, it became the Mercedes Benz Superdome, although they didn't put the name up for a while, and now it's Caesars.
Yeah.
They want gambling in New Orleans.
They're trying to make New Orleans like the
Las
southern
Vegas.
Las Vegas. Yeah.
Yep. They're trying to make it a southern tourist spot.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody that lives there or have lived there for the longest time is getting shoved out.
They're trying to combine San Francisco and Las Vegas all in one.
Yes.
Southern spot.
Yes.
Because Bourbon Street, the Bourbon Street area has been bought up by gay people, man.
Like a motherfucker.
Like a motherfucker.
Yeah, so what they wound up doing is like New Orleans.
One of the cities, BGS, you mentioned they're trying to combine is San Francisco, and a couple of my favorite teams play in Frisco. So I got the same rule if I ever cover a game in Santa Clara or San Francisco. Get in, take care of business, and beat it.
Yeah, but the thing is, they're different kind of gays. They're real upscale, man. So they don't allow that kind of crap in that rich neighborhood. What are you trying to say, Jules?
Yeah, I was gonna say, New Orleans has become like if you go.
Can barely hear you.
Yeah, you got a lot of muffle.
Yeah, you got to get closer.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
sir.
A little bit better.
Oh,
yeah,
much better.
So what they did with New Orleans is they turned it into a major city for tourism specifically. If you fly in, there's no other major city close to New Orleans outside of Houston.
Right.
On the west. And then Atlanta on the east.
Yeah, I was gonna say
they've made it into Harrah's, casino boats, all that stuff.
Oh yeah.
Most of it is they want to get people in. They want to have like Super Bowl, NBA All-Star Weekend, all that type of stuff down there.
Right.
And they want to get like that type of stuff to bring people into the city as a tourist destination.
Bro,
They
like
still have,
nobody's
oil
going
stuff.
there. Like the climate is trash. Half the fucking place is underwater. Like no.
They're going there. Trust me, they're going there. They're going there.
Yeah, no. I have a lot.
Are they raking it in? Like are they actually doing good?
In the tourist area, yeah, they're breaking it.
Yeah.
All the
tourist area
games, yeah.
And they have a lot of people who retired to the town across Lake Pontchartrain over in I can't remember the name of that city, but you got to go across the bridge and get over there. But it's like golf community. They have like a retiree stuff set up, and then down French Quarter, the Spanish Quarter, all that stuff. Then they have the tourist stuff. So they have a plan for that city, but I don't think it's gonna be long for the world. Like they're figuring out how to maximize it until they have to move that city out of there.
I got a piece of news for BGS. Both of my shows are going to be picked up by a radio station in Atlanta beginning Monday.
Okay, cool. I think the way you guys do your thing is probably best on radio. Because it is a radio program. Yeah.
We added video just for the extra splash, but we're handling this like all the other models, except we just have fun.
Yeah.
And we tell facts like the other stations don't. The closest show that can be compared to us, and yes, I'm putting it in that sentence, is probably Colin Cowherd.
Yeah.
And I said probably because all the others, they don't. How do I say this bluntly? They don't bring in facts.
Well, the thing, Colin Cowherd is basically a radio program that just happens to be on video. That's all. That's it. It's a radio program.
And they tried to do the same. They're trying to do the same thing at ESPN after the success of Mike and Mike went down the tubes after they broke them up.
Hey, Naima, you got some feedback, bro?
Oh, excuse me.
They broke up Mike and Mike for something stupid.
Why?
I don't know. There was, the sad part. There was never really a reason given.
Yeah.
There was never really a reason given that Mike and Mike broke up. That they broke up Mike and Mike.
Jules got some feedback.
Oh,
you're right. I'm sorry about that. My fan was going right on the microphone.
They broke up Mike and Mike in the morning, which started my day, and we just basically modeled our show after them. You know, we have some fun. We got some different segments, and that's that. We just made it basic. We just added video to it because it was straight. When I started Snowman in the Morning, it was a straight radio show.
Yeah,
it was on the internet. It was all over the place. I started with a mixer, a laptop, and a headset mic. That was all the tools I had after I had to leave Indy because my ex-fiance's family didn't like me, especially after Donna showed up, my daughter.
Yeah.
Rest in peace.
Oh,
Donna. Yeah. Rest in peace, Donna. But her sister told me, you know, I wanted to cut this off at the knees because I didn't trust you. Not your fucking decision, bitch.
Very true.
That response created a whole lot of tension.
Yeah, I guess it would.
Because I backed up. Listen, I protected Liz. And when her sister said that, I'm like, that's not your fucking decision, bitch.
Yeah, well, that's a little strong.
She walked away.
Yeah.
Thug life.
Yep.
To say the least, right?
Yeah. It was that point I got tired of people making fun of decisions for me.
The eyeglass in the shades. Huh?
Listen, yeah.
And a little chain, huh?
It was 2012. It was 2012. And I got tired of women in my life, my sister and my mother, making decisions for me. So I fired back. I fired back and shocked the hell out of them.
This was after your dad's passing, right?
Because you're normally mild-mannered. That's why. Because your voice and how mild-mannered you appear to be.
Mm-hmm.
So, and sometimes people.
That was one of the times I fired back.
Mm-hmm.
And
them, huh?
Liz had this smile on her face, and she gave me a hug, and she says, "Finally, someone that'll stand up for me." I said, "Baby, I'll stand up for you and with you," and that's just how I am, you know. And my in-laws don't like it because I'm not standing up for them. I'm standing up for Jody and my children.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
And it's like I talked about earlier. Jody and I goof around with each other all the time, but we also talk.
And the only time they appreciate you is when you leave. Like,
yep.
With my in-laws, same shit, man. And after about 10 years, you know, I had it with this shit, and then I tried to get you back.
We went there for Chris.
Yeah. Because I thought you were bad, but those other Negroes are trash.
Yeah,
we went there for Christmas.
BJ just spoke truth, man.
Yep.
I'll tell you one thing.
Go ahead.
So I have a relative who she does okay for herself, right?
Mm-hmm.
Single mom, a couple kids. She married a single dad, couple kids, right? He makes, I want to say at the peak of his powers, he was making about $350,000, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, okay.
Good money.
Damn good money.
I know.
Good money starts at 50. Okay.
That's something different. Yeah, that's something different.
That's good money times 7.
Yes. And I was talking to her, and she was like, "Well, I don't know if I want to be married. I think I want to be out, and you know, I just want to be independent." I was like, "You're not independent because you got kids.
Mm-hmm.
He's got kids.
Mm-hmm.
He likes you, and he loves you, and he likes this situation, and he's a good guy." And I talked to him, and he was like, "No," I talked to him, and he was like, "I can take it or leave it. I like her, I love her, but I know what I'm worth."
Man, right. That's a hard stop.
But then he bring in 350. He said, "You know what?"
No, but then I called her back the next day to just kind of get her back on track, and I was like, "Look, all you're gonna get, dudes are gonna pump you and throw you away."
Yep.
And like that. I don't think she ever heard it as bluntly as that, but
that's what she needed to hear, though.
They're still together.
Yeah,
and she got a nice EV, electric vehicle. So far, so good. New place. They're happy enough. I'm like, but it's still like it's just never enough, man. I don't know. Like, even Robert Smith,
350,000. That's enough.
That's more than enough.
Okay. You always ask, okay, you leave him and you do what?
What exactly?
I told her
exactly.
And what did she say?
She didn't say anything, but she
That's
left.
why
Because there ain't shit to say.
That's not gonna
There
be.
it
She didn't say anything when she brings it up. That's not gonna be a dumbass is still with him because
Yeah.
guess what? You know fucking better. Shut the fuck up and
Yeah.
get in line. That's what I tell my daughter. Shut the fuck up and get in line.
I mean, like, but she's still of that mind of like she still thinks she could get on OnlyFans or she could get like an athlete. Or something.
Not make
How old is she?
making 350.
How old is she?
Mid-30s. She's not
Oh,
bad.
hell
No. It does.
Hold on.
It does not leave. It is not left her.
No. Where did a scale to 1 to 10? Where does she rank?
Nowhere near.
Be honest.
Face 6, body 8, 9.
Okay.
Why you lying, bro?
No, I'm not. No. I'm not.
I'll be. What kind of athlete is she trying to go? Has she ever had one of these kind of athletes?
Yeah. South Florida. She's Caribbean, dark skin, great body. Great body.
What? Okay.
What athlete?
What? Don't have to tell the name, but what league was this guy in?
NFL.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did she marry the dude, or she's
no
dating?
No.
Okay, so she.
How long she dated?
6 months.
6 months. How old was she?
10 years ago.
It was 10. Yep. 10 years ago.
So in other words, she's mid-20s. She's at her
peak of her powers. Yep.
Peak of her powers. And now you basically dating a 100-octane dude, right? At peak your power. You dated him, right?
Yeah.
Let's be honest. You were fucking the dude. You wasn't dating the dude.
Correct.
She had a run. She had a run.
No.
But
how many? So did she have a Brittany Renner?
Passed around. Okay.
Did she have a Brittany Renner run?
In South Florida, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So the 2 kids she had, did she have them by these athletes?
One by a guy who didn't make it. He got in the league, was out after I don't know, maybe like a year or 2. But another one, no.
Hey, BGS, the math ain't mathing, bro.
No, in other words, how come she didn't marry the guy that didn't make it? She marry him?
Because she's not built for that.
She's not built for that. I know you ain't built for that. So in other words, you basically think that you're a fucking failed 100-octane, right? And basically you're barely a 92. Shut the fuck up and get in line. Okay, you're 35. Shut up. With 2 kids.
Here's the pitch.
Any NFL athlete, unless you get really lucky, okay, like Hail Mary, okay, he's gonna pick some chick in his 20s.
Some don't smell right. I don't smell what the Rock is cooking. It smell like a fart, bro. Some ain't right.
Nah. Well, that's a whole thing. That's a whole thing. That's a whole thing. If you were like a 100-octane pass around, you think that you're at that level, okay. But the reason you with this dude right here, which is a high 92, okay, which you're lucky to get, okay, that's your level right there. Stay with the dude.
Yeah, and so far so good.
Hey, PK.
I'm just.
Let me finish the story.
Okay.
No, I'm just saying. You're absolutely right with that. But every few weeks, I feel like I have to call up and just remind her, just like, hey, you know what you got, right?
That's not your fucking job.
Okay.
Bro, I do not, look, I want somebody in this generation to actually have a long-lasting marriage.
Fuck you.
Did she marry the dude yet?
She did. She did marry the guy.
They married the guy.
Been married. Yeah.
If you had better options, you wouldn't marry the guy. Shut the fuck up and deal with it. Okay, you got 2 kids. He's got kids. You need help. He needs help. You're there to help him with his children. That's not gonna be fucking marry you. Shut up and get in line.
Hey man, let her stop. You're overly invested. Let her fuck her own shit up, bro.
He wants a supermodel. He wants Miss America, okay, or Miss Universe. He couldn't get that chick. He got you. Everybody settles. Shut the fuck up. He's worth $350. He could get on a plane and go get a 10.
Oh, he's worth more. He's worth more. Like, but
he can get on the plane,
but his income is good too. You know,
he can get on a plane and get it. He can fly a chick in. Okay.
Is it the simple fact that she's not attracted to him or something?
No, she's attractive. No. She's attractive, but the thing is, she's attractive.
No. He said attracted to him.
She is.
She's attractive enough. But thing is.
Attracted to him.
No, is she attracted to him?
Yes, she is.
But she thinks he looks good.
She is, but she thinks that because she still doesn't look bad for her age.
I'm not talking. Y'all not listening to me at all.
Make yourself plain. Make yourself plain. All right.
Okay. Does she say that, you know what, he looks good? Like, I am physically attracted to this man. Does she say that?
She is a
No. Yes or no?
It is a yes or no.
Yes, but she thinks she can still get the top
she
tier.
thinks she who is she really attracted to if she could have her druthers?
I mean,
name a player, any player.
I mean, like top tier. She
no. Just give me an example of a player that she would be attracted. What's her type? Is she big burly guys like a defensive lineman? Or she like
fuck all that. This bitch 35, man. Fuck out of here.
I mean,
physically T.O.
Okay. She wants a top tier, physically attractive alpha athlete, right?
Yeah.
A physical alpha, right? That's what she wants, right? That's what she's really attracted to. Okay.
Yeah.
What is he? He's an average guy, or is he a little bit above average? What?
He's probably 6 foot, 220.
Okay. He's in shit. Yeah.
Yeah. He's athletic. He's a decent looking guy, but he's like 42.
Yeah, but he still has an athletic type body, so he's in the range.
I mean, compared to T.O., no. I mean, T.O.
when I talk about T.O., I'm talking about the average athlete. You know, he's in the range.
He's in the range. Yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, that vanity, man. That like what Kevin said, that atavistic, that thing.
So well, if you're not happy, bounce.
Yeah.
He was ready to, and then she doubled down and was like, "No, I'll stick it out." And
she's gonna stick it out. Well, then, you already made your decision. The thing is, I would tell you, where you rank. Stop. If you could have pulled a baller like a pro baller, you'd have pulled them already.
It would have happened 5 years.
It would have happened already. You pulled one, right? So I mean, you've been around them. So if you couldn't pull one and lock one down, just like Brittany Renner, you got to shut the fuck up, sit down. You're 35.
Yeah,
they're not gonna.
Yeah. They don't think the game's ever stop, but
yes, they do. They do.
The merry-go-round stops.
No, they do.
They stop.
Oh, they do. They every morning. Well, women has to get up and lie to herself. Okay, gotta get them lie to. She's lying to herself.
Mm-hmm.
If she thought that she could get better, if she thought she can get a TO type with some kind of money, she'd have bounced. She would have never gotten married, or she'd be on her way to the divorce court. She's there because she knows that this is her best option. Shut the fuck up and sit down and make it work.
I mean, here's one thing: is I feel bad because I wanted to tell him he should have divorced her. That because I had a conversation with him, and he said that I could take it or leave it. I love her.
So why is he with her?
Because he loves her. And I was like, but
now,
he said he could take
it. Jules, why is he with her? I mean, I got 5 bitches that I love. I'm not with none of them. Why is he with her?
I think he still believes in the couple. Like his parents are still together.
Why is he with her? There's a basic reason why he's with her. What is the reason? I would ask him straight up. Don't give me all that bullshit. I love her. Why are you with her?
I'm still guessing. I'm guessing at this, but I think he believes that it's worth it to be in a marriage. That's what I would guess.
How old are his kids?
They're graduating high school. They should.
Well, if they're graduating high school, give them 2 years and we'll see. Give them 2 years and we'll see. Because okay, if you ever had,
I'll put it this way. I'd hope I get him in the divorce.
Jules, do you have kids?
No.
Okay, if you've ever been married or been in a family or with a woman, you got kids, because I got a woman, I had 3. Okay, okay, you don't move is because it's going to disrupt the functioning family, right?
Yeah,
and it's too much. There's too much headache to actually break up that fucking family. The bitch might be giving you all kind of hell, right? A certain amount, but she hasn't risen to that level where you're actually going to bounce, right? So I'm going to deal with this shit because 1, I love her, but 2, is because if I bounce, all this shit's going to crumble. Let those kids graduate high school, and then we'll come back and revisit it.
Michael Jordan, anyone?
And I mean, if he stops fucking with her 9 times out of 10, he's going to come out here and play ball. He's just gonna come out here and ball out. He's just gonna.
He's gonna be a passport, bro. He ain't gonna.
Come out
he
ain't. That's my point.
I mean,
that's what I'm getting at. He ain't.
He's on the plane.
He ain't fucking around like it's.
Because trust and believe, he's listening to the passport bros that says shit.
Right. I mean, he already know. Bro, I mean, he knows.
Yeah.
He knows who you are. He knows.
Does he?
He knows Kevin. He knows
okay. Oh yeah. I'm gonna read this for you, Jules. I'm gonna read this for you. Okay. How long you been married to her?
I want to say they're at 6 years, maybe.
How long they been together? Because there's a time before they actually get married. How long?
I think they were together for 6 months to a year, and then got married.
In other words, he's got how many kids?
2 or 3.
He's got 3. Oh, let's give him 3. Okay. How many kids does she have?
2 or 3.
And okay. In other words, I got 3 kids and I'm a single parent, right? Because he has his kids, right? Does he have his kids?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. He's got his kids. He's a single father. I have to work. I need help. I need somebody, an extra person to go pick up the kids or go make an errand. And I do the same for her. Sometimes love is love, but things fucking marriage are convenience because I got 3, you got 3. I could have went out and got a single bitch, but to give me all kind of help. But the thing is, I got a woman that has kids already that I'm fairly attracted to, that I like. Okay, that I like. I may even love her, right? But thing is, I need her right now. Okay, and so 6, 7 years. Okay, fine. We got this whole family thing running. I help her with her kids. She helped me with mine. Johnny on the spot. Everything's working. And same thing for her. Everything's working. So if I break it up, I got to go back out there and be a single parent again. And that shit was hard when I was doing it the first time. I don't want to do that shit again. Okay. So right now, as these kids are in school and I have to keep this system going, I'm going to stick it out.
Yeah.
I mean, I wish it was that rational.
It is that rational.
It is. I'm saying it is that rational, man. It's not. Y'all make this shit too hard, man.
No. You are right. You are right. I do not. This is why I don't like talking to my female relatives because I don't want to have to deal with their bullshit when they're talking on bullshit. That's really it. Because I can tell them every day, all day. Don't do this. Don't do that. Don't. But they think it's restricting. It's limiting. All that type of bullshit.
The issue is.
Go ahead, Art.
The issue is that back in the day, women knew the deal and men knew the deal too. It's just now that at this day and age, people are just so fucked that they don't understand shit.
They're selfish. Self-interested.
With my mom. She was a single mom. She had 2 kids. She wanted to be married, so she had to get down with a fucking program.
Yeah.
She knew what her situation was. And she knew, like I said, when she got my dad, she knew it wasn't this, you just take care of my kids like women doing now. She said, like, if I get with him, I have to give him these 2 kids. She said that as an obligation to this man that she was going to be with. Like, I have to give you that. Women today, now these days, don't be like, I don't have to give you shit. It's like there's no obligation at all.
But it's also like an obligation to the kids to have.
All right, share my screen real quick, bro. Share that screen, bro.
Well, let me step on.
Niggas, this is you. This is you.
This
is what you do.
Yeah.
What's wrong with you? You need help. Get some help.
There's no deeper meaning. There isn't.
Why you always gotta make everything so complicated?
You are a woman with 2 kids. Your value is low. Stop it. Stay and get in your situation and just be fucking happy that someone actually picked your ass.
Don't have him and don't make him so mad that he sometimes says aloud,
I'm the juggernaut, bitch.
She knows exactly how far to go with that dude. Trust me, she ain't gonna piss him off the way he's gonna
distance and irritation, just like Chris Rock used to say.
Yeah. She does. Yeah, but he's walked a couple of times.
Yeah,
and she's called me to see, like, can I call him? And she wants somebody to exert control, and I refuse to do that. I just ask questions like, hey, what's going on? What is she talking about? What's happening here? I just let him get it off, and then I just say, hey man, you're a grown man. You know what you want to do. I don't think he wants to fully decouple.
What he wants to do is when he walks and when you make that call, he knows the situation, right? He wants to make sure that she got her mind right.
I think that's accurate. That's accurate.
So when she finally gets her ass off her shoulders, and almost like posting that clarity, right? Because she thought she was that bitch, okay. And then 2 days later, she got all of a sudden all the stuff that he would handle for her with her kids. She there by herself.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, when the kids, something will happen. The driver fucking up insane, right? I need this dude back. But I already done pissed him off. I know I can't talk to him. Who can I get to talk to? Let me call Jules. Jules, can you call? Can you please, Jules?
They do not learn. They do not learn.
And when that call happens, hey,
he really be
talking
talking
down her nose and stuff like that. Yeah, go ahead.
I got for BGS and Sick. When that call happens, all you have to do is just ask one question.
What in the all types of blue hell
was that?
Thank you, Mr. One Boom Shakalaka. Chris Bass.
And then you follow it up, and then when you get your mind clear and you clear everything out, you just look at her and go,
At this point, man, I don't intercede for the women in my family anymore. I said, you fuck it up, you clean it up.
Yep.
I mean, you break.
That's the thing, Jules.
That is the best way to go.
And you just tell it. It said how many? It said, I said, did you fuck it up? He said, to be honest, don't come to this. Well, he did this. No. You fucked up, right? Because you calling me to talk to him. So how did you fuck up?
What did you do?
What did you do? What I told my daughter all the time, right? All right, I hear that. What'd you do? And then before I clean it up, what have you learned? And are you going to do this shit again?
Gotta ask, do they have wisdom?
I pray every day that I don't have these BGS and Jules problems, bro. I can't imagine.
Man, I don't
dealing with this.
I don't have these problems, but
I don't have to, thankfully.
Bullshit.
Hey,
I don't
sounds like you deal with them. Like I can't. I don't have the patience.
So evidently, her husband respects you, Jules. Evidently,
yeah, we get along. We get along. Fantastic.
That's what she called you. That's why she called you.
We smoke cigars. We drink.
She's trying to get intel.
You know, he'll show off a new car he got. You know, we get along great.
In other words, if he's pissed off, there's only a certain amount of people that he will talk to and listen to, right?
Yeah,
in my side of the family,
And Jules is one. Jules is the one. So anytime she fucks up and she screws the pooch and she needs to make up and she can't tell it because he's not gonna listen. All right, I got to pull the card. I got to call Jules. Next time, Jules, extract something from him. Don't let her get away with it for free.
Yeah.
That is a good.
In other words, next time she calls, she screws the pooch. I say, you screwed the pooch again, huh? Okay. All right. Okay. You owe me one. I'm calling a favor. I want my favor this time. All right.
Yeah.
I'm not doing this shit for free because you keep fucking up.
Yeah.
Because he sounds like
pay me, bitch.
He sounds like
I ain't gonna be a counselor for free.
You know something? If she keeps fucking up and calling Jules, this is what I want you to say.
No.
And
no.
And couple it with
stay off the weed.
Oh, that's BK.
I think you were supposed to start off by saying what?
Oh, you mean this?
I mean, I'll put it this way.
No.
At the peak of her powers.
The other what?
At the peak of her powers, I got into a bunch of those Miami nightclubs with her because they're usually in like one guy for every 50 girls type of thing. I was one of the guys out of like 2 or 3. I got to meet a couple of people that were like, I met 50 Cent, right? She was in one of those like the entourage of the girls in the background type of thing when they're doing like MTV at the club type of thing. Like she was at the higher level. Dark skinned girl too. Like but she's very good looking. She's very good looking.
She got a body.
She's got a body.
Jules, sometimes you just gotta look at him and go,
what is it, man?
So how she have babies and not cash in?
She's dumb.
That's
the only way I can put it, man. I love her.
Let me answer BGS's question with a little bit of Street Fighter. She received a couple of
Tiger uppercut.
In the room.
No. I did that wrong. I did that wrong. BGS, this is for you. A little bit of Joker's Wild because her womb went. I
had this problem because I got 2 daughters, right? And my oldest daughter is very pretty. Okay, she's 7 and a half, maybe, because her mama's closer to 8.
Right.
And they got the pretty girl syndrome. There's always another dude in the back of their head. There's always another dude.
Yeah, the party doesn't stop. And then it does, and then the merry-go-round shuts down, and you get that boo boo boo, that slow down music where it's just like sounds like a weird carnival of
and you couple it with couple it with this music right here.
Remember, I don't know if you guys saw the movie Tully, right? We said, which horse did you settle for on the merry-go-round?
Yeah,
right.
I settled for the bench.
It gets that weird carnival.
Yeah.
And it sounds like weird type of music. Yeah.
All right, I'm really gonna mess y'all up with this. When they reach the end, you hear this. Yep.
There's Miss Pac-Man.
They reach the end. And there's no more of these.
No, that's the eggs dying, BGS.
I need to hire a bar to come out with that pen microphone.
When Miss Pac-Man got bitten, it was
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the sound when her eggs are dying.
Dying, okay.
Hey. Somebody mentioned Pac. I'll give you the rich.
When the eggs die.
When the eggs die, they sound like. When the eggs die, they sound like this. When the eggs die, they sound like this. That's for you, BGS.
Now,
actually, I have a triple play for you. This happens. This happens.
Ooh, I'm dying.
And it ends with this.
Yeah, because I have a rich female friend that I talk to on occasion, right? She's like a failed 100 octane. But at least she knows. Okay, she actually knows where her value is. So
if you like the sound, just hit me with a couple of cash apps. They should be in the chat. If not, Art, if you could post it again, I appreciate it. And shout out to F Holiday who dropped me a cash app. Someone was calling me. Who was that?
No, it was AB.
Oh, what's up, AB? Yes.
Don't talk about Kendra G like that. Oops.
Don't. I didn't hear you, AB. Say it again.
Kendra G.
Don't talk about Kendra G like that.
What didn't you get with Kendra?
I can't help it.
No, because she said she could freeze her eggs and shit.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Kendra?
Wait. AB?
Well, you had the brat.
Not
babies
the one
at
you're
48.
thinking about, but the one that's copying Kevin Samuels.
Yeah.
Listen.
G?
Oh, Kendra. Okay.
Maybe I can't help. I can't help you, Kendra.
Yes, man. God, every time I look at her, it's like she hasn't. The brat.
Well, hell, you got these chicks having babies at 48, so there's some kind of magic going on.
Yeah, that's gonna be an
AB.
industrial site zone that's just blowing up. It's like fallopian tubes exploding and shit, like wild hoses popping loose and stuff. The human body, if she has not had a kid before, let's say like 25.
My first kid is. I'm surprised. I'm looking forward to see how this kid's gonna turn out.
Yeah, they're pumping her full of chemicals.
Hey, you can keep that art until we get to a good point, and then pull it up.
Oh my God!
Let me make AB laugh real quick before I get on out of here. Hey, AB, I can't help it if Kendra defreezing her eggs. I can't help it if they're saying,
Oh, woe is me.
And eventually they'll say,
Ooh, I'm dying.
And it ends with,
Yeah.
I mean, she can move to like Eswatini.
Excuse me, Brian.
Like
yes.
Pay a girl like 50
I just have one thing to say. Oh, I said excuse me.
Oh, yeah, no,
somebody before you.
I was gonna say she could move to like Equatorial Guinea and pay a woman like 20, 50 grand to have the baby, and then she could come back with it. But she's not gonna carry that baby to term. She could do it, but she's not gonna be able to do it.
She's not gonna be able to do it.
Equatorial Guinea? Are you out of your mind?
She could. I mean, she could pay somebody. Like you know.
You can go down to Colombia and do that. You don't have to go that far.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think it's something like the womb of the woman actually does contribute to the genetic stuff.
It does.
So if you want to have an all African child, if you have an African baby, all that stuff does matter.
You can go to Uganda. You go to Gambia and do the same shit.
That's true. She could go to Guyana. She could, yeah.
I'll leave y'all with this because it's after 1 and I need to get some sleep because I got a lot to do tomorrow to prepare for the week. I'll leave y'all with this. How is that kid going to turn out? He's going to come up with a lot of this.
Emotional damage.
I love that one though.
Brian, before you leave,
yes.
To just to be a little daffy, I have to contradict you by saying fur is fabrication. Can you please do that clip?
Fried eggs.
I can do I'll do this one. I don't have that one in my sound base yet, but since you mentioned Daffy and my grandkids love Daffy, I'll give you this one.
You're despicable.
My favorite quote.
It's one that I use very often.
You're despicable.
And for BGS, who's out in Los Angeles, you recognize this. This is what's going to happen to that kid, to the brat, and I mix in Kendra G as well. Let me get out of here.
Will you please go to bed?
Yeah, that's what I'm being told right now. Let me get out of here.
Tell that black woman that you married.
That albino black lady.
That albino black woman.
I told her what you said. BGS, I told her what you said, and she cracked up laughing. Because it's one of the it's like I said earlier in the night. It's one of the pieces of bullshit we're still getting. But it's we're still getting it.
And you always get that, man.
Oh, I know I'm always going to get that. She knows that, so we take it and run with it.
What else are you gonna do?
She likes to roll with the punches, huh?
Fuck yeah, man! And she throws a couple out of left field and surprises some folks.
Oh, she brings a big hurt. Oh, she like Frank. Her name should be Francine Thomas because she'd be bringing the big hurt.
Oh yeah, when we worked at Amazon in Durham, North Carolina, sometimes she would be like right across from me. We work on the same line, or she'll work a few lines away from me. People would look at us, and they would see me talking to another female, one that I considered my daughter.
You got a TV in the background.
And
not really.
Not me.
AB.
It's AL. It's AL.
Somebody's watching like the Toxic Avenger or something like that.
I don't know. But
who remembers that?
When we worked in Durham, and people would see me and Jody just like goofing off, just acting a fool. Yeah. And they would see, and there were a couple ladies there that, I adopted as my kids. They threatened to tell her that I was flirting with other women.
Okay.
And Jody would just go, okay. And then they'd see us together and they're like, wait, you're not mad that he? And Jody just goes, he respects me too damn much to do that.
Yeah.
And I look at him like, I love her too damn much to do that, you stupid ass.
What was it that AL said about y'all because of the height difference?
Well, the mixed marriage is hard enough as it is without bullshit.
Yeah.
He also has,
we still to this day, and we still to this day get nothing, and we still to this day get a lot of bullshit, but we take it and run with it.
Yeah.
We take it and run with it. I shared this one. We went to Cookout one day in Durham, drive through, gonna get some lunch before I took her back to work in Durham, in Raleigh rather. Man, heard the voice of the lady taking the order, and Jody looked at me and said, "Get your card out quick." I'm like, what the fuck? But then I heard the total, and I heard the dialect of the woman.
Horse man.
Oh, I'm like, oh fuck.
You mean the tone in her voice?
Trademark.
Yep.
So
I got my card. I had it ready. Jody was driving, so Jody pulls up to the window. I hand her my card. BGS, if looks could kill,
yeah,
this black hole was firing daggers at me.
How dare
you? Would have been on death row, huh?
I'd have been hung like hangman. That's the look I got. And she had the nerve, y'all are gonna love this, to have a weave down to her shoulders.
Oh yeah.
And she was just about as bald as me, with a weave stuck to her head.
There's a bold ass horse freezing his ass off in North Carolina tonight.
Like a motherfucker.
Shouts out to Martin Lawrence for that reference.
I looked at Jody and she looked at me, and Jody said, "Do you get it now?" I'm like, "Baby, say no more." Cause they just give me this look of, the hell you doing with one of ours?
Hey, BJ, what's that video you put out earlier today? Disrespect.
Oh yeah, disrespect.
Yes. I'll have to check that out. But man, and Jody calmed me down and she says, "Don't worry. We're gonna keep getting this. All we can do is roll with the punches."
Yeah. You knew the job was dangerous when you took it.
Yep. Job was dangerous when I took it. But I'm strapping on the helmet like a motherfucker every time.
Yeah.
I've had that kind of experience myself.
Let me
Only
get on
weird thing for me. Oh yeah, sorry, go on ahead.
Let me get on out of here. I love you, gentlemen. Thank you so much.
Good night. I'll see you Monday, Brian.
I'll see you Monday. Good night, gentlemen.
Good
Nice chatting with you, man.
Hey, nice chatting with you, PK. We'll get up soon. All right.
For sure,
man.
Out.
Oh, what are you playing, PK?
No, that's actually Art this time. He's actually playing a video game for the first time in
Okay.
life.
All right. I thought that's usually you, but okay.
It is.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. For the first time in life, he's playing a video game. I'm surprised.
Yeah. All right.
Don't be like that.
He's played plenty of video games here, especially with Charles.
No, I ain't
They've
played
gone at
Charles yet. Charles running.
Yo, Charles is running, bro. He's scared of everybody, bro. He don't want the hands from me. He don't want the hands from Art, bro. He's just scared, bro. It's true. As Art is Charles not scared, bro?
He been running. I've been challenging.
He been running, bro. He don't want no hands. He just scared.
All right. Anyway, going back to what Brian was saying, I can vouch for that because I've had that experience myself when I was involved with some people, but it was a weird situation for me because mostly because up here, when they think of East Africans, they think of Somalis up here. I'm Eritrean, and a lot of people always keep mistaking me for Somalis, considering I'm lanky and whatnot. Even Somalis themselves. And I remember one time, one dude was just because Somalis, they're fiercely independent. They're weird outsiders. They like to keep among themselves for the most part. So intermarriage with them is rare.
They're the biggest trolls of the East Africans. They
I know.
They will roast each other to the bones.
Oh, we do it worse. Tigrinians, we do it worse. Eritreans, we do it worse. Ethiopians, we do it worse. But we are hospitable about it. But
that's not enough. No, I've seen Somalis like roast each other to the point where I was like, God, why are they crying at each other now? They will roast each other. They roast like the women will roast each other, give each other like really cruel nicknames for each other. Yeah,
there was a comedian. It's mean-spirited fun like that, But one situation I remember was like one of my boys. He was involved with a Norwegian chick, right? And apparently this chick had a kid. And so this Somali couple was just like, we're at this park with their kids. They saw them and they were giving my man this like really dirty look. And he just looked right at him. He didn't do nothing. They were like looking at him like, is this guy crazy? No, my brother was not. No, my man was not scared of that shit. So he got up. He walked over to the bench where they were sitting and he looked at him and he greeted him politely. And they were like, ain't you Somali? He said, no, I'm Eritrean. And that's when they're like, oh, it's cool. Oh, my bad. Because they know among us, interracial marriage, although rare, it's more accepted. Especially if it's like, black, huh?
It's more accepted.
Among us. I mean, it's more common among us. But the thing is, it's like, it's more accepting when it's one of the women bringing in a guy from another group than it is among the men. Because if I bring a white girl, some shit like that, I know I'm going to be catching hell from my mom and the women in my family. And you've seen pictures of what the women were like back in the 70s and 80s.
I mean, but that would be women that would be your mom's age, right?
I mean, y'all be.
My mom's age, my grandmother's.
I'm gonna say this to Naima real quick, bro. You be real careful, man, because I mean, not you, but I think that y'all motherfuckers better start introducing genetic diversity, bro, and you might end up with some white people problems that you don't want. That's all I'm gonna say.
They got
we're genetic diversity.
There's a. I mean, like the British Isles have like a big island effect that happens with them, because like, look, think about it. When you have a lack of genetic diversity, you start getting those eyes getting too narrow. The nose getting like lopsided, like weird stuff starts to happen. There was even God, I can't remember the book, but they talked about how during World War II, but they had a bunch of Italian POWs, and they let them loose on the island to get some more genetic diversity on the island. Like they kind of they know what happens in an island effect type of situation.
You got there's a lot of folks who are, among my dad's generation especially, and older, who has some Italian blood in them. So that's nothing new to us. So we have some genetic diversity. I remember a friend of mine I knew back in college who I used to play ball with, dark skinned cat. You wouldn't know he had some white blood in him until you looked into his eyes, because he had green eyes like a motherfucker. They were emerald green.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
and
I technically have some white blood in me.
Well, most of y'all do.
No. Actually, I figured it out. In 20, was it? I have the same amount of white blood in me that Kamala Harris does. African
through her father's line, most likely,
because her grandfather's grandfather is black. My grandfather's grandfather is white. If she's black, then I'm white.
Oh, you mean like how the racial hierarchy that they had by the Spanish?
No, I'm just saying if we're just like doing transitive properties across the board, it's like if she's one
in the South where you're at, where they used to say that you're feeling Indian, you're actually feeling white.
Wait, but then again,
my brother did a DNA test, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what it said is that we didn't have no Indian in our family, and basically my aunt was like saying, "No, we got Indian in our family." My mom said so. So we looked into the history of it, and a lot of it is like, okay, if you were a mixed kid in the South, they would just say that you had Indian family because you were the redheaded stepchild.
Yeah. But some of those people did pass. Like, what's her name? Heather Locklear. Do you remember that actress from Melrose Place?
I remember her from Full House.
Yeah. She's part Lumbee Indian. And a lot of those folks are mostly like black, white.
North Carolina.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's North Carolina, because I remember, you remember back in the 90s, WWE wrestling, there was a guy named Tatanka.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's Lumbee from Pembroke, North Carolina.
Yeah,
there's
like 4 or 5 last names that they have. Like Locklear is one of them, but there's like 4 or 5 last names, and you can like, oh, that's who your people are.
Yeah, they were like a mix of the indigenous natives that were there that mixed with the white folks, and the white folks, they had a settlement that disappeared. Apparently, is what the story goes.
Oh, the Roanoke colony. Yeah, I mean that too, but then like America from what, let's say like 1600 to 1960 was mostly black and white around most of the area on the East Coast, West Coast, outside of San Francisco and the deep Southwest Texas territory. The story is known by people who know it, but it's not in the curricula for public schools. That's what I'll say.
And by the way, PK, when you talk about that shit about genetic diversity, if I ever show you pictures of my relatives, especially with some of my cousins, considering how vast of a contradiction we are where it comes to hair texture, facial features, and everything, you'd be like, oh no, they good.
No, I wasn't trying to poke any fun. I'm just saying in general, I think this is an issue that some places that are more mindful of race mixing are going to run into if they don't take steps to introduce genetic diversity, or they will very well have issues. And they are having issues in many places because of this. So, I mean, that's all I'm saying.
I don't have that problem because there's probably is some genetic diversity in my lineage. I don't know about it, but I know like in certain groups where there's more of an in-group preference, you're gonna see some inbreeding and whatnot. Especially like in a lot of folks of a certain religion where marrying your first cousin is acceptable.
Oh yeah.
So there's going to be that shit is happens. Me, thankfully, considering I'm Christian, we can't have none of that shit. You have to be they say you have to be like sixth or seventh cousins. Fifth or sixth cousins for that shit because they say 7 generations difference because by then the genetic commonality we may have would have been diluted with some genetic diversity.
Yeah. That's like the black women in the United States give the even if they have multiple children by multiple men, they always give the offspring the last name of the father.
I've heard that starting to be pushed away. Like people saying that at least, because I don't think that's a good idea, though.
It's embarrassing, but the thing is, people don't realize. It took me a while to realize what the practicality of it was.
You avoid that consanguinity, that mixed,
that mix. Yep.
Because you don't want the narrow eyes. Like, man, I know a bunch of people in Western Virginia, Western North Carolina, where they got those narrow eyes and those narrow chins and shit, and teeth start coming out weird. And
that's one thing that the Southern gynocracy is really a stickler on, man. Is mixing, blood mixing like that, man. They first thing woman asks you who your people is. If anybody in their family has a similar last name to you, then the first thing is who are your people? Because they want to make damn sure that we don't mix like that.
We have family reunions every year just to make sure you know who
your people are.
Yeah, so you ain't fucking them.
Yeah. I remember one time, I think it was my uncle. He had an outside baby, right? And we had a family reunion. And first thing my aunt did is draw me upside. That's your cousin. Okay.
She grabbed you up after.
Grab you right there. She I don't know. Maybe the girl looked at me funny or something like that because I didn't even notice her. But the thing is, first thing she pulled me aside and said, "That's your cousin right there." Yeah. She was cute, but
Yeah, but
just don't pull a Joe Dirt and be like, I'm your sister, or you're my sister, you know what I'm saying? Be careful.
They joke about that with white folks all the time, man. White folks don't have no problem like that.
And to be honest with you, that shit happens in the North too. That's not just the South.
It happens.
Talking about the blood mixing, pulling your side. Yeah.
It happens in some black families. Like there's some first cousin marriages and stuff that'll happen deep South. But it's not as frequent.
It's taboo. It'll happen, but it's taboo.
Yeah, because there was
very taboo.
There was an NFL or maybe college football player who I think it was a college football player who got blocked from going into the NFL because he talked about how he had a relationship with his cousin or his half sister or something like that. I can't remember. But it happens every once in a while and it'll pop up, but they kind of squash that shit down.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of cultures around the globe and the Middle East where you'll see that pop up. There's a lot of that blood mix and that it's not good for them.
Yeah.
I remember in Turkey they were doing. Hold up. They were doing research.
You are right adjacent to the region I'm talking about. But yeah.
I was born and raised in that region, so it's no surprise to me.
Yeah, the Turkic people do have a history of that.
I mean, but what is it they talked about this one family, right?
Yeah, I don't mess with a woman who's Turkish unless she's from Cyprus, because then at least I know there's less of that going around. Even though Cyprus is an island, but they have a lot less of that.
Well, the majority of the folks over there, there are Greek, but the northeastern part is predominantly Turkish. But then again, I know one of my dudes, he's married to a Turkish woman. He's got twins with her.
Yeah, but they look ethnically Turkic. You know what I mean?
They are Turkic.
Yeah, but
I mean, if you look at Turkic people, the most common Turkic folks you'll look at is like besides the Turks, is like you go north in the Caucasus. There's that country Azerbaijan. The Azeris are Turkic. There's a couple other ethnicities in the Caucasus, like the Karachai, Barachai. The further west you go, like the Cossacks in Ukraine, the Tartars in parts of Russia and throughout the eastern half of the Russian Federation. And of course, you have the former Central Asian countries, except for Tajikistan, because the Tajiks, they are actually an Aryan group. They're ethnic related to the Persians.
Yeah.
Another example of folks who get mistaken for the Turks is the Kurds. They're actually Aryan as well.
Are they?
I mean, to be clear,
the Kurds are actually Kurds are ethnically and linguistically related to Persians, but they're but in Iran. Go ahead.
I mean, they're all like
clear,
Asian, Caucasian.
To be clear, this is a thing that has been practiced a lot in many groups throughout history, and even all the way up until recently. It's still a thing that happens. That's all I'm saying. And it's happening more frequently than people like to admit because it isn't openly talked about. So, and I mean, like family secrets are a hell of a thing, bro.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, the British blame those bad teeth on the NHS.
It happens.
I always blame it on
like it happens in the Middle East.
Yes.
It happens in Africa. Asia. Yes. It happens in Africa.
Yeah.
It happens in the United States. It happens
in certain areas
in the Americas.
But like, and yes, it like people don't like to talk about that geography and the boundaries and stuff that. It leads to a lot of this stuff happening. Like you need to get people to go. Men have to travel. You need passport bros. You do need passport bros to go and like get the genetics spread out a little bit. You don't want that pool to be in shallow.
You don't want that shallow pool. I mean,
I don't know how to swim.
I'm glad my mother made sure we learned how to swim.
Yeah.
I mean, somebody was like poking at because I got a younger brother here with me, right? And one dude was like looking at him like, "You know how to swim?" I was like, "Since I was 6." But they didn't know they didn't know much about us because they thought we just came straight from the motherland. Nope.
Yeah, I taught a couple of my relatives how to swim because I just threw them in the pool and I found out they couldn't. I was like, all right, well, we're going to spend the next couple of hours trying to teach you how to do this thing.
Yeah.
And they got it. And they were very thankful for me. The parents are very thankful.
Yeah.
It's not hard. Like children do have a natural capability to do it. You just have to
they're not encouraged.
Yeah, you have to just like kind of teach them the mechanism. Like how do you move your arms? How do you breathe? Like all those different type of things.
Open your eyes in the water. Let me read my cash apps real quick. Pensive, I think that's your name. Appreciate you. Professional. He says pennies on the dollar. I guess that's the reference to BGS's video.
Appreciate you.
Austin, appreciate you. And F Holiday, appreciate you.
It's my boy, F Holiday.
Yeah, F Holiday's a trooper.
F Holiday's a cool cat.
Yeah, I met him on talked to him on one of my Patreons. So yeah, he's cool.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah,
that's cool. Oh, BGS.
They don't want to be public, but yeah, they're cool on the Patreon.
Yeah, that's understandable. You mentioned like was it like you're down in Louisiana? You said like there's a lot of rainbow flag gentrification going on.
Down in Louisiana, yeah.
Yeah.
Down in New Orleans. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Well, I've heard of like something like that going down in Alabama as well, especially in around Huntsville. I know this is because one, I got some friends of the family there, and I got some siblings in VA. They go visit them over there, and the siblings have some friends who left the DMV area, moved down there, and they're LGBTQ and whatnot. And I was like, and I was surprised when I said that. I was like, there's gentrification like that over there.
You know why? Because of the college. And then also because NASA's got a little center there, so we got a lot of engineers in Huntsville.
Yeah. So that I know. Huntsville's home of NASA and everything.
Yeah,
NASA's formatted a ton of areas in America that people don't think about that were like sundown towns, but then all of a sudden NASA come federal government through NASA, all the whatever agencies.
That's how you spread out the wealth, spread out the brain.
Yeah.
Like
I had
Atlanta would be still be a sleepy metropolitan city, man, for the most part, if they hadn't taken half of the Southern California defense industry and sent it there.
Yeah.
Hey, don't you shit on Atlanta like that?
No, I mean,
you know what?
Atlanta
When it was 1990, right? Newt Gingrich was Speaker of the House, right? He had just announced that he was going to do that, right? And I had a guy that was doing construction for me, man. It wasn't popping, man. I said, you need to go to Atlanta, man. That's where the next boom is going to be.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, like
that's why T.I.'s got a construction company there.
A whole bunch of Southern California defense.
If you could bring up a map of Atlanta, I could point at like places where they were cow and pig farms.
Yeah.
Like 20 minutes outside of Atlanta, and now they're just huge suburbs with like now they're exurbs and like Atlanta used to be just like farm town with like a city center until 90, 92. And then the Olympics just kind of sealed it.
It was a couple things, right? One, it was Newt Gingrich wanted to bring the defense industry to Marietta, Georgia, right, which is right outside of Atlanta.
Yeah.
And then the second thing is Hope 6, which right after the Rodney King riots. Okay, they started the gentrification process in Atlanta.
Right.
It was Atlanta, L.A., New York, D.C., and who else was on the list? And Memphis was on the list.
Memphis.
They still haven't cracked Memphis, man. That place is
we don't.
Oh, what about Nashville?
We don't talk about Memphis.
Nashville came up later. Nashville never had the same problem, but Nashville was never really a black town for the most part.
Fair enough. Well, it is music. It's a country music center, but fair enough, sir.
It is. But Crane City came in Memphis like I think the mid aughts, like 2005 or so.
Huh.
I mean, when
because
Nashville Crane City.
I know.
Because
they got like the UPS hub is there, or is it FedEx? Hub? Is right.
I think FedEx is in the middle of Tennessee. I don't know exactly where it is.
I think they both have a hub. So one of them has it in Memphis because the river is right there, and so they take a bunch of stuff down there.
Yeah,
it's just like and then Nashville serves as like the logistics hub for it. So they got like a big IT bank there. And then they got the Bell South. There's a bunch of stuff that goes on in Tennessee that people don't talk about.
With UPS, the post office, postal service, FedEx, and all that, they're all there because that is the population center of the United States.
Yeah.
It's either there or it may be like I think whenever I send packages to you or Artisan, it usually goes to like I think Chicago, and then it goes down.
Yeah, that makes sense. Chicago is the rail hub of America.
Because I use UPS. So UPS, I think they have like a main hub that goes to the West Coast.
It depends on how fast you wanted to get there. If it's on a plane, it's going to Tennessee.
Yeah, it's going to Tennessee. Yeah, but I do usually do ground, so ground usually goes to Chicago.
Chicago, okay. Yeah, but if it's like FedEx, UPS.
Yeah, FedEx, it might be somewhere
in 2 or 3 days. It's going to Tennessee first.
Yeah,
and where they exchange packages, and then that plane flies back out one way, and they go back to where they were. But that's the meeting point. In fact, FedEx was the first one to actually do it.
Yeah,
about that hub and spoke model.
For
business purposes.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean it works though. I mean,
he brought that from the airlines because he was an airline pilot.
Yeah.
So
and it works. I mean, like
it does.
I know a bunch of those dudes who work for like FedEx, UPS. Shitty working conditions, but you'll make some good money.
You make some
you'll
good money.
You'll be in a truck that's like 115 degrees, but you'll make $150,000 over the course of your life. Like for 20 years to do it. You know, and
I was thinking about doing it.
Man, dude, you're getting destroyed. This guy is good.
The what? What?
He's talking about the Tekken game.
Yeah, he is good.
Yeah.
I would say, when we talk about like other places that have been like subject to all this, I mean, like Austin, Texas is one example. Like that's where they're starting to see a lot of relocation folks. It's become like the tech hub of sorts, right?
Yeah, it is. But like, man, Austin has grown so much. You have you ever seen Texas Chainsaw Massacre?
Yeah.
Which one?
Well, which one?
Any of them, but they're all set in Austin. But the
outside Austin, but yeah,
the house that the at the end scene where the guy comes out of the house with the chainsaw and he's like chasing down the street. I think there's an IKEA there now. I guess how much Austin is like grown out from where it used to be, like around
I can't remember what the name of that river is, but like there's that river, that main river, and then like if you go northwest, and then you go to like the Millionaire.
You talking about the Colorado River?
I think that's right.
Yeah, it's all in the front.
Yeah.
Well, you are from Austin, AL. You know your way.
Yeah, he knows it's Texas. But then,
He
like,
knows
if you go,
Oh man.
Shut up.
What? What's so funny, PK?
Nothing. Him in this Texas, yeah.
He knows his Texas. He is from. Yeah, well, he's from Austin. What I say wrong?
I mean,
Didn't
Texas
say
is
anything
like
wrong. It's just funny.
Texas is
No,
like
man.
5 states in one, but
It is.
Yeah.
It's big as fuck. That fucking place. It needs a bigger portion of the United
Only
States.
second to
that
Alaska.
Fucking place.
yeah. I mean,
Only
it's
second
one
to
of those-
Alaska.
It's one of those few places you could drive. If your car is like in good shape, you could take your hand off the wheel and drive for like 20 minutes and not have to do anything if you're in the right place, because it's just flat and long. And you
I
go
love
like
you, AL, but fuck driving through Texas, bro.
it's a man, it is a pain.
Jules, the way you describe it, the way you describe that kind of driving reminds me of KSA, because the roads are flat. It's usually straight line, very few turns until you get into the city limits of any major city.
Brother, drive from one side of
Yes,
Texas
that's
to the
where
other
that's where I was born and raised.
To drive from one side to the other side of Texas is I believe it's like fucking 2.5 days, bro. As a truck driver, it's
at the
horrible.
longest.
I hate it.
The longest, yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
wow.
I've done like you go from like you can go from like one side of Houston to the other, and it'll be like an hour and 45 minutes, and you're going 85 miles an hour, just like just plowing down the road, and it is a big ass state, and everything's spread out.
I remember BGS mentioned, like, he always talks about Craig B. Hewlett. Craig B. Hewlett talked about, Craig B. Hewlett, not C. Hewlett. Craig B. Hewlett. He talked about his time when he was living in Houston. And he talked about, you got to worry about road rage because everybody be carrying, guns in the driver's seat and everything.
Yeah, I think
you flip somebody off, you're gonna get hurt. That's asking for trouble right then and there.
Yeah, that's a comic book guy that I listen to. He lives in Texas, and he says the same thing. Like, there's a lot of road rage out there.
Yeah.
There is.
No, there is, and you got to be aware because that gets fatal. It gets fatal.
People cut each other off all the time.
Well, if everyone's packing a 9mm or a 45, you don't really have to worry about road rage because everybody knows everyone's packing. Hey, BGS, what do you think about the
unless you're from out of state,
white guy? What's the white guy who was talking to Gary? The Italian guy from New Orleans. Shit, I can't remember his name right now. He's talking about how his customers were black, and I placed it on the fact that he wanted influxes of cash. What's his name?
I don't know.
Describe him to us.
He's a loud talking, short, Italian, Greekish kind of guy. He's big mouth.
That's a lot of people.
I mean, he talks about real estate. He talks about like syndication deals. He's got a big platform. He advertises a ton on YouTube, Instagram, all this stuff. What the hell is his name? Holy shit! I'm just blanking on it right now.
Is he known for like controversial shit?
Not really. Like, I mean, he did pop in social media this past week.
Somebody saying Gary V.
Gary V. Yeah, no, it's not Gary V.
Not V. Is it Condone or what's it?
Yeah, Gary Cardone.
Okay.
Cardone. Yeah.
Cardone. Okay.
Yeah.
I've heard of him. I have never really watched him very much. Grant Cardone. That's his name.
Cardone. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes. Because he said, like, hey, my biggest customers are black. And I was like, that doesn't make sense for the volume of the business he's trying to sell. But he's saying that for a reason.
Yeah.
And I want to say that he wants an influx of cash if interest rate goes up. But I can't quite pin it to that. That's my guess, though.
Well, it might be an underserved market. I don't know.
Okay.
Black people do have money.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah. But like, do we want to deal with the interest rates going into his syndication deals?
Yeah, well, it depends. There's always a way to make money. If the deal is right, no matter what the interest rates were. Because, like my friend, she was telling me she was buying real estate when the interest rates were at 20%. So there's always a deal to be made.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to reboot this router, man, because I'm getting a lot of borging. So I think it's on my end. So I'll be back in about 3 or 4 minutes.
All right.
Cool.
All right, take your time, BJs.
All right.
Yeah, because he said that. I was like,
oh man, hold on a second. This is my this winning pose by Huang. That goes back to Tekken Tag Tournament, the original game on PlayStation 2.
You say harangue, we say harangue.
Huang.
We say harangue.
I say Huang because
we from America, bro. We say harangue, bro.
We eat hamburgers and hot dogs. We say harangue.
America.
Oh well, congratulations.
You don't have hot dogs where you from, son.
Exactly.
Well, it's better than how Indians say it. They say hot dogs, they go like hot dogs. What? Hot dogs.
Hodor.
Hodor.
Yeah.
I mean, Indian folks will make they are great professors, like teachers. But man, I need to look at them when they're talking them, just so I can understand what they're saying. Because
I really don't like. This is gonna sound racist or prejudiced. Man, I don't fuck with Indian people on the whole.
Or South Asians in general.
Some of the biggest. No. Just Indian people in particular are some of the fucking biggest asshole people, dude.
I can understand that. Have you
been able to break down the groups within the continent or subcontinent?
Not when they get here, no.
Because once you get that, you can understand who you can work with and who you can't. There's different groups within the groups.
I'm just saying, every single Indian that I have interest has either been racist or been a prick. I'm just saying that's just in North Carolina. It could be some night. The women I have no problem with. It's the men that are the biggest assholes.
Yeah. See, I don't disagree with you at all. I mean, I agree with you completely. However, I try to figure out who I can get what out of. And I like to check the ones I can when I get to them. Because I know like a little bit of how they work with some of their like caste and cultures. So I can know like this group, like there's a bunch of ethnicities in there. From the cities and the families and stuff.
All the way to and also
the problem is when you come here, like we don't give a fuck about none of that.
Yeah, but if you start to pick and like if you understand like
I don't need to understand, motherfucker. Fuck you.
You can understand there's people who are like traders by like TRADERS traders, and those are the people you can work with. And then figure out how can you get something out of them, and then get something out of you, and then you can make a symbiotic relationship. That's
shit. You mean you want to capitalize off of that relationship? I feel you. I get what you're saying. In practice, in theory, I guess that would work in your position for your job. I'm talking about it on an interpersonal level. These people suck. They suck.
PK, I can understand that. I mean, in my case, I've been around South Asians myself. Not just Indians, Pakistanis especially. I mean, one of my best friends, Pakistani American and everything. And we go back and forth about the whole shit. And we understand about the whole issues, caste and race and regional animosities they have for one another, even religious ones.
Yeah, because I remember loyal though. The dudes are loyal as fuck.
They are gracious. If you're gracious to them, they're gracious to you. Because I remember, I mean, in Eritrea, we had a lot of Indian teachers who came in, mostly to teach high school students, everything. But most of the kids could not get around their accents. Me, I could because I was exposed to that at a young age. But I've also met Anglo Indians as well.
Why don't they send those people to the United States?
Right.
It takes them like 20 years to get
here. The Anglo Indians, because most of them are mostly like what British nationals,
Canadians,
and they got British and Canadians. That's why most of them are in Canada because they got a better deal there. They got a better deal in the UK.
The highest grossing comedian in the world is Anglo Canadian Indian. What's his name?
Russell Peters.
Russell Peters. Yep.
I'll be honest with you.
Somebody gonna get a
wait. One of the landlord, and he was the biggest fucking prick of all.
He was a lot of them can be.
He was a fucking asshole. I did not like that motherfucker. I had to leave that place because of him.
Well, you gotta understand, like, it's 1 billion people in this in an area the size of 2/3 of Europe.
Yeah, it's called
really
the
think about
subcontinent
that,
for a
like,
reason.
Like they are packed in there, and I've only been to India once, but like I won't go back again unless I'm in the top end. And I was there on business, and I was still not happy. It is a packed area, and there's decent people there, but there's poverty there that you haven't seen anywhere else in the world.
Oh man, I had a couple partners who were down there in India, especially like in the eastern part for college.
Yeah.
And they talked about how, and they were telling me some stories about how they was like over there for,
it's
getting used to driving, being around certain people. But because they were able to navigate around the social structures and whatnot, because the school they went to was like mostly a lot of international students, they were able to navigate this way, this, that, and the third. So they had a better time compared to a lot of people.
Yeah. It's possible too, but it is not built for anyone built in the American.
Yeah, it depends on the city too. I've
kind of made up my mind on this because I've dealt with a handful of these people, like at least a dozen, and they just suck dick, bro. I hate these people.
The men suck dick. The women are cool. I've met a lot of cool Indian women.
I haven't met many Indian women to be able to form a good perspective on that, but I've met Indian
I don't blame you, PK.
It's a mixed bag. I mean, I've had someone who were like worse than the divestors, and I met someone who were better than, whatever black nationalists you can meet. Like it really depends on the type of family they were in, how much American culture. Like American culture is like.
Well, it's hard to have a conversation when you're just a fucking massive dickhead. Like, I mean, like, I don't know.
Well, here's my thing.
The Indian dude I knew was like fucking said some racist ass shit. And I'm just looking at him like, dude. Like
what was he, first of all? What was he? What part of India do you think he was from? Was he light skinned or dark skinned?
That regionality part matters.
He was as brown. He was as brown as me.
So he's from the south. He's from the south. He's most likely from the south.
But he grew up in the United States, and he came from Charlotte to Raleigh to this art school. And he said some racist ass shit. I was like, dude, don't you ever fucking say that in my fucking face.
But you give him a smack. You give him a hard smack and let him know.
Or break out the cricket bat.
No, he was like, dude, I didn't know that was racist. I was like, yeah, whatever, dude. I could tell you was one of the Indians that just grew up around white people and just said what white people said.
Yeah.
Fuck up.
I mean, you think that's bad? First of all, in the British Empire, they ended slavery in the 1820s, right? But they had to get. Hold up.
Well, they didn't end slavery. They just did the paperwork. They did.
No. Yeah, let me get to it.
Man, the Jamaicans in there fighting.
Jules.
The Haitians in there fighting.
Brethren, wait a minute, brethren. You're not getting what I'm saying. Just hold on. The blood clot. I'll grab you by your ankles and drag you down to Sheshamini for that shit. That's a place in Ethiopia full of Rastas, folks. But anyway.
I want to ask a question when you get done.
Yeah. Anyway, you think that Afro-Caribbeans will tell you, like, the South Asian communities there and in South Africa, they have their issues with black folks there, especially considering how many of them were brought in to replace, the slave labor as indentured servants and shit. That's why you have so many South Asians all over the motherfucker. Uganda, Kenya.
Yeah, those Gujaratis who are known for being like travelers and traders.
Gujarati.
They're known for establishing like trading routes and like having different what do you call it, like outposts essentially to be able to trade amongst themselves. Like they're known for being able to blend in with the culture. Not necessarily ethnically, but they do it pretty well.
What I was going to ask if I could crowdsource this information and maybe someone could get back to me on this. There's an article multiple articles that have been coming out, and I wanted to find out where exactly this data is coming from so that I could, dig into it personally. Now, this is just like if anyone's feeling generous and would like to look this up for me, even you, Jules, or Namu, if you guys could help, if you'd like. I'm looking for where the information in regards to this article comes from, because I can't find the study that it's pulling from to substantiate this article.
What's the article?
You'll see it. It's in the chat.
Yeah.
It's an article about inflation and what they're doing in the economy. And so I was looking to find out where this was pulled from because it was interesting to me, but I couldn't find the data itself, the raw data in the study that it came from.
Do you look at the FOMC minutes when they come out?
I don't look at them when they come out, but yes, I do look at them from time to time. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of what they need to do. Like, you won't see a recession hit, I don't think, until they start to signal that they're going to cut the inflation rate, because they're increasing it, but I don't think they need to increase it enough, because
they're too late. They're too late. I mean, like, I'm not talking about what ought to happen. There, arguably, it's already too late for that. We've already.
Not necessarily, but
yes,
I get what you're saying.
Necessarily.
Like, anybody who's out here just in the world should just be stacking as much cash as possible. So if, when they cut the inflation, the rates, then you'll have, let's say, a stack, and then you can burn that out until they start to lower rate. What's that?
That's not a lot of people, though. A lot of people don't even have like $300 in their bank account.
I understand that completely. I'm saying, like,
especially consider the cost of living and such.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying anybody who can do it, that's your best bet. That, or you could do Young Grizzly, me.
But so basically, you're saying the very few people that can do it, they're going to survive.
I mean, so by virtue of what they're doing, they're starving, they're killing. I know what they're doing is problematic, but that isn't what I was asking, though. Anyway, I already know what's going on with that, and I know why. But what I'm saying is like, I'm curious where this stuff came from, at least in the article, what they presented. I just wanted to know so that I could dig into it. That's all. So
let me spike through it. They want that 2% inflation, and I know, like, historically inflation has been around 2%, but it has been very low for the past 10 years. Cleveland Bank.
So if someone gets their hands on that, feel free to post it in the chat or something, or link it to me. I'd like to know. I'm curious.
I mean, there's a bunch of stuff that could happen with, like, the dollar milkshake effect, where, like, gold and the dollars go up and then all go down at the same time. But
it's rare, but yeah.
Welcome back, VGS, and speak of a motherfucking Raven.
Now, how do I sound? Because I'm getting throttled over here. We got to.
You sound good.
That sound all right? Okay.
You might be having the same time I had. Like, you probably just needed to get out of StreamYard and come back in.
No. It's not. It's on the It's on the internet's end. I'm being throttled. So.
Yeah, it's by virtue of that ice storm, right?
Yeah. Yeah. We got a rainstorm. So.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that would explain it.
Because you guys are garbled, but I just wonder how I sounded.
You sound fine.
Okay.
You're coming through clear.
Here's a
I didn't know you had a
PK.
rainstorm out there.
Oh, sorry. PK, here's a good 2 paragraphs. The study is not the first to argue that the Fed's outlook for the economy, dubbed an immaculate disinflation by some observers, is unrealistic, and that policymakers will at some point be forced into hard choices about how much higher interest rates may need to rise in order to lower inflation, how steep a price they are willing to pay in terms of job losses.
Don't believe that shit, man. It has nothing to do with that.
This is what they're saying. This is what they're writing. This is just what they're writing. They're saying,
I understand what they're writing. I understand what they're writing. Okay, look at the bigger picture. What's going on in the world?
A bunch of shit. Yeah.
Okay.
Ukraine.
BRICS versus who?
BRICS versus the dollar system.
Versus the dollar system, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're willing to sacrifice everything for that.
The last time you saw interest rates or this kind of stagflation, when was it?
90s?
1970. Okay.
Oh, the Volcker, the reset.
The Volcker, the Volcker. Well, that was late 70s. But the Volcker, what was going on? What has just happened? Like
decoupling.
No,
The oil embargo. No,
the oil embargo, but before that, 1971, what happened?
They decoupled the gold.
Decoupled gold from the dollar. Got off the gold standard, right? What happens
Got
to
off
your
the gold
dollar?
standard.
What happens to your currency?
It becomes a fiat
right?
currency now.
And devalues, right?
Floats
Okay.
out underneath.
How do you stabilize your currency, Jules?
They partnered up with the Saudi Arabians.
No.
Petrodollars.
How do you set if you're a third world country like Greece, okay, or Ethiopia or someplace like that that's developing, right? That's not a first tier country. How do you stabilize your currency? You raise what?
Raise rates.
Interest rates, right? That's like you look at Ghana, right? Ghana's interest rates went from when the currency got in trouble, they went interest rate from 8% to what 13, 14, 15%, right?
Yeah.
Same thing with Greece, right? Their interest rates went from like 2 or 3% to what 10, 12%, right?
I mean, if you look at our interest rate from the 90s to now, our 90s are in the double digits. In like I think around 2003, they were around at like single digits.
Yeah.
And they've been staying single digits for ever since now.
Well,
they have to raise interest rates. They have to.
Well, they have to. What I'm saying is that there's not a have to. What's going on now, because they weren't raising interest rates before a certain person got in office. Okay. And he had an agenda. So this stuff has been planted. As I said, why, because if you raise interest rates, you're going to hurt the banks.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you're hurting the bank, if you're hurting the banks, there got to be a particular reason why you do it. Now we know why they're doing it, right?
Yeah. And this is a lot of stuff that the banks need to have to make themselves whole every morning. It's overnight loans and everything like that. Like there's a bunch.
Well, the overnight loans, but guess what the banks normally run on. I mean, are you a financial guy, Jules?
I am familiar, not technically, but I do.
Well, pause on this conversation. I was asking for the purposes of investigating the article, and that's all I wanted to do. So, BGS, if you have any information in regards to that, like, feel free, because I'm curious, like, where they're pulling this from. I just wanted to look. That's all.
Well, I understand that, but the thing is, right now, my internet's funky. So if I start pulling stuff up and I'm on there with you guys, it's going to get even worse. So,
okay,
I pretty much cut everything down. Because,
gotcha.
I mean, I'm barely understanding you guys.
Okay. So, yeah, I mean, like, so far as the discussion and like where it's going right now, we're on the same page. There's no need to, I'm not, at least as far as I'm concerned, there's no need to go down that road. We're not actually apart on that. But what I just wanted to know was like, where is this coming from? That's what I wanted to know.
I mean, there's a bunch of stuff that they're going to
what I'm saying is about the rise of interest rates. Basically, the Fed is just defending the dollar. That's what's happening. They don't, because layoffs is a good sign that you should not raise interest rates, right? Because people have to cut back. People lose jobs. It's going to send you into a spiral. So if you're doing it anyway, it has nothing to do with the economy.
But then they're also loaning out a bunch of money to foreign entities at the same time. So it's like a paradoxical situation, right?
Oh, they're doing what? Say it again.
They're sending out money to Ukraine, right, at the same time. And then they're paying off their debts. But then they're also not being able to pay off certain things that they rely on. Student loans, what do you call it? Like loan mortgages being drawn in. Like those things aren't processing at the same time. So you have a balance sheet. There's like a balance sheet versus cash flow.
Those are two separate issues, okay? Your internal economy, your internal economy, and your external economy are two separate issues. What you're having is an external economy issue with the Fed. Okay, that's why the Fed rate interest rate has nothing to do with the internal economy. They'll tell you that. Okay, they're going to tell you that. I'm telling you up front. They're going to tell you that, but that's not why they're going to raise interest rates. That's why it's not going to stop. At least not right now.
So they're in the dollar destroying business right now.
They're in the what?
Dollar destroying business.
No. With the basic. Okay. Thing is, if you think of the internal economy, that's one thing. How do you draw money, assets from outside the country? What do you have to do? How do you get money from outside the country? Especially if you want them to buy T-bills.
You raise the rates.
You get a better what?
You get a better rate of return.
Rate of return. That's what the Fed is doing. How you draw money back inside. This is what we call. This is called austerity light. In fact,
Yeah.
they're even
Okay.
talking. You listen to the economists, they're even
Or
calling
belt
it
tightening.
austerity now, right?
Yeah, that's
What's
why.
two?
Yeah, that's why I asked you about that Mark Blythe book, because I like I understand why austerity is needed, but it has a lot of negative downside effects.
It has a
especially
negative
long-term.
connotations, but thing is, they're still used. Well, even I was listening to this chick talk about austerity, right? It's an age old thing, but thing is, it's more prevalent under the gold standard because it's a real ironclad hard thing under the gold standard. There's two things you have to do, right? Raise interest rates and also what? Cut jobs and cut benefits, right?
Yeah.
Because you're drawing money out of the people to actually draw money back into the country, right? The
Yeah.
other thing, the biggest thing you could do, what's not going to happen, is lower wages like China does.
Yeah, because people can't do that in America. We have too pricey of an economy to make that happen. Houses are too expensive, cars are too expensive, groceries, all that type of stuff.
Everything would have to adjust.
Yeah.
It's gonna adjust. Okay, it's gonna adjust one way or the other. Okay.
Can I ask you one thing?
Go ahead.
This is my conspiracy brain. Has there been any like soft war stuff from Russia with all these like weird infrastructure damages been going on that you can think of? What do you think?
There's been a soft war going on with Russia and China since
30 years
since 1995.
Yeah, but like all these like fortuitous things have been happening.
I did a whole seminar on this
2 years,
a ROMS thing last night explaining this.
Oh shit! How do I sign up for that? I gotta find that. I like ROM stuff.
I did a whole private stream for ROM on this kind of stuff last night. So
okay,
I mean, this has stuff been going on.
Long time now.
Yeah, it was the biggest thing that was going on back in the 90s, and most people didn't even talk about it, was the Asian currency crisis. Starting with
back in 97.
Back in 97, yeah.
Yeah,
I remember that crisis.
Led by our good friend George Soros, but
he was good at that, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, he went after the pound and said, okay, if you could go after the pound in the 60s, go after the Chinese yuan in the 90s.
Yeah.
Yeah. But him going after the pound did stop the Vietnam War, that's for sure.
Nope.
Yeah. Very few things would have done that.
Oh, he didn't do it he didn't do it for that reason, but yeah, that's what stopped it, because Johnson didn't have enough money to fight the war and save the British pound.
Oh man, that was messed up.
So they had you have NATO, you got trying to keep Europe out of trouble, and you're fighting this communist war in Southeast Asia. Yeah, there's only so much money, and trying to build a great society so people don't burn down your cities. Okay.
Yeah,
a lot on your table.
I don't know, man. It seems like fun burning down cities and whatnot. I don't know, man.
Honestly, I
burn down cities is not that hard, but they're hard, easy to burn down. Guess what? They're hard to do. There you go.
Build back up.
Yeah.
Like I think Irony got it really right. Maybe, and it was stream he put out like maybe a year or two ago. He was talking about like integration. Irony Osei Frimpong. He's the funky academic. He's talking about like integration. Integration happened from the bottom up. Like it started with the children up to, well, not much, like maybe the teachers, but it didn't start from the top down, like administrators, and then having like white children go to black schools, black children go to white schools, and you'd have black administrators, teaching, working with white teachers and black teachers, and then black children, white teachers, and then
it had already happened before. Got to remember, how did they make Europeans from all over Europe white? It's called integration.
Yeah. But didn't
how did they do it?
Bottom up, or
it's called the what?
The Prussian
public school system.
Yeah. I mean, you got to start.
I know that.
This is the underlying. This is the underlying answer to that. You got to start with the children.
Yeah, but we didn't hybridize it to a point where like black people laugh, and like, I mean, that's why we're having a lot of these, I think, the hiccups with our culture.
Basically, that's the only, they learned it from the Germans. That's the only way to get people to mix forcefully. Okay.
Yeah.
Because it's going to take 400 years if you wait on people to do it.
To just do it naturally.
Naturally, yeah. Admixture takes between 300 and 400 years to do it organically.
Yeah. Because I mean, Ghanaians, they did it pretty quickly.
Who?
But the Ghanaians, they did it pretty quickly.
Strange you say that. What did Nkrumah do when he went to Ghana?
He did that. Yeah, I know. Trust me. That's why I
He
like the
did what?
Canadians the best out of the West Africa.
He did what? He took kids from one tribe and sent them to schools.
Mix them around. Yeah.
In another tribe, right?
Yeah.
He instituted the Prussian school system. I learned that when I went to Ghana. How did he do? He the very same thing. That's how he got them to mix.
Yeah. Dude,
Gotta start
does
with the
any of
children.
that?
That's how
Does
you
any
do
of
it.
that come up? None of that comes
That's
up.
why that
None of that
black
comes up in
star is the symbol of unity on their flag. But excuse me.
Oh, Garvey. I was gonna say none of that comes up in any of the pro-black, Afrocentric, any of that conversation. None of it ever comes up at all. It's like, how did this actually happen?
It's because, okay, I'm in because this is because trust and believe. Me and the nationalists and the pro-blacks, I clash with them all the time over this shit. So
yeah,
they know this shit because how I know it. I know they know it because I've been telling them this shit for the last 13 years, right? But the thing is, they don't want to put this shit out in public.
But that's the thing is like my dad is of the he's of your generation, right? And he told me he was put in the mixed schools first because he had a bunch of brothers who they would defend each other if it got to that level. But like they don't talk about like why, like how did this happen and why did this happen? It's like we're in the situation and we don't we see the results, but we don't understand them and we don't like some of them.
Because why gives you power. Okay, most people don't want to tell you. They'll tell you what. They might even tell you who.
Yeah.
I would say
they might even tell you how. If you're lucky. But the thing is, they ain't gonna tell you why because why gives you power.
You ever heard of the saying half truths? Yeah. That's what you've been told.
It disintegrates the whole like mythos of it or something like that.
Huh?
Yeah, I got some pro-black folks that don't want to talk to me no more.
But I was gonna say that I think we discount the fact that many of these institutions or structures that we have in the Black society have been thoroughly infiltrated ideologically or quite literally. So I mean,
no,
you get what you get. So I mean, it is what it is insofar as what BGS has been telling them. You know what I mean? Like so, yeah. It's kind of hard to make progress when you have folks that are actively working to make sure that no progress is made.
It depends on what progress and what direction and for what.
Correct. Yeah.
And you have to decide what is the goal of the society, especially from the people on top. What's their goal? And that stuff will go through. Okay, the other stuff will get blocked, or at least
I know a lot of the integration stuff was about they couldn't afford to have a segregated society for much longer. So it kind of like merge these two things together, and it had a lot of downstream bad effects. Part of it.
They could have just kidnapped all the black kids and sent them to black schools like they did with the Indians.
It's true. For sure. Very true. I mean,
but they needed you to work. They needed the Native Americans to work. They needed you on the sharecropping farm. That's why they didn't.
So BGS, insofar as the video you just released, let's talk about it, man. So, what did you find out insofar as what I mentioned to you last Saturday, man? So I see that you went and did the video with the
which one?
With the younger people, you know what I'm saying, and how they're single. Did you do any further research, or did you just stop there?
This like I said, if you understand the mouse utopia, okay, which you do because we talked about it enough, right? It's organic. That's organic. That's number one, right? Two, you have feminism, which is structural, right? Which is caused by the structure. The more women you send to work, then all this other structural stuff happens, right? So you have these two things happening at the same time, right? And plus, for countries to compensate, they swung the pendulum toward the women with things. The pendulum swung too far, and so now the pendulum swung too far. The young men feel that it's not fair. So what are they doing? They're taking the balls and going home.
Yeah,
it makes sense.
Yeah, it's a damn shame, but that's kind of the outcomes that we bet on.
Yeah, it's not just I saw that. I saw that with the MGTOWs, right? I said, you guys don't actually know what you're starting because they didn't understand it. They're just doing it, right? It's just we're just gonna protest. We're just gonna. I said, you guys are actually leading a protest, a refusing movement. Okay, you're refusing to participate. If it gets big enough, that's the danger of MGTOW. It's not about hating women. That's why she's not participating. And eventually, if it gets big enough, it's going to have the government will have no choice except to address it. But I'm black. I'm a Negro. So
yeah, I hear that a lot. I think that the argument too much of this is you're black. Like what?
I'm a Negro, right? In a basically white space. So, but they'll pick and choose what they get from me and then put it out like they came up with it. But yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not only
it's all
Negro,
reactionary.
I'm a smart uppity Negro at that.
Gynocracy has taken a hold. Just
He uppity than a motherfucker.
Bro, there was about 3 months ago, Rolo was saying gynocentric social order. I was like, bro, that's too wordy. You know what you're trying to say. And now
no. Let's be clear. Rolo. Let's just lay it out plainly.
He has a point.
Rolo, stop it. Rolo
ahead,
and
please.
many of these other people inside of MGTOW.
He's not MGTOW.
He's not. No, Rolo's not MGTOW.
Well, you get the point. Inside of the Red Pill. These people have been quite frequently stealing many of the discussions that we have had
co-opting
here.
But he's not
and talking about them. That's what's been happening. So I mean, that's what's going on. So Rolo didn't come out. He didn't fucking.
He faking the funk.
Shit.
Dude, honestly,
come on,
the only white guy I can listen.
We know where you got this from.
A lot of people are listening to this space to get ideas.
Yeah, the only white guy I can listen to out of that sphere is the Hammerhand, because he's a hillbilly that is honest and straight up. And I've worked with those type of guys who are just like, they'll give you what it is, and you might not like it, but they'll give you what it is. And they'll be rude as fuck sometimes.
I have no problem.
Or sometimes.
I have no problem with Rolo making his money. He's been in the space long enough. He should make some money.
Yeah, same.
Well, motherfucker is like, but he's going to be faking the funk the whole time because, his bottom line, because at the end of the day, what is he?
Just be honest. Just be honest and be
pickup artists. They are PUAs. They just had to. They rebranded themselves as dating coaches after Me Too and Time's Up. Yeah. That's what everybody forgets. That's where the Club 21 Studios and shit came about.
What are they calling themselves now?
No, they call themselves relationship coaches, dating coaches. No. That's what they've been calling themselves. That's what they call themselves because they had to drop the PUA shit at the PUA label after Me Too.
Yeah. PUA kind of died after Roosh kind of converted.
Roosh?
Yeah, I remember.
No, he's not a Muslim, by the way. He's not a Muslim, BJS.
No, you're correct. He's actually Orthodox. Okay.
He was originally Armenian Orthodox, but in 2019 he converted to Russian Orthodoxy.
I understand. it was my mistake. Okay.
No, I understand BJS. I understand BJS.
I couldn't remember which religion it was, but I thought it was Muslim. But no.
Yeah, I'm just giving you the details, sir. That's all.
I remember when he did. He actually made a big announcement when he did it. But
I remember around that area, he got kicked out of a bunch of countries and shit, and like
who. No, Roosh, no. He just came back to America and said, "I'm done. I'm done with pickup."
No, he got kicked out.
He too old for this shit.
Though, too. No, right before that.
He was in Eastern Europe, and he just came back and decided, "I'm done with it." He had went all over the world and done all this. He got to be. I think it was like 38. He said, "I'm done. I'm getting old."
There are only so many cheeks you can clap, bro.
Yeah.
And
after a while, the juice is not worth the squeeze.
Correct.
Yeah. There you go, Charles. If you're still listening, that's your Shira.
What is that?
Shira.
Shira. He-Man's twin sister.
Oh, okay. He-Man's twin sister.
Because remember, I remember Charles and I went back and forth about because I brought her up, and I remember like when they transitioned from themselves to their alter egos, he would say by the power of Grayskull. She said for the honor of Grayskull. And we were like bouncing back and forth about that shit, and. Yeah, but BGS, like I was saying earlier, I understand you were wrong about that, but I just want to give you the details specific because it don't matter. What shit the fuck up?
It's not that important.
Let him get it out. Let him get it out.
Nah, fuck that shit, motherfucker. Nah, fuck that shit. It ain't that important, motherfucker. Get off of it. Get off of it. It's not that serious.
Now I gotta cuss him on him. I will, motherfucker.
All right, go ahead.
Soon enough, I'm gonna be teaching PK. I'm Herrick or something like that because we need to go back and forth. I ain't teaching my Muslim because he's gonna suck ass in that process.
Just let him get it out, man.
That's how come I try to be careful with my videos because I know if I make one little mistake, man, they're gonna narrow in and I'm gonna hear it for like a year.
Yeah, yeah. The reason I'm just saying that is
you were wrong about this. Okay, I'm wrong.
No, BJS. I ain't trying to pound on you. That's not it.
But you're not the first one to say it though.
All right, yeah. What I wanted to say, yeah, I know. What I'm trying to say is, like, first of all, he was born to a Persian father and Armenian mother.
Okay.
So his name Darius comes from Darius the Great, and Visam father is a Persian last name. So he was raised in the Armenian Apostolic Church.
Okay.
But he later converted to the Russian Orthodox Church, and they are completely opposites. Georgian, Armenian, they're like the older versions are more related to Greek indoctrination wise. Russian, Ukrainian, they came later. They more recent in age and whatnot, and in doctrine and whatnot. So because there's like a big there's a big schism within Orthodoxy. So Armenians, Assyrians, Greeks. They are also closer to like the Coptics and the Tewados, like myself, in folks in Ethiopia.
And some Turks, right?
The Turks are mostly those who became Christians were like Greek Orthodox mostly, but you have Greeks who converted to Islam as well.
Yeah.
But everybody else, they converted to Greek Orthodoxy later on. For example, like the Romanian, the Serbian. Serbians are closer to the Russians, as are Belarusians and everybody else. But
and guess who else is Orthodox? Dr. Thunder. Dr. Thunder's Orthodox.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Dr. Thunder's Orthodox? Which church? Which church?
I don't know exactly which one, but he's Orthodox Christian.
Orthodox. I don't know. I think he's Eastern Orthodox.
Shit, you should.
I thought he said he was an Orthodox Catholic.
No. He said
no.
Orthodox Christian. Yeah.
Orthodox Christian. Orthodox is not the same as Catholic, dude.
I'm not sure.
No, he's not.
Yeah,
Catholic.
exactly.
He's Orthodox Christian.
Yeah, I mean, like Catholics aren't even Catholic anymore. Like, yeah, Catholics. I mean, we're in Vatican II. Like that's.
I'm Orthodox, and I should chop it up with him more often about that shit because I was just like intrigued. Which branch are we talking? Because the branches are very specific. It's also because there's a schism because there was like the division was over like whether or not Christ was of two natures or of one nature. So it was about Christ's divinity. That's where the Council of Nicaea and shit came about.
Yeah, you're talking about like God in the spacesuit, or God is in the sun, and like
that's how the schism came about, and that's why you have those two churches.
Really, the schism came about when Rome broke up, right, and it went east. Okay.
Byzantium.
And it left the rest of the Christians west, so they became liberal.
Yeah. And this is before the Turks came in.
So they established Orthodox Christian Church in Istanbul.
Istanbul? No, it's Constantinople at the time.
Constantinople.
Hagia Sophia. Have you ever seen the Jules? Have you ever seen like National Geographic? That a documentary about Hagia Sophia, especially its architecture and such.
I've probably seen it, but not in a while. I mean, there's a bunch of stuff in like that Eastern corridor that I really want to see. Like, but, man, I get along with Russia to a degree, but I want to go to the Hermitage just because I know that has a ton.
Where?
The Hermitage.
Where's that?
In Russia.
Oh, the Hermitage. Oh, you mean St. Basil's Basilica and shit like that?
Yeah, like I just know that getting into Russia is just a pain in the ass, and I know.
Hey.
Is it?
Oh, yeah. It is now.
It probably is now.
Yeah, well now.
What's a vape and grinder?
I thought it was fairly easy. It used to be fairly easy. But now,
it was easier, but now, I mean, look at what happened to a certain what's her face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Regardless, WNBA, by the way.
It's supposed to be like the Smithsonian laid out into one building, like all these buildings.
I think she took a pay cut.
But Jules, I'll tell you, there's like hold on.
I'm here.
Yeah, sorry, it's just like folding up my sleeves and I gotta concentrate to count. Yeah, that's my OCD. Besides inside Moscow, if you ever go to St. Petersburg, you might find like, some interesting spots there, like some of the basilicas there. But there's also other places where you have like great cathedrals if you're interested in that kind of architecture. I mean, if you ever get a chance to go to Ethiopia, you gotta check out Lalibela because the rock cut churches and everything over there. Or if they let you into Tigray, you could probably check out the great cathedrals in Aksum. Beautiful stuff.
Huh.
It's like
I mean,
I didn't know that Dr. Thunder was Orthodox. That's interesting. Yeah, you learn something new every day.
He says it all the time.
Is the dice agent in the house?
Here comes the hurricane.
And Mr. Raleigh himself. Everybody's favorite asshole.
Mr. Anderson.
What are you, Agent Smith?
Mr. Anderson.
Dice agent going once. Dice agent going twice.
No, I'm here.
Okay.
It is.
I wanted to pull my hair out in that new Matrix movie when he kept on saying, "You know, Tom," and I was just like, "It's Mr. Anderson, you dumb fuck!" Like, oh god, I wanted to pull my hair out. I'm like, gosh.
Yeah, that was a disappointment. Don't even get me started on that. Yeah, when I heard Keanu Reeves describe that shit as a love story, I already knew. Yeah, this is some other shit. He just happy because he back and he got other movies, so he just on cloud 9. But yes, shout out to that John Wick. I'm looking forward to that. Oh yeah, and they're gonna do another what's that fucking occult? The movie he did, when he was the DC character,
Constantine.
Yeah, they're
Constantine,
which they should, because it's not going to take a lot of money to actually make a movie like that.
Constantine was dope.
So
how are they going to bring LaBeouf
finally?
They won't.
Probably no, because he died. Well, they could if they wanted to, but
he didn't die.
That's one of the most shocking assaults I've ever seen in a movie. I did not expect it to happen when it happened.
He did die. He became an
He died, but he was brought back from the dead. Remember?
Yeah, he was at the end. That's true.
The devil would not allow him to die because remember.
No,
they made that
Constantine. No, Constantine. I'm talking about the Shia LaBeouf's character.
Shia LaBeouf.
Yeah, I mean, Shia LaBeouf kind of, I think it's a bad rap a little bit, but yeah, I don't know what he's fucked in Hollywood.
Yeah, I mean, I think he deserves a little bit of what he gets.
A little bit.
I'm not saying Shia LaBeouf is crazy as a motherfucker, man.
Yep. Yeah, so
he's NPD actually, but okay.
And the chick is aged out.
Yeah,
I mean, because she was in Black Widow, so they could bring her back, but I mean, they could. I mean, it's not like they need to bring, it's not like they give a fuck about getting an attractive woman to bring the dude audience in. Fuck that. They'll probably bring somebody that's gay. They'll find a way to gay it up or something.
They're gonna be playing Sylvester halfway through.
I don't know. I mean, it is James. I mean, James Gunn don't need no. It is James Gunn. So, but the script, but I doubt he'll even write the script. That'd be just a movie they put together because they kind of know the fans want it, and it doesn't take a lot of budget. But anyway, off of that, the John Wick. What else is coming? Creed
3's coming out.
What, next week?
Yeah, I heard.
Yeah.
I heard from a couple of people that I look at for reviews that it was good. And I'm talking people of different races too. Yeah, they all said it was good. They said even Michael B. Jordan did a really good job from a directorial standpoint. So, because he directed the movie. So
yeah.
Oh, did he?
Yes, Stallone gave him the go ahead and you can make your own universe.
Yeah,
I think he gave him the rights to that character.
Yeah, I mean it's free money. I mean, technically, what's it called? Michael B. Jordan is gonna get money off the director's chair as well as the. I'm sure he's more involved in the production part too. And then Sylvester Stallone gets money out of his work.
Rachel Weisz.
Rachel Weisz.
That's a good-looking white woman. Yeah.
From the Mummy and everything. Well, she's hot for a brunette. I'll say that much.
I think she's in the Tribe though too.
The what?
Oh, she's in the Tribe. She got the hats and
No, I don't think so. But okay.
That last name.
But anyway, did y'all talk about the BGS's video? That's why I kind of chilled out, and then I haven't been watching the past stream. The recent one, the one he put up, the ones he be dropping before these live streams so people can promote it. Slick.
Not really. I just drop them when
he be doing that shit before Arts and Art of Nostalgia, Art of Ignorance. He said shit. I gave y'all the reins to the Coliseum, so y'all gonna do something.
I say
disrespect
one. I like
nobody would figure that out, that pattern. That's why he's laughing.
Man, I'll say he did the comeback for the foreign women. That was a great reintroduction. Get people formatted to what the structure is and get people into it. I hope some women show up that are actually willing to have a conversation. That's great. And then the same old ish. I thought that was a really good one.
Well, the bullshit that security boss said is why I was personally why I wanted BGS for women to come back to check that dumb shit. Because see, I remember what I said. If we were talking about some great people that would be good guests on there, she was at the top of that list because she does strike me. Look, I'm not about to throw her under the bus or anything, but
good.
She's
a gynocrat,
but she's good at like at least saying certain things to get things moving. That's
a lot of people. There's a couple of people that can fill that role. But I'll give you that. Okay, that's what you meant when you said she's good. See, that's why we gotta let people finish. You said she's good. I mean, she's not bad. But the thing about it is, what she needs to understand, the security boss, what a lot of these guys, you're on like the cruise season, and you're on the Lapiche. Understand they're making content. Yeah, they want to have a conversation, but they're making content to build a channel, to grow a channel, because they see this as a lit. But when this stuff was like a labor of love, them motherfuckers were nowhere to be found, to be fair. And my point is, they're not here to actually bring shit together. If you believe that's what they're doing, that is not what they're doing. So when you're around these people, and then you're trying, because think about it, on cruise season in Lapiche, you got motherfuckers advocating for baby mamaism, all this other stuff. So those platforms are not going to tell you what the real problem is. So she should have got checked immediately when she said that. But they're like, no, man, security boss is nice. Everybody deserves to have their opinion. No, that should have got, I mean, you can have your opinion, but that shit should have got checked. That shit should have got peer reviewed. And a lot of these brothers don't really like the peer review shit, or they like to let the women do it because they think it's the women's job. I understand the effectiveness of that, but that you don't have a Crimson Cure on there. You see the difference. Did y'all any of y'all see the video of the chick that said if you're a stepfather, you're weak?
Yeah.
They didn't like that. See, Kendra probably wouldn't say it that way, but when you have somebody consistently like that, like what Kendra was doing with the bathroom podcast. And that chick couldn't stand the shit she was saying, but she couldn't counter it. They don't have that because the women will stop coming because they'll be scared.
If you could say to guys, you are selecting against your own genetic heritage. Like, if you said to a black man, look, if you decide to raise other stepchildren, God bless you if you decide to do that, knowing full well. But if you don't, you're selecting against the 500 years of people who made it in this country, and or longer, to make you, and then you're just saying, I'm gonna throw that.
Well, that's that sim shit.
You gotta understand about black men and black women and stepchildren, right, or mixed families like that, right? It's a survival tactic. You gotta remember, right at Reconstruction, the average lifetime, the average lifespan of a black man was like 31 years, right? Motherfuckers are dying. Okay, dying, got disappeared, they leave, all kind of shit, right? How do you keep a society functioning? You got to have replacements. So
well, that's a good point.
It's an adaptation to our environment. Where most
absolutely. But you know what, BGS, that never gets brought up because that's not what that's probably the subconscious stuff that's background in the culture, but that's not why they're doing it. And when you listen to what they were describing, because I'm talking about a couple of videos now. Now, first thing I would say too is anybody that plays the game with me with the stepfather thing, I already got a counter to that that's gonna kill that. I'm gonna be like, okay, any nigga that ever brings that up, like how that dude did in that video, I'm gonna be like, so if a black woman has a kid with a white man and a mixed kid, you would still co-sign that black dude getting with that black woman?
Hell no.
Like, you make that real, then if he tries to agree to that, then that's how I'll at least get the other men off his team with that bullshit. Because even most men won't co-sign that. Like, because they know how that looks. So that's how you, like, what was it? The Irene Yvette? Would you play the Irene Yvette game? Because most of these chicks ain't necessarily looking like her anyway. So it ain't like y'all are getting these attractive single mothers. And then it's like, okay, I can clearly.
What did y'all used to call her? Udders?
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying you couldn't get that on your own. But
She just had a pretty face, so you can't take it from her.
I mean, I pointed the best thing about Kevin was that he was like the Neil deGrasse Tyson of the manosphere stuff. Like he didn't create a bunch of new stuff. Like he popularized a bunch of stuff though, and it pushed it so far out. And now the crew seasons, the hate table, whatever, those guys are showing the same type of interactions, but they aren't able to break past the deflections, the distractions, the sign language.
Well, the value
they're trying to make money. They're not.
The value. I will
so it
say
looks sloppy, and like
so
Kevin was able to just like he was able to cut. Man, I was watching an episode tonight with this. There was this like tall, cute looking black chick who was talking about how she's like 38, but nobody's gonna have a baby in this womb. And at the end of it, Kevin's like, he's in a white suit, right? If you can remember the episode, and he's like, "What, ma'am? Nobody's gonna pick you." And then he pans back to her briefly and pulls it away because it's like embarrassing. But she starts crying there because she understands, like, I'm not trying to hurt you. I'm trying to help you understand where you are on the chess table.
Yeah.
And like at this point, the guys are kind of getting that, like, instead of we're playing 4 squares, a chessboard has 64 squares.
The value of those.
That's why Kevin's a lot nicer to me. Like when I took you through with your cousin and her man. Okay. Kevin would have done it that way. I'm much more harsh than Kevin.
Yeah, I mean, look, man, I have to get to that too because I'm like, look, I could do this dance with you, but if you go out there, you're gonna get pumped and left. That's it.
Yeah,
and they're not stupid.
I'm gonna tell them, I'm like, Ed, bitch, please.
They know that, but the thing is, the value of those shows is black women. They basically they're like zoos. And people get mad when I say that, but they are. It's like you go to Daily Rap Crew where they just had project bitches on there. I don't know how you in New York, but y'all want to talk. Y'all love black women, but like, all black women ain't project bitches, even in New York. So it's like y'all got a big enough platform where y'all should be able to get somebody else other than just straight up project. And I'm talking about like precious looking project
places.
Like when you hear some of these chicks on the Daily Rap Crew, and like that's where I actually got that zoo animal shit from. It's just like it be some of these, they're getting better. I'll give them that, but it be these big chicks. Like nigga, I couldn't even be a friend with somebody that admitted to fucking a bitch like that. Like even if you hold on, and then so that's one zoo. Then you go to the hate table zoo where if you need a little bit of non-ADOS, exhibits, you got that Haitian 304. This mad aggressive, and you got a couple of other ones, and then you got the OG dude, then you got the light-skinned dude that he wanna, he ain't really gotten, he's a select dude, but you can see he even be like, wow, y'all are like that, which shows you this idea, this select immunity only goes so far. Niggas believe in the myth of select absolute immunity, as if you can be select enough out of this gynocracy. Don't even fucking get me started on what's that show that Hafiz got flamed twice on. They got Lucario on that shit a couple of days ago, and you can literally see Lucario talk about he that nigga this, and you can see how when he talks and the white dude, shout out to Martin, gave me a video, and the white man talks, you are getting a completely different reaction from the black woman in real time. And Lucario ain't saying nothing crazy and all that. It's like, what? This is what I'm talking about. The bitch talking about I want $60 million. I want to do. I'm like,
oh really? Okay.
Yeah. And this is on a show that started out as a financial show. So the host was like, yeah, this. But anyway, going back to security. So you get all these little exhibits of the fuckery. So even if they don't have Kevin's ability to deal with it, you can't, like, it used to be our word versus theirs. Now it's not. Now if the red pill just died today, you see it all the time. So now But going back to security, Paul was talking about.
Now, what I was saying, like I said in the beginning, when I was at my job, a lot of guys at my job was talking red pill talking points, and I was just like looking at them like, okay.
Yeah, they may not call it red pill.
I just sat back and just listened to them, and they said everything about body count. They said everything about what the girls doing on OnlyFans, this, that, and the third, and this is the managers that's actually making.
Oh, you've done that too. When niggas don't know, do they know you, like, you run a show and stuff like that?
Yeah, they don't know I run a show.
Exactly. So you've done that too.
I just stay in the background, just look and just listen.
Yep, I do the same thing because I've had because I told you all I was on a lot of this shit before I ever came on here and called it red pill, and they be like, yeah, man. Yo, man, I've been hearing on YouTube a lot of shit you used to say. We used to get in trouble with HR for. I was like, oh, for real? What do you hear? Yeah, if you heard of Kevin Samuels, who the fuck is that? Yo, he dead now, but then
Yeah.
oh, okay.
Yep.
You know, and yo, I found this motherfucker. One dude said, David Carroll. Yo, I said, who?
Who? Whenever you talk about him,
I don't know. Nobody you talking about.
Remember the white man's ISIS always.
Yeah, I'd be like, well, hey man, motherfuckers caught up. What 17 years later? Because I was on this shit in high school. So yeah, glad to see everybody's catching up. But yeah, security boss. What she said, it's how they let that shit skate. You know, like that's the reason. So I'm like, yo, what the fuck are we here for? Like, why are you all advocating for black men to stay if this is what the fuck we gonna stay with? Like y'all are pretty much saying, here's the thing, conversation never gets had. What are black women gonna sacrifice? Give me one thing black women are doing now they're gonna give up for this mythical community that we're gonna, keep together and make work. Because that's
not a goddamn thing.
That's
not
never
a goddamn thing.
The conversation is always stops at why black women do what they do, as if black men just have to deal with it. Like, well, we understand this. I mean, black men were passive. Black men were passive in the 80s, they were passive. I'm like, no, they weren't passive. We would take care of all the bastard kids in the 90s. After aftermath of the women, you were there. You saw these hoes fucking these niggas for fast money and whatever, and then you saw them asking for a stepdaddy once they got locked the fuck up, and you saw that's where you think fucking stepping up comes from. And now y'all wondering why dudes left that game like dudes left the church. That's why. And so the fact that nobody really asked her that, because Kevin would have never let her get away with that. So if these dudes always try to do something in the name of Kevin or in the vein of Kevin would not have let her get away with that. She wouldn't have just been able to say that bullshit and just skate like that. And that's the thing that kind of annoyed me about the whole interaction, is she was able to kind of get away with that bullshit. So when even with Shay Sade, because I've even left comments with Shay saying, you kind of, I get it. You don't want the bitches on your ass like 100%, the Persian horde. I understand that, but you be leaving them too many outs. You be leaving too much now to give them all these exit doors. Like, you need to get rid of some of your escape pods. Your ship should be escape pod list. Tell the truth. Don't be like, well, even though I understand that there's like, out of 1,000, there's like 3, colorist and abusive black men, no, fuck that. Because they
Ed,
yeah.
One of the shows, Hate Table or Crew Season, one of them was in New York, right? I can't remember which one.
A couple of them, and I think both. I think Table 8, even though I call them Hate Table. I think they're both in. Daily Rap Crew is in New York, and I believe Table 8 is.
One thing I found.
You can tell by the bitches they have on there.
From the last U.S. Census ACS, the American Community Survey, one of the top 10 in numbers and percentages places with single mothers with the highest crime rate. Like, that's arson, that's rape, that's robbery, murder, all those things, right? Bronx, New York.
Yeah, Bronx, New York. Yo,
it's all numbers and percentages.
You want to know? Well, yeah, Bronx, New York is known for the fuckery, but all you need to know about New York in general, just go look at Cameron. Just go look at a recent podcast. Cameron looks like, and respect to the soldiers, but Cameron looks like he's done like 4 or 5 tours in fucking Vietnam. That nigga looks fucked. And even when you hear him talk about it, when he talks about dating black women, he says straight up he cannot do it because. Like, not in New York, because he says it's literally like you can just feel the energy drain from him dealing with that. And the way he tried to describe, he said New York. He said I think black women,
He wasn't talking about like Albany or whatever like that, but it's like it's also there's other areas in the country that have the same thing. There's like little small country bumpkin towns, a lot in Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia. Fucking Georgia is a mess. But then there's also like
it's everywhere.
Yeah, it is. But it's a lot of economic stuff that hits.
I just heard about a story Kendrick Prism Cure just did. This chick held up a whole McDonald's over a free cookie.
Oh, that lady who robbed it, who like pulled out the pistol and like started whipping him.
Yeah, I'm like, I didn't even know. I was at a loss for words. I'm supposed to uplift this shit. Go fuck yourself.
Man, Phil from the Advice Show did a video. I shared it in my Telegram talking about, I forget the number, but it was like some ridiculously high number a motherfucker's raising kids that are not theirs. You want to talk about a fucking survival unit. That shit was like at 80% or something. It was like
dead end.
It was like a real high number. And it was like, because you got to remember, like, Jamaica's only got a population of like 3 million people. So it's not like Haiti where it's like 9. So it's fucking. Now that shit with Sierra and Barbados, I'm not Sierra, fucking Rihanna and Barbados makes sense, man. That shit makes
It might be
more
a little higher than it might be like 5 million at the most, but like, yeah, I could definitely
small islands.
No,
I mean,
last time I checked, it was like 3, and I don't see why they would increase population, but it may be more,
especially with the violence.
No, the only reason I could think about that is because like a lot of those islands have black people like to have sex. There's a lot of black people on this planet. That's the only reason I can think it'd be higher than that. And Jamaica has a larger landmass than Haiti, and most of the other Caribbean islands outside of Cuba.
Well, I mean, I get that. I mean, you know, Canada has a larger landmass than the United States, but they only rocking. They're barely beating California in population. So,
and most of that population is concentrated like close to the U.S. border because the northern part highly unpopulated. Very few people up there.
Oh yeah, that shit might as well be Antarctica. But yeah,
too fucking cold and shit.
So BGS, what were you thinking with when you first heard that shit? You know, when security parts.
Yeah, I mean, they sent it to me basically. First thing I was thinking is gynocrat, right? Okay. And you're trying to cover the shit up. That's how you really feel. But you're trying to be level-headed and be nice. Oh, just the women are just out of order. And then you say pull out some bullshit like that. Okay, when you know it's not true. That's why I said really you wanted to say black men ain't shit. Should have just went on and stood on that.
The first thing that tripwired me, not on that, but something before with Security Boston when she said how, you know, if men are going over there to marry, you know, that's as far as passport bros. But other than that, I don't see why they would go. And I'm like, yo, you know what these women are out here doing. I don't give a fuck. You may know at least passively what these women are out here doing. You are not that far removed. And black women been going on these trips for the Caribbean for a minute. You know, they may have just now been going to Africa, but they've been going to the Caribbean for a minute. So
you know what I resent, Ed, about shit like that? And women saying shit like that. You're not our goddamn mama. If we want to go over there and fuck all the hoes and all the prostitutes in 184 countries, that's our goddamn business. You're not a motherfucking mama. Shut the fuck up and sit down.
Yeah, and a lot of dudes. Well, the problem is you still got a lot of dudes that will sit there and play this fake alpha shit. That's what kills me. They'll play this I'm the nigga, and the only way they can base them being the man is against other black men. And this is why, like, I gotta send that video with that clip with him, the whole video, but the clip with Lucario and that white dude, because it's like that doesn't work on white men. Like, if you put a black woman between a black man and a white man, she's gonna pick that white man. You can see it in the mannerisms and all that. Even if she fucks black men in that situation, she will pick that white man as far as who you gonna see her leaning on, unless she on some super pro black and it's like. But if it's like something where it's a general conversation, you can see in the body language. So, and that's why a lot of these dudes don't like putting themselves in situations like that. But they want, especially the ones that want to talk game, because they know what it is. They know they will look more submissive in that situation.
The first thing when I hear dudes like that, motherfucker, you still brainwashed. So I understand it. You're still brainwashed. That's why the manosphere is so important. That's why the manosphere is more important. It's not about talking about women. It's about deactivating the goddamn simp chip that winter soldier ship in men's minds.
It's that mandingo bullshit. You know, that's really all that is.
Even the mandingo bullshit is being socialized into them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's socialization, competition over these hoes, man.
And this is why when you see these conversations, a lot of these conversations, they're really 2.0, like rehashed at best, because all they're doing is repeating shit. See, and they think Kevin was the source, or they try to act like Kevin was the source because he was popular, but the reality is you can tell these guys, like, when they really get into some critical shit, the women start like the baby mama shit, something like that. Again, I need to pull that video of that chick that was talking that shit, you know, to these because they didn't know how to handle it. Because I'm gonna pull that.
They don't know the basics, basically, since they never really came in here and kind of really learned anything. They just know what Kevin said. So
it's just
if
copy
Kevin didn't
paste.
say it, if Kevin didn't go over it in detail, they don't know about it, basically. So they try to basically say something that you will probably say here in this space, but they don't have the full knowledge to kind of wield such power, I guess.
Well, a lot of these
They
dudes
don't
are red
have-
pill chameleons too.
That too.
Can you repeat that for motherfuckers in the back, like Edward?
Do I got a what?
Could you repeat that for motherfuckers in the back? A lot of these dudes are what?
They're red pill chameleons. Yeah, like they
Thank
try to
you.
like they may not throw red pill under the bus, but what happens is when it comes down to it, like the crew season tries to act like they understand red pill, but when Austin or somebody comes up there, they want to ask him these dumbass questions. You can't find one. You can't do it.
Yeah, that's training. That's the indoctrination by black women. That's all it is.
They're still being a nail.
Yeah,
I believe the term is co-opt. That's also another way to look at it.
Well, no, they're still a nail. They're just a stubborn nail.
Yeah.
You know the old saying about the nail that sticks.
Oh no, I'm talking about what I'm talking about reference to what Edward's saying about.
Let him finish.
Sorry. Oh, sorry.
You know how they say in society they always hammer down the nail that sticks out.
That's correct.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So passport bros are really the nails that remove themselves from the board.
Yeah.
I like that.
Oh, it was kind of funny, right? Because I picked up like a second little job, right? And I think I met this one black woman, and it was like the funniest thing. She was like 5'2", 5'1", whatever, and she had the most foulest attitude. And I remember she kind of snapped on me. I snapped back, and I remember like the boss that we were talking to. He was like a black dude. He was like, "Man, you gotta respect that black woman, bro. You gotta respect that black woman." I'm sitting here like, this is a disrespectful bitch, bro. Like, bro, you was about to fire her like was it like 2 weeks ago? What the fuck are you talking about? But it's just like I can just see it so much clearer now. It's just I don't know. It's just weird. Like you can just see it in him though. Like he just did it on automatic response. He was like, bro, you gotta protect that woman, bro. I'm like, bro, she lying to you, dude. Like he never even thought the concept to even look at it like maybe this person's not truthful. It was the funniest thing to me though.
It's nice there. Understandable. It's the deprogramming. It's that innate learning.
Protect them at all costs, no matter what.
Yeah.
That
becomes second nature.
That is the training of the gynocracy.
Yeah. But gynocracy is not just women.
Oh.
It's also men.
You have the simp enforcers.
A lot of winter soldiers out there, man.
Yeah, and they
How
don't
many of those
even
winter
know
soldiers
it.
answer to the name of Bucky?
Huh?
Yeah, and them niggas don't even realize why they do it.
I'm
sorry,
they don't
man.
know why
did y'all see the video with Obsidian that he did another nigga commercial talking about the passport bro, the anti-passport bro suicide line?
No,
what?
I gotta find that. It's funny. But anyway, let me play this first.
Can't hear it.
Nope.
Has he even played it?
You gotta hit the check mark.
You hit the check mark. Gotta pull it down and do it again.
Y'all oxen free.
All right, you gotta do it again, Ed. Pull it down.
You gotta do it again, Ed.
Let that man go wireless, man.
The mango.
Can Ed hear us?
Hey, are you there?
No, there's some interference on his end. Ed, yo, Mr. Ed.
Hey, they might have got him.
I told you that man go wireless, man.
I don't know. It's funny this week, man, because mine is normally rock solid.
Yeah, mine's been doing that this week too, though. Like it's been choppy. Like it go out and in, out and in for some reason.
Who's your provider?
Mine?
Mhm.
Gotta watch out for those space invaders, man. It's
Spectrum.
those space
It's
invaders.
cable line Spectrum, so it's a hard line.
Spectrum. Oh man, I remember what's his face is complaining about having Spectrum. Jim Cornette on his podcast because he's over in Kentucky, Louisville,
Oh.
and they've been like they've been like giving him a hard time and shit. It's like some of these companies are like really not that well. In fact, he's had people who some of his listeners would email him and they've talked about their horrific experiences with Spectrum in particular.
Who shot it?
I know.
Yeah, I think Ed went to the glue factory.
John said they got him.
He got taken to the glue factory.
Sorry about that. My shit is fucking up. So
they got you.
No, what it is I'm on this Surface and it's not got the same kind of internet capacity, but I'll get it when I get on the computer.
How do you like the Surface, man? I didn't like the Surface when I had one. It's okay.
Man, I got some Frankenstein. I got I'm using my Magic Keyboard, and I plug in a fucking Apple mouse with like an old Surface too. Like I be just picking shit. I be just
okay.
shit. Yeah.
So you got nigga rig internet, huh?
Well, I mean, I got
I
got me a new iMac. I got one 24 inches. So, or my job got it for me doing my job. They said I needed to trade in the old computer.
Oh, you got an iMac?
You the last manager with a fucking 2017 shit. I said shit. I don't give a fuck. They still can get rolled up.
Yeah, but when it comes to Windows, I just get the hybrid laptop, and if I get a tablet, it's gonna be an Android.
No, but I like the Surface that I got is the one that can operate like a tablet.
Yeah,
it's the one that has that back thing to it because there's like different server ones more like a computer. I mean, I like them. I mean, really, I'm more of an iPad Pro person, really. But I use Windows more, so I use them both actually. But I do use Windows a little bit more, so I tend to gravitate towards that. But I'm an iPad Pro person, so like
that's understandable.
That's why I like the Samsungs. They integrate with Windows better.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah. But I don't know. I don't know what it is about Samsung tablets.
Which one you got? Which tablet you got?
Which tablet?
Yeah.
I got a S7 FE.
Okay.
All right. But okay.
BDS got a Palm.
I just got. You know what? I got a complaint. I told him I'm actually gonna complain about my phone, right? Because I'm supposed to get a trade-in deal, right? I got the S23 Ultra. Supposed to get a good trade-in deal.
Really?
These motherfuckers, yeah.
That's a Samsung.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Verizon fucked me. Yeah, and Verizon fucked me. So I got to complain. I was supposed to get a good trade-in deal for my old Samsung phone, but
they did you dirty, huh?
Yeah, I got stuck with paying for full price, which I'm not happy.
You got
about.
the Ultra? Yeah, I need to. I got a.
What, the 22?
I got the last year. I got the last.
Just came out.
I got the last
year. You should got discount for that.
I know. That's why I'm upset about it. It's a decent phone, but most of the tools I don't even use most of the time. So
yeah, I mean,
it's a good phone though. I'm not complaining about it.
Yeah, it's. I got last year's Google Pixel. Google Pixel is good. It just gets hot, But
yeah, you need to get the 7, man, because they fixed that heating problem.
Okay.
That's why. You should complain about the heating problem and go ahead so they're gonna go ahead and upgrade you.
Yo, that's why when I be driving, y'all be like, yo, why is he going out? That's what it is that heat. And then when they come back in, y'all be seeing, why does it look like we outside the car? Because I'm taking the headphone and
yeah, I was thinking about this.
Let me address Yagami for a second about the Mouse Utopia, right? Okay. Gotta remember, I'm a MGTOW. I came from MGTOWs. I started following them in 2013. I remember when they were talking about the Mouse Utopia and the experiment. They were actually comparing them to the social dynamics of the herbivore men. Okay, they looked at the experiment, but they didn't think about the environmental concerns of being in the urban center. Okay, because they look at the social dynamic and the effects, but they didn't look at the cause, and they didn't look at it. According to the demographic curve, the demographic steps. They never matched that shit up. So the thing is, they got part of it right. The parts, some parts of it right, but they didn't get to the whole thing. I know what they talk about as far as the Mount Utopia because I was there. Okay, so when I went back and looked at it, they missed a whole bunch of shit. So they didn't go nowhere near as in depth into the Mount Utopia as me and Nameless did. Not even close.
Who did? You talking about the Lafitte?
Talk about the MGTOWs. Okay,
The MGTOWs,
I remember they talked about the Mount Utopia. Sardis talked about it. What's his name? Or Barbara talked about it.
Barbara
Also,
also.
and also the biggest person who actually talked about it was actually Sandman. He talked about it more than anybody. The thing is, they never matched it up with the demographic curve because they didn't match it up with the environmental situation that caused the whole shit. The thing is, Mount Utopia was the 26th experiment, right? They didn't go back and actually find out that he actually had 25 more. He started with Norwegian rats, okay?
Yeah,
in the 1940s.
That little plane that he did, it was like a little rat shit. Like
Yeah.
like a
Norwegian rats.
Norwegian rats was his first experiment.
Yeah, it was in the backyard of somebody's farm or something like that. If I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Universe 25 is his most famous one.
So what?
Universe 25 is his most famous one.
Yeah. It was 26, 25.
Yeah, 25.
25. Okay. The thing is that they closed it down because basically he didn't have a solution for the problem. Okay. The only solution for the problem is die off.
Yeah, they got scared. So they probably got scared.
Yeah.
Well, no, the last male rat died, and so they ended the experiment there because it's like if there's no males alive, then everybody's gonna die.
Yeah, basically you had a big die off.
Yeah.
So I know. Remember the MGTOWs talking about it. The thing is, they didn't go far enough. That's all I'm saying.
They're not going
because at the end of the day, even MGTOWs, a lot of them have their limits.
Hey, Giogami, I was there, man. I've been a MGTOW since 2013. I was there. It's bullshit. I know what they talked about. They didn't go far enough. It's bullshit. Okay.
Right to the end.
I was there.
Where is your when you talked about Nameless? Where that was with Nameless and Nicole, right?
And Nicole, yeah.
When was this?
That's on Nicole's channel.
Giogami, I'm a MGTOW. Go back and look at my Black Master Speech channel in 2014.
So I guess I guess Giogami is it's your turn. Like we have this baton called the Fuck BGS baton where people gotta hold it every week. So I guess it's his turn. You got to be on the panel to wield the Fuck BGS baton. It's like the Black Saber.
Oh boy.
Yeah. And that's what they say. I'm smart. I'm an uppity Negro. That's why they didn't like me over on the MGTOWs, right? Sardis and Barbara never liked me, man. They steal my shit, but they never liked me. They never mentioned my name or even promoted my channel or even anything, man. They stole your shit and kind of remixed it and made it look like theirs, and then they never mentioned your name. So.
No, absolutely, and that's why a lot of them. I remember when a lot of the stuff started really forming. You know, the solar system that is the Black Manosphere started forming, and they would sit there. They were y'all not gonna. They sound just like black bitches. I'm gonna just say it, just like y'all can't do that. Y'all not gonna do that. Oh, y'all gonna do that. That's all they were doing, and they shut the fuck up once they realized. Well, they still talk shit, but once someone realized, okay, it's not like they're coming back for our audience. It was like it became more of a waste. It's a waste of time, like because it's starting to really look like. Because then it's like y'all can't talk this shit without promoting people unintentionally. So they calm down. Most of them calm down off of that because a lot of them. The reason, like, this is where me and like Zero. Like really start to fall out is because he'll be like, yeah, man, we need the white men. We need, it's got to be us together. I said, no, it don't. White people run this country. They have the numbers. They have all of that. They need to put the shit back in the box that they did. I'm not about to go up here and be like what black women do with feminism and be the face of some shit just to serve their purpose. Oh, fuck that. Let them do it. Because at the end of the day, it's they shit to lose. That's why when SWP did that video talk about like only like millennials have 4% of the money versus other people had like 9%. This is sharing shit white people are talking about, and they're trying to make white people look bad. Which, by the way, he don't mention the video you did either with that medium shit. He go out his way not to mention UBGS sometimes. So I be like, damn, nigga, like really? But I know what
Who
it
is
is.
this?
SWP. But so this is situations where I know, like, you was naming the people that created the Black Manosphere, the 2.0, and he mentioned Angry Man, O'Shea, and I'm waiting for BJ. Oh, wow. O'Shea used to do that too, but O'Shea got out of that. Like, O'Shea is like 2 years, like, yeah, he got out of that. But it's like, damn, like what? But anyway, he
most people can't handle like how far the rabbit hole goes, and like God, what was that? There was that Pitch Black, the Vin Diesel movie, right? When they talked about like the solar system was resetting, and at a certain point, there's going to be an everlasting night. And
that's the realigning.
Come out, yeah, and that's the thing that like people don't understand. Like human beings are just animals. We follow a certain pattern for certain things.
Oh yeah, Kevin paid for those scenes. Not Kevin, but Donovan paid for those scenes. K-Touch.
Oh yeah. They
Fresh and Fit against. They did. I can tell you right now, that was like the culmination of their fear of the Black Manosphere. That shit. And then what they don't talk about is how she came back and she actually thanked Kevin for checking her, because she didn't like check her on some, take a wire brush and just rub her ass with it, and she ain't got no fur. Like he didn't get her as bad as he got those OnlyFans chicks, because that chick was the type of chick, like the older chick, the chick that you could tell she looked good, but she's 30, because she was only 30. And I'm like, you kind of, in Black woman's terms, you like 36. You like 36, 37. And so she already know at 30, them white, and that's another thing people don't talk about. These white chicks, when they get 30, they're done. This is why when you got to
25.
Yeah. Well, if they're really that chick like that, they can probably push it to, at least in their all the way in their 20s. But
man, you get a blonde white chick at 25. Man,
depends on what she, and also you gotta understand what the lifestyle.
It just depends. There's a lot,
but a lifestyle, because alcohol and substance abuses can really age you like a motherfucker.
Yeah, and white women have a less, like Black women can kind of run that play a little bit more than white women can, and so that's what people always forget. And it's not like, okay, these chicks get 35 and they're like white men where they can operate. I mean, BGS, you did that. No, it was Shay Sade. They talked about how male racial preference in males are a lot more prevalent, meaning women pick on race, like whiteness, a lot more than men do. Like white women is not as cold as like white men to other races of women. It's not the same. Actually, men tend to have a racial preference of their own first, which is, you see that in Asians, you see that in most Black men, you see that in white men. And then they go to their other shit if the women become insufferable or whatever, they can't get what they want, blah, blah, blah. The other races of women, and we just want to talk about Black women, Asian women, other women, and Black women's in there too, they tend to have a preference for whiteness first. And that's what we talk about why that is. So, but anyway,
because socially, white men are the most desired in this country.
Well, that too, but it's a couple of reasons. It's pretty much
colonialism.
It was more that white supremacy, all of that. But the point is, you'll have women that try to act like they'll project colorism on Black men. It's like, no, that doesn't affect Black men, because what people like, it affects y'all. Because the thing is, men still have to account for sexual access. Women don't. Men can't just throw dick at bitches for the most part, but women can just throw pussy at dudes. So it's not the same thing. So you can't just be like, I want a white bitch, but if you ain't getting no white bitch, I'm an incel and you a Black dude. That's not how that works. Now you have white dudes that try to run that play. But anyway, back to what I was saying with the other white chick, because we can still agree, 30, 25, whatever.
Yeah, but that's the thing where like white guys do get obsessed about Black men having been with their women. Like there's actually a lot of different type of ethnicities.
It was like, Dr. T talked about it actually, because he talked about, because I remember he asked the Latino dude, what is your issue if she was been with a Black, if the chick was with a Black guy? Because it's like the whole thing about the whole phallus. It's about the phallus.
Yeah,
because he's thinking that if she wait. Sorry, but what I'm trying to say is, because it says like it says if they feel like that sense of inadequacy, because if she's been stretched out, you're thinking, ooh. But
they're sexually intimidated, and they'll never say it that way. but that's what it is, and they buy into a lot of that stuff. And really, the thing is, we just care about if you think you're gonna get a mix, you think somebody gonna raise a mixed kid. But the reality is, black men, even though they try to deny it, they know what's going on, and that's really what fucks a lot of these dudes up. And Hispanic men really get that shit from white men because they don't feel that same way with Hispanic men, even though that's much more of a threat level. You know.
Oh, you'd be surprised, Ed, because you forget that they do have a level of racism and colorism in Latin America towards blacks.
White dudes with Latin guys dating their women.
Yeah.
No, Hispanic dude. Listen, I'm Afro. White Hispanic dudes hate that white Hispanic women deal with black Hispanic men.
No,
the darker you are, the worse. The darker you are, the worse it is in South America.
No, that's not what he's talking. That's not what he's talking about.
Like, what I'm saying is,
he's talking about
one time.
He's talking about Mexican men dating white women.
Okay.
Oh.
That's what he's
Well, what I was also talking about is like it's never the same. White men are much more of a threat to Hispanic, but see that's because they want to be white, so they let that pass. You know, saying Asians are the same way. Asians want to be Asian minus the eyes and minus the height, so that's why they let that pass. Even though Asian men be feeling some type of way about white dudes to a certain extent, but they can't really do nothing about it. You know, they really can't. So. It's like out there. So what happens is black men, everything becomes, we pay for all the sins of all this. Because truth be told, Asian women, like a lot of these Asian women, they can be as bad as the worst divestors when it comes to their men. And they don't have this. You didn't build anything. You didn't do anything. You didn't fight these white men. They don't have that argument. Like they can't present that. They can't, a Vietnamese chick that likes white guys can't present, you all lost. You can't present that. You can't present like even Chinese and all. They can't present the Japanese. They can't present that, you know, and they can't present you ain't built shit. So when you hear the women like oogling and ogling, it looks funny because they don't really have a reason other than saying Asian men are ugly. So it's like, and that's I've literally heard Asian women say that, and they'll say it very matter of factly, like. I'm like, wow, man.
Yeah, but they look
they also
dumb
have
now.
the whole the racial term what they call it, the banana, where you're yellow on the outside but you're white on the inside.
Yeah, I've heard that. But they also look kind of dumb now when they consider like the BTS
or a
people.
Twinkie.
The BTS guys are all like objects, desire objects for a lot of girls across the world. So it looks kind of dummy
BTS,
when like a lot of
BTS. I'm sorry, I don't follow.
BTS, the Korean singers, they're like
the K-pop characters.
Okay. I'm glad I wasn't the only one. I was like, let me act like.
No, man, I know. Like
I was thinking the same thing.
I know, like a bunch
you could just say K-pop artists. You should say K-pop artists.
Because I know a bunch of like white women in their like 30s who are lusting after these like 15 to 20-year-old guys who are
and they're very. And if you look at them, they have that because I remember a Green Gorilla was talking about like how in China they're complaining about how the boys are being effeminate. I've said no, they're not being effeminate. They're doing what our generation was doing with the hip hop. They're trying to emulate a certain way.
But you gotta let Jules finish his statement though.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, but these are also they're also teenage boys. Like they're like 15 years old.
Jules earned himself a timeout for saying the term that we don't know and just gonna act like we listen to that shit.
So no, it's water under the bridge. It's cool.
No, I'm just playing. Remember Four Brothers? Go to the fucking
Remember what movie?
No, there's a big thing about this.
Oh, Four Brothers.
There's a Japanese, I think he was Japanese writer from like the 70s, 60s called Frank Chin. He wrote this thing called Racist Hate, Racist Love, right? And it basically breaks down into like really complex terms, Goldilocks syndrome. Right, too hot, too cold, just right. And for black men, you also get too hot, right? Like it's too big, you're too masculine, too etc. Right? Asian men, too cold, too small, too effeminate. Right? Okay. White men happen to be just right, just medium. Right? And so it boils races down to that. So like Asians get to be like too hot in that they're the minority, but they're also like performing at higher ends, and it's not true. You talk to enough Asian folks, they'll tell you like there's very poor Asians in this country, right? Like the Chinatowns, they're not full of like a bunch of software engineers, right?
But the black folks, we get boiled down as being too cold in one area, is like being all poor. But that's not true because there's a bunch of black folks who are doing very well. So you get pushed at these far extremes, whereas there's a lot of folks who are just in the middle, who are doing good, who are looking good. Like not like 8, 9s, and 10s, not 1, 2s, and 3s, but 4s through 6s. It ignores that there's a huge majority of us in the middle.
Well, we're really
what pushes this online social media that pushes the extremes.
Yeah, it heightens it and it pushes it repeatedly in your eye stream over and over and over again. And it could be that 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, 10. But like it's a short essay, but it really conceptualized a lot of that.
But it's temporary because those kind of strategies will implode. But it takes time for them to implode. This thing has only been going on for like 10 years or so.
Yeah, but they've been doing it with the Asians for at least 30. Like there's Time magazine articles.
No, they haven't. I mean, all strategies that don't work will implode. They go back to what works.
Well, another thing too is not enough. First of all, and this goes
there's a lot of Asians that buy into it that keep going.
No, not really, because most Asians are average, right? You don't see one Asian guy that has like 20 women. It doesn't work that way.
No,
true, but they will succeed in certain things, right?
They succeed in certain things. Like the Asians mostly have a homogenous culture. They don't have this big disparate
true,
culture.
but like America self-selects for the Asians who are going to succeed, right? Like, think about they're going to pick for people from China, right? Only I think 3 to 5% of people in China have bachelor's degrees. They also import 50% of the people who come in from China have bachelor's degrees. You know what I mean? Like
they do the same thing for people coming from the continent. Most
they
of
do. They do.
You don't see
the
people.
And there's a bunch of losers. There's a bunch of losers in both areas.
You don't see the people from the bottom 90% coming from the continent of Africa coming to the United States.
Rarely.
Yeah.
But when you meet those people, they're a lot more normative. But then when you meet them, they'll actually do a lot harder work and not have as many resources behind them to get to where they'll to their success if they do.
Because they have to. The only people you see coming over the border, they're not the 1% of people that actually walk across the border, illegal aliens. Okay.
And I will say this: all this stuff when it comes to whiteness, again, that's what I said earlier on about white. I may not have said it on the panel, but white women are like the largest demographic. So you have a lot of folks picking. Think about it. White men are. I want y'all to really think about this. White men are having these issues because this ain't no minority. People, it's just a minority insult. No, it's not. There's degrees to it. But a lot of white dudes, like white men, have been complaining about how they're being niggerized. Basically, they won't say it, but that's what it is. You know, as the middle class is getting hollowed out and all of that. Now you have white Hispanics. They have a preference for white men or their group, and then white men. You have, as far as women, you have Asian women, even though they're a small percentage. So you have a lot of these little things that are pecking at it. So a white men, you know, and this also puts pressure on white women, but you still have the situation that you have in the United States. That should tell you something, because see, a lot of the argument was in this black conversation was, oh, I only hear this in the black community. You don't hear that. See, TikTok has blew that shit out the water because that
because black women lie.
Yeah. Well, I heard black men say this too. Like, it's because they're stupid. But TikTok, because of the nature of it, you see this conversation. Like, I wouldn't expect to get these videos, but I get these videos. Like, you would never think, oh, white women are, oh, well, if you're a pedophile, if you date somebody who's like 22 years old and you're like 40.
Upper middle class white women are the most protected people on the planet.
But my point is that
there's Siberian tigers that wish had the same protection.
Well, upper class. But they're not as many upper class you would think. Again, the majority of white women are not upper class. So,
no, but I'm saying upper middle class white women
because they have the biggest mic. But they have the biggest mic, just like the upper class black women have the biggest mic.
Yeah, because I've been to areas in like Western Virginia, Western North Carolina, where the happiest day of the month is when they can get their teeth pulled because they've had rotting teeth for the past like 3 months and they're finally getting them ripped out of their jaw.
Well, I'm not even talking about so you talk about somebody talk about extremes. I'm talking about like just the average like white chick. Like, I'm kind of referencing back to that chick that was Kevin Samuels was talking to, but even she said that she thanked him because the way he handled it. Yeah, he put his, he was a man to her, but he didn't like just take her with a baseball bat, especially on Fresh and Fit, like he could, because she was exposed to that type of attack. It was based on what she was saying. But for the most part, she was logical enough to where, look, people are not afraid to have these conversations. You gotta remember that was when Myron was really wilding out. But now those others, so she was cool, but Rolo and them, they did not like that shit. Cause they did not like it at all, because and it's like, yo, you talk all this shit, but when it comes down to it, it's easy how you just fit right back into that bullshit like a glove. And that's how them white MGTOWs were. They didn't want black men like having these conversations with, they didn't want that. And it's like, yo, y'all can't be really red pill if y'all gonna be still on this other bullshit. And that's why a lot of us left that shit. Because at the end of the day, they're more, I don't want to say they're more white supremacists than red pill, but they have this thing like they want to be.
But they're still white.
Yeah, I'm telling you, for someone who, because BDS knows, because I've heard it too when it comes to the white MGTOW. Some of them have racist leanings.
Yeah, they're diet racist, man. Whenever a white guy says he's like into free speech, or he really hates weed or something like that, you know, like things that like are very associated with black folks, or like anti-woke is now the one, right? All those things that are like surrounding black people without saying it, they don't want to say. They're not, you know, they want to hint at it without saying it, but you get what they're trying to say. Like, it's not really going to be out flags. They're going to be saying like, you know, William Luther Pierce, that's our moral leader. But like, you know, they're just like, look, I don't like this type of shit.
But at the end of the day, this is what they don't, and I've had this conversation. I said, dude, this is what y'all don't understand. That shit is now like a double-edged sword for y'all, because y'all.
Dad, you sound muffled.
Can you hear me better now?
Okay.
That shit is like a double-edged sword for y'all, because that's not your problem. Your fucking problem is class. Y'all are focused on race when most of the corporations are not owned by ethnics. They're people that look just like you. So with that being, even in Hollywood, where everything wants to get blamed on small hats, there's a lot to that, but it's still white dudes too. So the reality of who you arguing with is other white dudes. So y'all wasted energy on like a minority of black men. Then we're talking about black men with any kind of influence. That's you just fighting air at that point. And by the way, I wish y'all would talk about white genocide. White genocide leads right through the white woman. Look, when you look at Europe, that white woman is choosing to fuck them Muslims. When you look at white women choosing not to have kids with y'all, that's them. So y'all can blame. You can't blame black. Y'all can't blame black men for white women not fucking or not having kids. But the argument,
yeah, and I approve this message.
But I do have one question. Like, why is that though?
But that's the thing. White boys always been like that. They talk one way, but they know damn well anytime a black man, anybody got something to say about what they doing with women, it's a problem. We already know this, man. I don't know why we expect them not to be white boys. That's what they are. They white boys.
I've literally had this conversation with MGTOWs, and I've told him, I said, this shit, you do realize this shit is your fault. This is your fault. Yeah. Like, this is white men. Like, y'all could talk about y'all victims. Y'all are not. Oh, well, we're gonna fuck the racism.
Victims of their own hubris.
It was cool.
Even with the
one time.
I don't need.
I mean, it was cool.
No. Oh, go ahead, Charles.
I'm just saying, it was cool when black men were taken to child support court, families broken off. So I was like, oh, the tables have turned, Charlie Murphy, huh?
But
it ain't funny when it's you, huh?
But no, we'll just keep it real. Even with the prostitution thing, Charles, you a cop. Who is the most people that get it? Who is the most Johns getting arrested for prostitution? Come on, man. We know what's really going on. Even when you talk about OnlyFans, this is not a bunch of black dudes.
72 to 76% of your sex crimes are white men.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. We know the real truth, just like when we talk about OnlyFans and shit. We know them is old white dudes in Wisconsin and Wyoming and shit buying that.
Yeah, this
ain't no brother in Chicago or St. Louis or Cali really paying for no bitch OnlyFans. Yeah. These women are getting big up on the internet.
Be surprised.
Listen,
underknown documentary called Boys for Sale by this guy, professor at UT Austin called Tom Philpott. And he was writing about all these like how to do white guys in the Texas region who are basically buying young boys. Like all that stuff is happening all the time. And it's
really,
yeah.
Dude,
I mean, there's a low res copy of it on YouTube. You can find it, but it gets deleted every few months or so.
Yeah. The argument,
Listen.
my thing ain't even to turn this. My thing is this: I get real practical. Y'all like it. Fuck if y'all like. We're not even talking about racism right now. I'm not targeting y'all, but I'm talking about when I used to engage with a bullshit. It's like at the end of the day, the motherfuckers that are fucking y'all look like y'all. And what y'all are doing is y'all are doing what black women do, which y'all try to redirect the conversation, and then y'all get mad because the white boys got mad when we left because they actually think how dare you leave. And I'm like, again, I keep telling y'all, black women look at black men through the eyes of white men, and black men look at other black men through the eyes of black women. So they have the same kind of pattern. They actually, I can't believe this, and it took them like a couple of years to get over that. Like it was until like 2018 before they actually really chilled out with that shit.
Hey,
you know,
they weren't happy when we left though.
Yeah, white men put black women as the overseers of the black community.
I mean, like if y'all want to have a BBC conversation, y'all could go to Pornhub like y'all been going and be in them comment sections, because they the ones that be driving it. Yeah.
Bro. This the thing though, man. We know since I've been young, man, like we avoid this conversation a lot. Since I've been young, man, I've always knew that other races of dudes was the primary sex traffic type dudes and shit. Like not even sex. I'm talking about all the deviancy, all the weird shit that always came from other groups of people. Well, you would know that the female, you wouldn't even know that a female, like you would know when a black girl come back doing shit, you've been over there fucking with some Mexican dudes or some white dudes. Because this is not shit that black dudes even do. We don't even behave like that.
It does happen in the black community, right? Because a lot of this stuff
you look at because of the women. It happens in the black community because of the listen to what I'm saying. It happens in the black community because the women bring it into us. We don't take it to them.
No, that's not it. That's not it. It's because a lot of the think pre-civil rights, right? A lot of black communities were like cut off from like the larger economy. There was a lot of stuff that they could do, but not a lot of stuff they couldn't do. Autobiography of Malcolm X talks about it. Richard Pryor's autobiography talks about it. Like sex work was always a part of the black community prior to civil rights because you could get money from outside economies to bring it back to yours. So you'd have to whorehouses and stuff like that always existed.
My only thing,
Richard Pryor wrote about like he had this.
That's not sex trafficking, though. Like that, and see,
no, but it's like sex.
They changed the definition of sex trafficking so many times. It's ridiculous.
And
every time, but we know every time they change it, they protect the white boys. Every time they change it, it's to protect white boys.
That is correct, and that's why they don't really like to have the conversation. The reason why you have the conversation now in the greater thing is because now they want to make pimping sex trafficking.
Yeah.
So now that's a way of picking on black. But for the most part,
doing that.
One of the biggest and most,
and that's why because you don't think of a white guy as a pimp.
No, but one of the biggest and most obscene traffickers is a guy who was based out of like Southeast Asia. He's a white guy who's they couldn't figure it out where exactly he was, but they figured out from his accent he was like a white guy. But they thought he was either from Australia or UK. But he was having like stuff that would make heads turn and explode. But he had like an archive. It was crazy stuff.
Well,
but it was like an international traffic thing.
Well, that
he
ain't
was making
even like
billions of dollars selling this
trafficking
stuff to
not
other
even
white guys. That was the thing.
You guys can't talk over each other.
Yeah.
Well, the only thing I like, because we kind of spun this, and all I'm talking about is at the end of the day, white boys, when they allowed these white women to get fucking civil rights and the spoils of that shit, you fucked yourself. That's what they can't stand hearing. Just like when black women betrayed, you open the door to fucking yourself. Just understand that. And that if you really want to get at these motherfuckers, that's how you do it. You trace it back. When you let them chicks be the largest demographic of any group, they're the largest, but still be a minority, understand you fucked yourself at that point. That's when it really flipped. Because BJ, you're talking about like when the 10 year doctrine, that's all true. But that's when you really gave them the boldness to really run on that shit. and now y'all are done, and y'all want to sit here and y'all want to blame us. We ain't fucking
But no, we didn't do it.
enough
They
white
did.
women to do it. Like how many dudes? Like, think about it. How many white women are you really running across that are fucking black men? Like, how many? Like, we ain't running through them that much. You still got the Hispanic women, huh?
Yeah.
Like they make it sound like it's like a 50% like hit rate.
Yeah, it was 500. It was what 400,000 or 500,000 white women actually mess with black dudes, but are married to
400,000 or 500,000.
Yeah, it's about that. Yeah, go look at black
well, we say married, but I'm talking that's low. But I'm talking about like even if fucking like how many you talking? Those are women that are claiming and taking it on their white privilege credit card.
Yeah, well, it's probably like like 8-9%.
Sorry, I got to write that down. That was a video.
That's a lot of women though.
That's a video I was gonna work on. Stop charging it to the colorism credit card. I forgot about that. I remember it now. Everything's charged to the colorism.
It's weird, you know, just this conversation. I mean, looking at all this, because I'm like, really that. I'm like, I can't have certain conversations with certain people because of that shit. I mean,
I will. Because I love seeing them squirm when they try.
Oh no, it's not. I can't. It's just that they get reluctant when if they ever talk to me because you know, there's like this guy knows a lot and it screws them up.
The how to be racist, you know, how to not be racist field manual. That'd be a good cover. How to say shit without being racist. I just don't like, you know, all this woke.
What are you talking about? That's all I just have to say. And they're like, well, I mean,
just have LL Cool J trying to give Kenny Chesney a hug. And
what they really don't like is when I start saying nigger with the hard R in front of them. Because that's like I'm speaking the way I know you all be speaking. And I say it matter of factly. They don't like that shit. They really don't. You know, oh yeah, you know, these fucking niggers fucking this BBC. Yeah, they don't like that shit. Because for real, because it's like, yo, I know how y'all get down, but the situation where a country that was built for y'all to win, y'all are losing. How, like that is if that ain't some weak shit, I don't know what it is. How the fuck are y'all losing in America? Because trust and believe, there ain't nowhere that's easier for y'all.
Let me put it this way, Ed.
Real talk.
Ed, let me answer the question for you. How is it they're losing? As George Carlin once said in his last special back in 2008, 2009, it's a big club, and you're not in it.
Yeah, but
the boomer, yeah, like I said,
club is shutting down.
Well, the thing about it is because you know the boomers are not dying fast enough. You know, that's how these white dudes see it. You know, that money, that power transfer isn't happening for them like it normally would, and you know because of medical and all of this.
So silent generation, you still got a lot of those geriatrics up in Congress.
What's the dude? What's the financial? Yeah, that's another thing. Like them, they get into their 80s and shit and still being in like the power levers. And it's like, well, y'all don't have to push them out. Well, it's like y'all don't got the testosterone to do that. Like one dude said it was Joe Rogan, Dianne Feinstein, even Barbara Boxer.
Just retired at like 90.
Oh yeah, they pushed her out. They told her
that bitch was looking bad.
Yeah, they said it's time for you to sit your ass down. You know, Dianne Feinstein goes all the way back to like the Harvey like
yeah,
she goes
Harvey
like, it's like
she goes back to Jonestown. That's how far back she goes. She was a city council member when the Jonestown people, Jim Jones, was getting money off of the Democratic Party back then.
She goes
she
back
still
to
hasn't been
black
called
and
out
white
for it.
TV. That's how like you realize how old. And Barbara Boxer is older anyway, but it ain't just what's with these San Francisco bitches like. What blood are they drinking? You know,
it's
between,
the Mediterranean climate.
Oh, by the way, Don Lemon got his nigga wake up call. He got his final warning. He said that gay shit ain't gonna protect you. You're black first.
You a nigga for your you know what?
Yeah,
you're always gonna be black before anything.
What did he say? He said she's past her prime birthday year.
Yeah, and that was true. Like that's not even not true, but you're not allowed to say that. But that was true. She was. Even as a politician.
You know what? I think he's playing this part because he said a couple of things that made it feel like, okay.
I think
because remember he said that he told that one chick about Bill Cosby. Said like, how you not bite a dick if it's in your mouth? And he got in trouble for that.
Okay,
that sounds like some shit again.
You know, it's very interesting when a gay black dude thinks red pill shit on air. That was interesting.
And a black woman put him on blast. Like, remember when he said like the whole about like when they talked about the whole Me Too thing. He said, "Can we wait till all the facts come out? Can we get all the facts come to the fruition? Come to the light?" And then that's when the black woman just went off on him.
So is John Lemon the first homosexual red pill?
Man, please.
It's really weird because what's her name? Robin. What's her face?
Like Don Lemon.
Go ahead, Ed.
Don Lemon always just struck me as a dummy.
Hold on, let Ed go. Please, go ahead, Ed.
Well, I'm just saying, like, what you talk about the chick on CNN? I forget the ugly bitch, Robin.
Yeah, probably.
I'm trying to think about what name was. I know who you talking about.
Yeah, Good Morning America, because she's also LGBT.
Thing. Yeah, that she don't like black, but she's a little bit more overt about it. Yeah, man, she don't like. Cameron Hall's biggest disappointment, but Don Lemon better not forget how he got there. He got there because Mark Sanchez decided to talk about Jews running everything, and then all of a sudden you saw that shit just sunset like that show. I was like, damn, they just ended it. They still got like 10 more minutes, and then next thing you know, you saw Don Lemon taking over his position. That's how he
took over. What's his name? Pierce Morgan's show. Remember?
Well, yeah, but so he was in the weekends at first, and then when Mark Sanchez fucked up, he was a guest on that, and then he took over that show, and then he kind of moved up. But Don Lemon gets too comfortable because if you look at what I've heard, is about what he does like outside of the show, he ain't the same person. But Don Lemon is smart enough to understand that he needs a black audience. He needs at least to see that he can be like fair and balanced. At times,
Is this Negro getting comfortable? I mean, this dude done been drunk on TV like at least twice for the New Year's Eve special. So it definitely been comfortable.
And I'm like, you're not Anderson Cooper.
He literally was flirting. I think he was one year he was flirting with a dude on the New Year's Eve special. He's from Louisiana, so at least 2 out of 3 years. Yeah. At least 2 or 3 years he broadcasted live from New Orleans for New Year's Eve. So, and this dude was he was wilding out, man, wilding out.
It up with Kathy Griffin or something like that.
So the only time I ever seen somebody, the only other time I ever seen somebody drunk on TV was Nick Wright. Can't remember the other white guy name, but Nick Wright from First Things First. And you had Chris Bouchard, which he wasn't drunk, but he was a part of. He's like a special recurring guest, and they was at the Kansas City Chief Victory Parade. And Nick Wright and the other white guy was so damn drunk. The other white guy was like he was slurring his words. I was like, damn. I've never seen somebody do a live broadcast this wasted before. This is crazy.
It'll happen every once in a while.
Yeah.
I know Jimmy Kimmel did that first year of his show when they had the bar and all that stuff. It's very rare that they'll actually pull that stuff off and because they got to sell the advertisers.
I mean,
it's not worth it.
What was the Pat Sajak and Vanna White? They used to say they used to drink all the fucking time during the show.
Was that back in the 60s?
That's repetitive, man. Just roll the wheel and we'll just.
I mean, I'm not even talking about drinking because even before Jimmy Kimmel had his show, he had another show back when I was in high school and middle school. I can't remember the name, but it was him and this guy named Adam something. He used to come on Comedy Central, and they used to drink all the time on that show. But I'm not just talking about drinking a lot. I'm talking about being effed up. I mean, these people were effed up on live television. It's crazy, man. But I digress.
Yeah.
No, that probably makes sense because if you're under that kind of pressure, sometimes you just need to get inebriated just to take the edge off.
That is not professional.
A moment of silence for Don Lemon's nigga wake up call. So.
Oh,
I mean, Don Lemon reminds me of the guy from the Boondocks. I can't remember the lawyer guy.
Oh,
Tom Dubois.
Yeah, like that. But
don't do that to Tom.
Tom has a lot. But Tom had a lot more awareness of who he was. Don Lemon just seems like a dummy. Like I tell you, like
go to jail.
No, he's playing a part.
if you want to map out like how you would run for the highest federal office in the land, 51, 52 is about the right age. You figure you're like 20s and 30s, you do like PTA, Citizens Council, City Council, something like that. 30s and 40s, you get into like state senate, maybe Congress. 40s going into 50s, you might get to like, you're in Congress and you might try to run for like statewide office, like a Senate. And then at that point, what are you going to do? I mean, Nikki Haley's she's like 51, 52. She's been governor, city council, ambassador to the UN. I mean, she's at the age and she's not like, I mean, obviously Joe Biden's like, he's kind of
80
fading out. Yeah. Like,
he's demented.
He can click back in every once in a while, but like,
oh, of course, if you piss him off, especially
that 50 to 60 era, that's the age where you're gonna hit it. And if you hit your mark and you land it, that's good. I mean, Hillary was way too old, and she was
70. She was pushing 70.
Yeah,
I would not be surprised if Trump get reelected.
Man, it could happen.
There's no if he does, God does help us all. That's all I'm gonna say.
Namor, what you mean by that? Sleepy Joe is doing a much more terrible job than Trump.
Yeah, he is.
I'll say this, man. Trump could always win. Like, I was sitting in my grandfather's home in Haiti when he was doing those first debates. He was just knocking Jeb Bush out, and my grandfather was like, he actually knew Francois Duvalier, right? And he said, like,
Papa
that
Doc?
guy, yeah, he knew.
Ooh.
And he was like, anybody can win. And Trump, he was like, this guy could do it. And not a year or two later, Trump got in. Anybody can get it if you get the right people behind you and you get the population behind you.
Populism.
Yeah, the cult of personality. I mean, that's.
Well, I mean,
thank you for reminding me of that song, because that's one of my favorite songs by Living Color.
Yeah, a lot of them. Like, the thing is, I'm gonna bring up my Simon Phoenix avatar if that happens, because these niggas are gonna be so upset. Shout out to Marcus A. Brown too. He did a video talking about Passport Bros. He came out of wherever retirement he was in. And he shout out to him. King Sigma starting to come back as well. For a limited time only. So it's always good hearing those brothers. But yeah, man, these dudes are gonna be crying. So people, there's the emotion. Oh my God, Trump, everything's over. Oh my God, everything's gonna be Trump's fault and all of that. I'm not really the biggest fan of Trump, but at the same time, a lot of folks they just go over the top with Trump on both ways of it. Sometimes they be acting like, yeah, he's gonna do this, do that. I'm like, yo, he can only be in there for 4 more years, even if he wins. I don't know what y'all act like he about to do all this shit. Like he about to fix America 130%. I mean,
hell no.
That's one thing I never quite. Is it only 8 years total, or is it 8 contiguous years?
No, it's 8 years total.
8 years total.
The max is 10.
Okay.
Is 10.
Okay, there.
Well, how do you get the then? Now I'm about
in other words, if just like if a president dies in office, gets impeached or dies in office or quits in office, and you take over less than 2 years of his term, you can actually run again.
They not go. Okay, they not go F you over.
Because LBJ could have done it, but like I know they stopped. It's surprising how much a lot of this shit didn't get solved until like this or the 1900s. Like, after FDR, they said no more than 2. After JFK, they said, oh, we gotta have a backup. Like all this shit started happening. Like, it's surprising how much stuff never got figured out until
America is a young country.
Yeah.
And the donors really run it, but it's but no, it's funny, man. These motherfuckers, they gonna be crying in the street. Oh my God, Trump. That's when everything gonna become real. Passport Bros.
Well, I mean, it just depends on how pissed off people are because I've seen a lot of videos of Trump being promoted on YouTube, and basically it's just about what's going on with the school system with the kids, about LGBT practices going inside of schools and stuff like that. So
no, they didn't got away with too much. Yeah, they didn't got away with too much, man. They didn't got away with
it just depends on how pissed off parents are, because parents are pissed about that shit. So
I mean, this is very interesting how, Democrats are just ignoring all the shit that the Biden administration is doing. And I don't consider myself a Democrat or a Republican. I agree with some of the stuff of both parties. And honestly, I mean, Democrats and Republicans are not that far apart in this day and age. When you really look at it.
Like Craig Hewlett says,
Two wings and the same vulture.
On the things that matter, they agree.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Just the application.
And there's idiots on both sides, man. It's like, oh man, it's like, wow, like the far right and the far left. It's so many idiots that just ignore data
What I hate is, I don't understand why people that think that politicians don't lie or don't hide shit. That we elect this guy, he's gonna do the right thing. Come on, man, he's a politician.
No, they're self-serving. I mean, like that's the thing that most people don't get is like if you get elected to the U.S. Congress, you have a 2-year term. Your first year is you're going to try and get 1 or 2 bills passed, and then you're going to go across. You got to leave the building, where Dirksen or whatever the building you're in, and go across the hall to start making phone calls to get donors to contribute to what you just got passed. Because you got to like fundraise like crazy. And then every 2 years, the same cycle kicks up. I mean, there's the odds of people making it in and making a difference. Like, man, you might as well go buy lottery tickets. I mean, like AOC got in because she had a small district that had, geographically small, that had a large population. So she could run a door knock campaign.
Yeah.
That's the only reason. But then that dude who was trying to run on the Twitter thing with the ADOS thing, that dude had no chance. He was in South Carolina trying to run against a entrenched Jim Clyburn, who probably has like 2 or 3, maybe 2 terms left. Like you can't do that down there because there's just too much space and then too few people that you got to hit.
And you have to have a population that's actually in tune to social media like that.
Yeah. And South Carolina, man, come on.
And South Carolina's kind of tough.
Yeah, what are you doing here? Yeah, yo, it's hard to get cell phone service in South Carolina. Ask me how I know. You get off the fucking when I got off the fucking interstate and then that shit, I said, oh God, I'm in the sundown town. What the fuck?
Yeah.
This is how it's. I was like, this is how it starts. It took me, and then you start seeing this one little small house on all this land, and you see all this
country.
I was like, that's too many trees, man. I'm still a city dude. Too many trees.
Hey, you ever been to a town where the only gas they have is like 85?
Yeah, and then see, this is how when they was, the Biggie be talking about driving through Durham, North Carolina as a corridor. This is how that shit is, because we're only 4 hours from DC. So when you go from DC and you go all the way down, like you start seeing all these trees and nothing. You be praying, please, car don't. And this is when I say this, I'm talking about like you drive somewhere, right, and you're not on the interstate, you don't want to state highways, and then all you see is trees, but you don't even see the sky. Because the trees start to wrap around the street up, and you see the lights, and it's just it's like you're going through just a corridor. You're like, oh my God. And then it's like deer all the time. So then deer start looking at you like, somebody else about to take your ass. Like they looking at something else and not looking at you, but you don't know it. It's like it's a horror movie. I'm like, nah, man, fuck this. I'm not coming to this state no more. And then that Jason Pope shit, that just solidified it. Damn, man.
South will rise.
Yeah, the South will
STD rates will rise.
I'm about to leave. I'm about to this, man.
I used to ride.
It's about that time anyway.
I'll tell you, I used to drive from South Florida to New Orleans a couple times a year, and every time I would go, you go on the west side of Florida, and there would be barns with like some would have swastikas, some would have Confederate flags, and then 2020 hit, and they had the Trump MAGA stuff. I mean, people don't realize that like once you get Orlando to about Fayetteville, it's a different world.
Yeah, I know. I got family down there.
Yeah, shout out to Young Grizzly, man, because he in South Georgia. He's like fuck everything. But I'm gonna tell you something. I've been fucking around with that chat GPT.
Like me and Marty's been going back, going back and forth between the AI one and that one, and I use he used Speechello, I use Speechello, which pretty much does the voices. Yo, man, some of the shit, the more you use it, and the better you get good at prompts. Because I've been looking at videos to show like what can you do, how do you need to talk to it. Yo, man, it's overseas motherfuckers, man. It really is, man. This shit is crazy, man. Once you really know how to go back and forth with it, you be like, oh, it's
Yo, Edward, how do you get access to it? It's like an app that you use?
yeah, it's a Discord type thing. I'll show you how to get access to it, but it's not as hard as you think.
Yeah, I mean, I never really looked into it. I want to research more. So I just been hearing a lot of people talk about it, but I haven't really looked into all what it entails and all that type of stuff. So
I
it's look up on Telegram.
I got a couple of videos, like not that I made, but the videos that I watched that really got me into it. It's like videos for like how would you use it as a content creator, and it gives you good access into its capabilities. It's of this dude, this I think is this foreign dude, French dude, but he's good at explaining it and really showing you what can it do and how he uses it. So how he uses it to like create a title, to create a description, to create like prompts for like top 10 questions for like certain things he wants, how to actually go deeper into questions to actually get usable questions, not just some bullshit. And so how to go back and forth with it. So it's a really good thing in the understanding the capabilities of it. Same thing with pictures. So I'll put that in the Telegram.
Cool. Yeah, automation, man. Automation is here. And what's interesting on the automation thing is I finally finished reading Dark Ghetto, and Kenneth Clark actually was mentioning automation way back in the 50s and 60s. I was like, damn, it should have been coming for a long time. But anyway.
Wow. That far back, huh? They've been talking about automation.
Yeah.
That's some scary shit when you think about it. It scares you. Like, it's like we're creeping our way into like Orwellian and shit. It's scary.
Man, did you see Quantumania yet?
No, not yet. I've been busy.
You fucking it up, man. You fucking it up for us, man.
Is it out?
It's already out.
Yeah,
I seen it. I seen it this week.
I heard mixed reviews, so I don't know.
I mean, my review is pretty much that it wasn't god awful. It wasn't as bad as Eternals, like some people make it out to be, but it was all right. It was all right. The best thing about it was Jonathan Majors. That's definitely was the best thing about it. But yeah, I will say no more. I don't want to spoil anything, but that's pretty much how I feel about it.
That's cool.
Right.
I actually saw it. It was pretty nice to me for the overall. I kind of like the power set they kind of gave Kane in the series and whatever. What else? I like how how the story kind of like progressed in the beginning, and all the kind of different like little relationships they had in between. I thought that was kind of cool, but I don't know. Like I said, I ain't gonna try to give up too much information though. But yeah,
it's on Disney Plus, isn't it?
Nosy Peters.
Oh, okay.
Hey, I'm heading out.
Yeah. I think it's like second or third week being out. But I'm definitely going to see Creed when it comes out first week of March. Unfortunate thing about living overseas, man, is not all of the movies get released. Overseas.
You get the bootleg too. You get the bootlegs as well.
Another movie I want to see is I'm not sure if y'all seen the trailer for this, but there's this new Russell Crowe movies, the Pope's Exorcist.
Yeah, I seen that.
You seen the movie?
No, I seen the trailer.
No, I seen it. Yeah, that looked nice.
Yeah, I want to see that shit. I want to see that, but it's not coming out here. Other than that, man, I'm looking forward to the new Guardians. And I'm really excited to see what James Gunn and Peter Safran does with this new DCEU. I'm a James Gunn fan, so like there's not a movie that he directed that I didn't like. So I mean,
You
I'm
like
excited
both of the
about it.
original Scooby Doo movies?
Yeah, I do. I didn't know he directed those movies though.
Yeah, he directed them. That was
Seriously.
early James. Yeah, that was early James Gunn.
So the only James Gunn's that I've seen was of course the Guardians movies, the Suicide Squads, and I also seen if I'm not mistaken, he also wrote and directed Brightburn, right?
I think so.
Yeah, I had to research on it. I think he did, but so yeah, I'm excited about that. As far as MCU, the only thing I'm excited about with the MCU is anything including Jonathan Majors and Guardians of the Galaxy 3. Everything else, I'm kind of like, Phase 4 has been such a disappointment, and the direction that they headed in with replacing all the characters with female characters is like, yeah. Yeah, I'm even excited to see the Flash. Flash movie looks good, and
Yeah, it
if you know
does.
anything about me talking about DCEU movies, I only like maybe 2 or 3 DCEU movies. All the other DC shit I like was outside of the universe.
They
Okay.
said
So
that
for
new
me,
Aquaman. They said that new Aquaman movie coming out is trash. Early screenings, they said it's horrible.
yeah, they said people are walking out of the test screenings, and that's really bad. Like even movies that are
Ooh.
bad
Alright.
normally don't get people walking out the test screening.
Well, because
So
nothing's going forward after this point. So it's just like, why should you care?
That's true. Are they
My
going to try
yeah,
to recast him? Are they going to try to recast him as Lobo?
That's the rumor.
that's what yeah. That's
I mean,
what
like
I've.
after Flash, like what else? What else is there that DC's doing?
Yeah.
I mean, you
Sam?
basically turn Joker into a musical, which I have no fucking idea why. So nobody's gonna watch that. Um, Aquaman 2 is not gonna continue. Wonder Woman's dead. There's not gonna be no more Superman with Henry Cavill. They're not continuing the Justice League anymore. That we all know. So everything at this point is just mute.
I'm excited for the reboot. No, they're going to
Yeah,
have
you basically
Batman.
got to do a reboot at this point, basically, because you got to go.
They
I
already got movies. They already got movies announced with Batman: The Brave and the Bold. Then they have Superman Legacy. Then Supergirl: Woman of
Well,
Tomorrow.
that's the reboot, right? So that's the
Yeah, these are the
new. That's going to be the
reboots.
universe, which I'm excited for because I was not a fan of the Snyderverse like most
Me
people
neither.
were. Well, I don't know about most people, but I was. Who said that?
I didn't like the Snyderverse. I didn't like Ben Affleck as Batman. Shit.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan of the Snyderverse like some people were. They need to. I would say they should try to sell the Snyderverse to like another streaming platform or some shit, so that the people that loved it they can enjoy it, and we can move on.
I said this on my channel. Like they should just do the Snyderverse as an animated series. That way, you can get people to voice act the characters, and it can just move on from there. That's what you should do.
Oh, that's a good idea.
And then just leave the movies as movies. So if you like the Snyderverse, guess what? It's an animated feature or an animated universe where they continue to make animated show called the Snyderverse.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
But anyway, guys, I gotta go to sleep because I gotta be at work.
All right, peace, fellas.
I mean, if you guys want to stay on, y'all can. If you don't, then it is what it is.
I'm head out.
Yeah, me too. I can't work too late. All right.
Later, guys.